to a close. So obviously, our inputs would only be taken into consideration if they are still relevant um, in the new financial year. So I hope that for the audits that are taking place now, would be able to engage them before the end of financial year, so that municipalities can be able to get our opinions or reaction in relation to the manner in which they govern. So, without wasting time, let me just give over to Ndate Klute for his opening remarks.
No, thank you very much, Chair. Yes, indeed, it's actually sad that we only sit with the municipalities by now. Um, like you said, we're already in a new audit cycle. But I hope this first time joint venture between your committee and the governance committee will maybe be impactful, even though it's late. I still think we can actually make some impactful and meaningful resolutions ultimately. And maybe just from our side, Chairperson, I think it's necessary that when we apply our minds and sit with the municipalities and listen to them, I think it's important that we look into to make impactful, measurable, and impactful and measurable resolutions that we take, which we can afterwards and in the future audits and their sessions with us, municipality sessions with us, that we can track those resolutions and keep holding the municipalities accountable, because we can never become complacent or, let's call it, desensitized by the state of affairs of our municipalities. So for our members, I think we should really look into when we do resolutions, apply your minds. When we do the reports, I think we should also look into impactful and measurable resolutions we can report to the House to, which we can also check up on afterwards. But from our side, I hope members are well, members are rested. I just want to thank all the staff members as well. I know they worked hard this week. So to all the staff members in here who's been part of this arrangement, thank you very much. We see your hard work, so thank you very much, Jay.
Thanks, Ndate Klute. Maybe with the house rules, please let us start by dealing with the volumes of our phones. Either we switch them off or we silence them. Let's get to the apologies. Mejeki, do we have official apologies?
Thank you, Honorable Chair. I have received 2 apologies from Honorable Leach and Honorable Pretorius. Thank you, Chair.
Honorable
And
Zama Skwebela
Honorable Ndungani as well, Chair.
and Honorable Ndungani. According to our program, we are going to deal with Sitsoto, Ngwate, Mangaung, and Sentlek today. Before then, if there are any matters for discussion that we can engage in, That's how our agenda stands.
Thank you, Chair. Let me, yeah, I think you will hear me. Good morning to everybody. I must be on record. Let me then put it on record. Good morning, everybody. Thank you, Chair. Yeah, it's just difficult for me, and I know I've been now in this committee not for that long, but I've been part of public accounts for some time. But for us to actually fulfill our mandate and do a proper job, we need to get this information earlier. Now, I've received all these documents yesterday. It's impossible for me, I don't know, unless somebody else does very quick reading and understand everything. But for us to actually prepare, we've got this beautiful hall, we pay a lot of money, I reckon, for this, but we're not prepared. I don't know who's prepared, but it's impossible to be prepared for this if we receive this only a day, and some of it this morning even. So it's just a concern on my side, and I see we're gonna set short on all these municipalities are appearing in front of us. I see now on the agenda that the NCOP is coming to the Free State next month with all these municipalities again, Setsoto, Mansopa, MAP appearing in front of them. So I don't know, it seems as if we're duplicating work and there's no communication with the NCOP as well. And yeah, it's just a concern to me that we're doing this and it seems as if it's just a tick box exercise. We go through it because we have to go through it, but we don't really know exactly what's happening. Thank you. That's my own opinion. Thank you, Chair.
Thanks, Honorable Member. I think what we need to do first is to adopt the agenda, and then I think the first point for discussion will be the issue that you have just raised. Anyone who's opposed to the agenda as it stands? Any proposal for adoption?
Thank you so much, President, and good morning to everyone. Chair, I move for the adoption of the agenda. Thank you so much.
Any seconder?
I do, Chair. Thank you.
Thanks, Madam Kwena. Issues for discussion. I think what has been raised by Ndate David is that there are two issues. It's coordination of the program, and secondly, late submission of critical documents that must be engaged in a meeting. I think it's the municipalities were given until the 8th, to submit the documents. So that's some did submit on time. Other also the issue of portfolio committee or select committees from national parliament engaging the municipalities in the province. It's also of critical concern. But as the chairperson of public accounts, I only see the letters on social media. We have not received anything. I know that this week a select committee from NCOP will be in Nala, I think tomorrow. But formal correspondence has not come to at least the chairperson of public accounts. If it's there in the institution, it means it has not been communicated to ourselves. Now, what you are saying also, Dr. Van Vuren, is that there are others that are coming next week. It's also news to me. So, like I'm saying, if there has been a correspondence to the provincial legislature, it means that such a correspondence has not been filtered through to committees. It's a matter for concern that we really have to, as we make reflections after the sessions, unless if there are people who would want to engage on the matter before. Does it include?
No, thank you, Chairperson. I understand the concern. Basically, it's a third level of oversight we are seeing now. So first it was the National Parliament or National Portfolio Committee, joint committees that was here in August, and now it's us, and then later on it's also the select committees, or I think the provincial delegation that's coming to the Free State. But we should remind ourselves we are the Free State legislature. We also have a program we want to, or a function we want to fulfill. And considering that we are the closest to local government, I think this is a very important session we're going to have. So with all due respect, I don't care whether the Select Committee or the National Council of Provinces comes December month. This is our session, but I do understand the issue of the documents not being ready by or by certain times. I think maybe, Jackie, if we can just make sure that we get all the documents we have received already, if there are any, so we can distribute them to members. But I know the municipalities, and I think that's something we need to highlight as well, Chairperson, is that if we ask for a deadline or we set a deadline, municipalities should also keep to those deadlines. Chairperson, just a last issue. I just want to reiterate something I mentioned earlier. I think that's going to be vital moving forward, is the process we're going to follow. Usually we saw that in the Portfolio Committee National, when they were here, that a lot of time was spent on long documents, etc. And I think we should really limit the municipalities so we can go straight to questions and engagement with the municipalities. So, and you can say how you feel about it, but I thought we should start with the mayor and then allow the mayor to make opening remarks and then yes, go from there. Maybe just for today we should get some, because considering that we received the documents a little bit late, maybe we can allow the municipal manager to quickly highlight the issues we raised, but we should allow for enough time to engage with the municipalities. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Mayor Kgarekwe.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, I think you already indicated that there's no formal correspondence from NCOP on issue of Honorable Van Vuren. Chair, there's no duplication that we are doing, because we must remember that legislature has its own responsibility of making the municipality to account. So, Chair, in those words, I just suggest that if we can proceed with our program. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. I think what was raised as a concern by Honorable Van Vuren is a matter that their program runs parallel to us or in conflict with what we are engaging in. If there could have been a better coordination of programs so that our programs becomes complementary, because the aim is the same, is to have better outcomes of financial management from institutions in local government. I think what the two honorable members or the three honorable members are saying, they are talking to one issue, and I don't see any differences there. We just have to. My proposal will be that at the end of the day, when we make reflections, I think we need to bring back this discussion, but bring it back where we make clear proposals on the way forward, especially to the Speaker's office. Let me close these discussions at that point. Now, we go straight to the first municipality according to our program, Soto. Soto, I see the MM, I don't see the mayor. I don't know whether it's because you are too beautiful and hiding behind. That's why I don't see you. Sitsoto, please come to the podium. Good morning. We have in front of us, we have different teams. It's on the right hand side is the team from the legislature administration. On the left hand side we have it's a multidisciplinary team from different institutions, COCTA, human rights, treasury, jwalo jwalo. So it's a multidisciplinary team. So I would like, I don't know whether it will be faster if I introduce members and then on my ultra left we have Ndate Mkwena, and then we have Ndate Van Vieren, we have Ndate Makai, and then the one talking is Oupa Khwabane, and we have Ndate Klute on my right, Mekha Rekwe, Ndate Foko, Ndate Meko. Hi, Meko. You are too much. Too much. Ipulele nguya kwanana.
Morning, my name is Honorable Malefani Msimang.
I wanted you to hear the name, the voice of Mem Kabela, so I had to be diplomatic.
Thank you very much, Chairperson, and good morning to the committee of the legislature. Chair, I don't know whether I heard you ruling well in terms of how are we supposed to go about the presentation.
However, I will start with the introduction. My name is Councillor Sipati Mbiwe, ke majoro wa Phethahatso wa Sesotho Local Municipality. On my right hand, I have the Speaker of the Council, Councillor Paka Mabaleliso. And on my left hand side here, I have the Accounting Officer, Menomvula Malachi. I also have the APEC member, also the chairperson of the Financial Misconduct Board, Ntate Mofokeng. Then on my far right, I have the Acting Chief Financial Officer, just 2 weeks on the job, Memoresi. Chairperson, I have to, in advance, to say that the Chief Whip and the Chairperson of MPEC, they were delayed a little bit. The Chairperson of MPEC is not feeling well, but they will enter now. Okay.
Thanks. They are late, they are not delayed. I saw me Pusele, so I mean to say. Yes, it's your time now. You are seated far away and you leave the accused to be in front of you. No, let her do it. Yeah. Can you take the team through the rituals?
I will do the ritual for just the officials. I didn't get the name. Ndade? All right, then I'll start with you then, ma'am. May you please stand for me? Good morning, ma'am. Please switch on your mic.
Good morning, ma'am.
Ma'am, will you be taking an oath or an affirmation?
I will be taking an oath.
And do you consider this oath binding on your conscience?
True.
Please state your full names for the record.
My name is Nomvula Malachi.
Do you swear what you're about to tell the committee is the truth and nothing but the truth? Please say, so help me God.
So help me God.
Thank you, ma'am. Good morning, ma'am.
Good morning.
Ma'am, will you be taking an oath or an affirmation?
An oath.
And please just speak into the mic. And do you consider this oath binding on your conscience?
Yes, I do.
Please state your full names for the record.
My name is Morosi Mabile.
Do you swear what you're about to tell the committee is the truth and nothing but the truth? If so, please raise your right hand and say, so help me God.
So help me God.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Chair, thank you.
Thank you. Let's get a 15 minutes presentation from your mayor, and then from there we'll then engage your presentation.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, firstly, let me say that the Sturt municipality did submit the document to the committee. Because of time that we have given as Chair, I will just give a brief background what we're going to touch on, and on those, but those are all the questions that were sent to us by the committee. On the executive summary, I can just say Sturt Local Municipality has developed a comprehensive action plan to address critical governance, financial, service delivery, and compliance challenges. And the accounting officer will present on those key priorities, which includes financial accountability, service delivery, institutional capacity and transformation, investigation on the speaker vehicle. Those are the questions that we did receive from the committee. So, Chair, I will, if you allow me, I will give to the municipal manager to make a presentation, because if I was listening to Honorable Kluter, is that they want to have more time to engage more on the questions, maybe even more than what we are going to present, because it has been sent forth to you on time. Thank you, Honorable Chair.
The two members who are late, the chief whip, they are here. Who are they?
Okay, Chair. I didn't recognize them when they enter. And I must say, Chair, I think, I don't know what happened today, but I blame the chair of the MPEC, because my chief whip is never late in any meeting. He's actually 30 minutes earlier. That is the truth in every meeting. Hence, I was asking him this morning, is Councillor
is late.
okay,
Yes.
delayed? That far right is the chief whip.
Chair.
My chief
Sorry,
whip.
Chair, through you, we are serious here. These people are late. They are not delayed. We mean business here.
Thank you.
Can we be taken serious?
Okay, Chair, they are late. MMC Finance, Councillor Silas Muzamai, and the chairperson of MPEC, Councillor Ndema Kgatlake. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Chair, and the honorable members of the legislature, and let me appreciate the opportunity that we have been granted as Sitsoto to present on the questions that were presented to us, which were duly responded to. Chairperson, the first question that came to our attention was the financial recovery plan vis-a-vis the expenditure. Let me abreast the House, Chairperson, that Sitsoto local municipality was not part of those municipalities that were identified as distressed municipalities. We had only one critical issue under creditors that had to be corrected, so we are not under financial recovery plan. However, the municipality has reviewed various documents to show that we sustain the current status quo, of which the municipality has developed the revenue enhancement strategy, the loss control strategy, and cost containment strategies that are to be implemented to the latter, and they have been approved by the council, Chairperson, and it is the responsibilities all directors and managers that are responsible for the key department, and the progress is that the SCM is in a process in terms of the revenue enhancement strategy. We have appointed the debt collectors for those debtors that are beyond 90 days to allow collection, and to date we have collected 2.1 million after the appointment of the debtors, and there's another intervention by the executive mayor that is called Operation Patala, and we have to date collected it 2 months now in a row, and we have now whereby we are granting the residents 50% off on all their rates and taxes, and we have to date collected until the end of September. We have collected 348. That information can be availed upon request, Chairperson. Under the blacklisting for the failed project, yes, in the municipality there was a project that has failed and has impacted on our MIG expenditure, of which that contract was terminated, and the full GCC, which is general conditions of contract, was followed to the latter, and the municipality, and the name of the company is EK Construction Company, that was responsible for the Bloom Street construction of the Bloom Street Road in Fixbeck. We have sent a letter to Treasury recommending that they should impose the restrictions against this company. We're just awaiting the letter, and we have also issued the very same letter that there are intentions by the municipality to place them, to blacklist them, that they should not conduct any business with the municipality. So those letters are still pending, hence in terms of the status, we are not under green. It's yellow because it's work in progress. We're just awaiting the report from Treasury, but Chairperson will be finished with the progress in terms of the implementation. Another issue that was raised is that Sesotho local municipality is utilizing consultants for the preparation of AFS. Yes, it is true, Chairperson, this municipality has been utilizing consultant in terms of the compilation of the AFS, but we have since corrected, we are trying to correct, and in terms of the correction, the issues were that there were only 2 staff complement into that division. So we have appointed 1, and 1 position will be filled. So we will be in a position as a municipality to ensure that we have a full complement, which is human resource that has capacity to compile the financial statements. And part of the clause on the service provider that has been appointed is the transfer of skill, of which we are going to ensure that by 2026, we will start compiling our AFS internally. Chairperson, from 2026, 2027, we'll be in that position. Under the issue that is that where the municipality cannot, Chairperson, at this stage, is to not to go without the external service provider in terms of the appointment of the consultant responsible for assets. This is due to the complexity of the work that has to be done, whereby we need an incumbent who is an engineer, an expert again, who will be able to capitalize the assets, unbundle, depreciate. So all that process, that one is going to take another process up until the municipality has fully funded budget. Then we can then, under human resource, then we can be in a position to appoint that particular incumbent that will be responsible for only the assets. But in terms of the AFS, we are at the state of readiness and we have state of preparedness in terms of ensuring that all the assets will be, the financial statements will be implemented internally. There was an issue that was raised under water contamination, of which this issue has been addressed, especially in Tlokolan. The municipality has enhanced our contractual clauses with the supplier of chemicals concerning the turnaround time for the delivery of material. And the municipality has further advised the senior process controllers to fill the vacant positions. So there are critical vacant positions which the municipality is going to fill to ensure that we have incumbents or personnel that are equal to the task that will be responsible for the day-to-day management of the plant, because this is a new plant that has just been constructed, and we have to comply with the blue drop status into that plant. So the municipality has also we have also requested the Department of DWS for support in terms of the training, of which we have given them a list of 30 chairperson. Out of that 30, they have only identified 11 that will be trained, and that will be given the related training in terms of water management and water resource, water demand and water conservation management and the processing of the water. So the municipality, this is ongoing, chairperson. In terms of the infrastructure underwater losses, in the previous financial year, we had recorded 43% of the losses in terms of the water losses, and we are confident, chairperson, to inform the committee that we have to date recorded 24%, so which is a reduction as opposed to the previous one that was presented in our previous financial year. So with our unaudited financial statement that has been submitted now, we have recorded 24%, and there's a corrective action that the municipality is implementing. So the municipality is implementing the corrective action that involves the replacement of stagnant damage meters, especially in town, because the township chairperson, I need to put it in front of the committee that the township is not metered, and I will also talk to that. But in terms of the replacement of those stagnant meters, we are replacing it, and we have taken a decision, and there's a collaboration between finance and the technical department to replace 2 meters per week for each town. The routine, periodic, and preventative maintenance on all leaks identified are attended immediately. Reports on the implementation of plans from various maintenance. The municipality has established a WhatsApp group that is called Rapid Response Team, where we identify all the shortcomings or all the leaks within the community, and they are attended immediately as and when they are identified into that group. And the correct formula of the calculation of water losses is also utilized. And the municipality is planning to install the smart meter, prepaid smart meter, through public partnership. And the municipality will be engaging with the companies that are appointed on a transversal contract to come and conduct the presentation. And then the municipality will take the service provider that will work within the best interest of the municipality. So that is the process. One of them came to present before the Section 80 committee. They will be presenting to council. And we're planning to have at least 3 so that the municipality can take from the pool of those that will be presenting, Chairperson. In terms of the incomplete sanitation G5, this is a project that is causing most of the sewer spillages, especially in Fixbeck and in Clocolan. This is due to the incomplete project that has got its own challenges, and this matter has been escalated to the provincial head, which is Dr. Ndidi, and we are under discussions, and there were subsequent meetings that were held between myself, the technical director, the executive mayor, and the MMC for infrastructure to try and resolve. This is a national project that is, but the municipality is an implementing agent. So we have challenges in terms of that, but this matter has been brought to the attention of the DWS, both national and provincial. So there is an intervention in terms of that project. The land contract methodology, and what are the methods that the municipality is utilizing to award contracts of land. There are 2 methods that the municipality is utilizing to award land. One is a negotiated allocation whereby the residents or a potential bidder will come to the municipality to present on the land that is earmarked for development. And part of our mandate is to ensure that we provide a conducive environment, and they will come and present before council, and the council will be taking a decision as a collective. But we always determine that there should be a turnaround strategy and ensure that there is local economic spin-offs. So it's only on those that can turn around the situation. And then others, we follow the Section 14 of the MFMA, whereby we advertise the land for those that would want to acquire such a land, so we alienate in terms of that, but following the Section 14 of the MFMA. Another method that the municipality is also utilizing in terms of this is that all the contracts that are in excess of 3 years, they are subjected to council, especially those that will take from 1 year to 9 years. So they should have a concurrence from the council before the accounting officer can implement such. And that has been a decision and is working well to better manage all the land management within the municipality. In terms of the skills audit, the municipality, the skills audit is ongoing. We have, in the advent of the municipal staff regulation, all municipalities are required by law to ensure that they train their officials. So the skills audit is conducted, and our training is done in line with the WSP, which is Workplace Skills Plan, which is approved. And we also have the ATR, which is annual training report that is submitted by the municipality on an annual basis. And there's cordial relations between the both unions, SAMU and IMATU, in terms of ensuring. And we have a stable a training committee that ensures that our training is transparent and does not favor a few individuals. And all the trainings that are conducted by the municipality are NQF aligned, so that employees can receive credits, because most of the municipalities that were appointed before the staff regulation, some of them do not have those prerequisite skills. So we're trying to bridge the gap and ensure that everyone that is appointed has requisite skills. In terms of the organogram, this municipality is part of those municipalities that have adopted the organogram. However, must indicate, Honorable Chair, that our organogram is still huge and expensive for us, it's still bloated. We have to go back to trim it to the bone and ensure that it is fit for purpose. We have also requested the HOD for COCTA to include Sitsoto under those municipalities under prototype, so that we can ensure that our structure is in line with the powers and function. Because as it stands, we have 927 positions on the new structure, and 548 is filled, and 379 is vacant, and the municipality cannot afford, it's unaffordable and cannot realize that kind of vacancy. We have also reported that there was high vacancy rate, especially on elementary position, of which the municipality has advertised 68 positions, service delivery positions, and to date, on those positions that we have advertised is senior process controllers, the process controllers, 12 general workers for operations and maintenance, 18 general workers for road maintenance, of which is 10 for Fixback and 4 for each town, 10 general workers for waste collection, so that we can be effective in terms of collection of waste, and cashier services in town of Maemeneng and Matwabeng. In this, we're trying to instill the culture of payment, so we want to reopen those cashier services in the township. So hence we have advertised this position, so that we can try to instill the culture of paying from the township, and then they can come and pay within the towns, because both towns do not have the cashier services. So we're trying to maximize our revenue and to instill the culture of payment for services. So what we have done also is that to date, we have filled 19 positions, and the recruitment process is still unfolding. We're planning to fill the bulk of this position by the 1st of December. We should have concluded, because we're following the process of ensuring that whoever that is appointed within the municipality is subjected to sub-screening, so that we can ensure that we don't appoint officials with criminal record. And also, because we are at the border of Lesotho, we also subject them to Home Affairs to confirm that these are the South Africans that are appointed by Sitsoto. So that is why the process is taking too long to fill the position, but we just want to do the due diligence in terms of that. The Section 56, Honorable Chair, the position of the corporate services is vacant, and the CFO and technical director. So we have 3 positions that are vacant. The one for corporate services, its recruitment process has been concluded, and we have submitted the Regulation 17 to the Office of the MEC on the 7th of October 2025. We're just awaiting the report from the MEC in terms of the appointment. The one of the CFO, it was re-advertised after the MEC did not concur with some of the process in terms of the filling of the position. The municipality has since re-advertised, and the position has subsequently closed on the 26th, and there was a shortlisting panel that has set yesterday. We have shortlisted 9 this time around. We have managed to get a pool of competitive candidates that will be undergoing the marathon of interviews. And then the other one is the Director Technical Services, who was dismissed due to misconduct. His case has been referred to the CCMA, and this matter is still, we have received a legal opinion, of which the legal opinion has served before council. We'll be taking an item to council for council to come up with a determination in terms of the outcome of that case. A letter to the Speaker in terms of the Speaker's vehicle. The Speaker has duly submitted a letter to the accounting officer on what has what has emerged in terms of the accident that took place where the Speaker's driver lost his life. So the accounting officer has received that report. We are currently preparing the final preliminary report. They will then be developed by the accounting officer. Once all parties have engaged, including the Fleet Management Division, with their inputs, and then the report will be submitted to the Honorable Chair. Those, Chair, are the issues that had been raised sharply by the committee. Maybe if I can indicate, Chairperson, on the UIF and W, although it was never raised, it was part of the report that was requested by the Portfolio Committee that our MPEC is fully functional and is sitting, and we have referred some cases to the Municipal Disciplinary Board, to the Chairperson of the Municipal Disciplinary Board, and other cases were referred to the Hawks, whereby the MPEC felt that there was a potential embezzlement in terms of the awarding of those tenders. So the case has since been opened by the accounting officer. We're just awaiting the Hawks to provide us with the outcome and the report in terms of what has been submitted. The municipality had a closing balance at the year end of 187 million under unauthorized expenditure. That unauthorized expenditure that was led by the excessive utilization of the budget. And Chairperson, I need to indicate that in this current financial year, the municipality did not record any unauthorized expenditure because we came up with corrective action whereby we changed our policy to ensure that it does not overlap or exceed the budget vote as and when the budget vote is depleted. So we came up with those corrective actions, and that is the good news for this current financial year. In terms of the UIF, under UIF we only had 788. We closed the year at 12,000 under fruitless and wasteful expenditure, which has been recorded only 12,000. Yes, 12,000. And then that will has been written off for this financial year. And then under the irregular expenditure, we are standing at 227, and 69,000 has been written off, and the committee is continuously sitting to ensure that all the irregular expenditure, UIF and W, is minimized within the municipality. And for the quarter that has ended now in September, the municipality has recorded 0 irregular expenditure and only 2,500 for interest. It was only on ESCOM, not even on the paid account, but they always generate those interests. But I can avail that report because it's part of that report, but we can avail that updated report owing from the Portfolio Committee. Thank you very much, Chairperson.
Thanks, Mamalachi. I just wanted to check the audit committee chairperson is here. Oh, Treasury. I want to check in relation to the budget. I know that we are late for that, or we are too early or too late, I don't know. For the budget, the current budget, is it funded or not funded? And secondly, in terms of this audit that we are dealing with, I know that municipality had, I think they had about 12 paragraphs on compliance. Did you get any audit action plan for that? And what is the performance of municipality in terms of that audit action plan?
Thank you, Honorable Chair and honorable members. With regards to the audit action plan, we were happy with the performance of the municipality. I think it's one of those municipalities that we were aiming that they will get a clean audit. It's just that currently there's no CFO, there's just an acting CFO. But we're happy that the municipality did really put an effort to work on the audit action plan. Thank you, Chair. With regards to the budget, it is unfunded. Is it funded? Oh, okay. Yeah, the budget is the original table budget. But can respond.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair and honorable members. According to the funding status of the municipality, the budget, the table budget was unfunded, but the budget is now funded. Ndatelobi, I don't know whether in terms of the compliance matters like submission of annual financial, tabling of annual reports, and also following up on the action that emanates from the table annual report. What is the attitude of COPTA in relation to that?
Thanks, Chair, and good morning to committee members. Chair, Sesotho, like all other municipalities, they've submitted their AFS. As COCTA, we had a program wherein we requested municipalities to submit first to us and to Treasury by the 20th of August, and then by the deadline of the 31st of August, they were supposed to submit to the AGSA, and they did submit in time, Chairperson. And in terms of other performances, they are on par with the performance, Chair. Thanks.
No, in terms of the annual report that they are supposed to table, I think, in January.
Or the Section 46
Yes.
report. Chairperson, the last Soto is one of those municipalities that would be submitting, because to us, they've submitted the Section 46 report by January this year, and they would be in place in time to submit by January next year, Chairperson.
Honorable members, those are the reports. Can we get engagement from members? I don't know how to start, or let me. Ndate Msimang, Ndate Mkwena, Nanyani, Ndate Van Vieren, just like that.
Chair, we have just heard quite impressive presentation from Setsoto municipality. We must also acknowledge and appreciate an effort of ensuring that they are determined in developing internal capacity such that they do these AFSs without consultants. It's quite impressive. And also their audit opinion was saying unqualified, of course, with number of gray spots. And I'm interested because those gray spots, they mean that you have a challenge as far as compliance is concerned. I've heard you making presentation that you are attending to issue of compliance. I'm interested also in knowing on issue of performance, because that's another challenge, a serious challenge that we'll want to know as to whether you're breaking ground such that you get a clean audit. But I must say we're quite impressed. I'm quite impressed. Let me not talk on behalf of others. But I'm quite impressed with the development there in Stot. I will just want to make a follow-up as to whether, in line with Section 32, is there any money that you managed to recover so far, or are you still engaged in the processes such that you are able to recover money to some of these people who mistaken public purse to your personal purse? Yeah, Chair, I think I'm addressed. Only the other issue that I wanted to, before I leave the platform, is issue of your director technical and others who were fired. Did you open a case, or you just dismiss them and that's it? If you went to an extent of opening a case in line with your fiduciary duty as MM and the CFO. Thanks, Chair.
No, thanks very much, Honorable Chair. Greetings to members and officials, and also to the municipality. Chair, I don't have a number of questions, but the first question that I'm interested in is, one has noted the development on Bloom Street. The question is, how many contractors have worked on that street, and how much has any or all of them combined and singularly drained out of this municipality? The second question, Honorable Chair, is the question of contamination of water. Can we be briefed by this municipality in terms of the functionality of sewer plants, and whether there is any sewer that flows into the streams and rivers of that particular area? If so, what is the municipality doing about that? The other issue that I want to venture into, Chair, is the question of water availability in Marquardt. The dam wall in Marquardt fell some years ago. What is the municipality doing about that dam wall? Another question that I have, Chairperson, is the question of the G5 contractor. We are told that it is not on site. We have seen also that one of the reasons is that it is not being paid. Can we get a clarity on that, to say, if the municipality is indeed the implementing agent, how come that company is not paid? And how much work has it done? How much in terms of percentages? Percentage work done and percentage money paid to it. And what will it take for it to come back, or is it also one of those companies that is going to hit the dust? Lastly, Chairperson, is the question of the organogram. Is the organogram going to, if filled, will the municipality be able to pay or service that organogram? Because we have municipalities in this province where workers go hungry, where third parties are not being paid. What is the municipality? How is the municipality dealing with those issues? Thanks, Chair.
Thank you very much, Chair. Chair, can we get the clarity from the team? While the municipality is operating with no service provider for assets, are the municipality's assets safe to date in terms of the trucks going to the service for operating that waste collecting? And the other thing,
Chair, is are there mechanism in place of ensuring that expenditure align with budgeting allocations? And when we come to the appointing the staff, the team consider the gender equality that be implemented in their process? Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you, Chair, and let me welcome the presentation. Yeah, it seems as if according to Treasury, that there's almost a clean audit. But it's strange enough, and that's my argument. It doesn't mean if you've got a clean audit, you deliver services, because the roads that you've got in your towns, you can't drive on. It's impossible. Maybe we can get some clarity on what's the stance on the road, because those roads are an economic artery and will benefit the municipality greatly. I'm not even talking about the Department of Roads and Transport between Tokalaan and Marquardt. That must have a huge effect on your economic turnover there in the municipality. But coming to that, Chair, and it's a question that we normally have, but we haven't got it. In your financial health, you talked about that you're now writing off 50% of the debt that you want to collect. What is the outstanding debt at the moment? And what is the outstanding creditors, the people that you owe money? What does your bank account look like, and have you got an overdraft, and what is that amount also? If we can, and what is the collection rate? Treasury just said that you've got a funded budget now, so can you perhaps just tell us what is the collection rate that you've put in your budget to state that you will get that money in, because that is normally artificially inflated and is not a true reflection, and municipalities does that to actually balance their budgets, which is, according to me, irregular and should not then be a funded budget. Chair, your pit toilets, how many are there? And there was a plan, a eradication plan on pit toilets. How far are we in that process? I did talk about the residential roads. I think I can welcome the fact that, and it's well done, to bring down your water losses from 43% to 24%. That's amazing. You must keep on doing that. My next question is your electrical department. How many vacancies are there? I think that's a huge revenue collective department, and I think you should maybe fund that. As I understand, there's more than 50%. Then the speaker's vehicle, I haven't got any knowledge about that. When did this take place? When did this accident happen? And it's only now that there's an investigation. How long after that was the investigation? And then lastly, Chair, the percentage of the budget allocated for maintenance, what is that percentage? Thank you, Chair.
Thanks, Majoro. Over to you.
And thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson and honorable members. Chairperson, on the question that is being raised by Honorable, unfortunately I won't know names, Chairperson will allow me just to call honorable members, so that I don't discriminate.
Yeah, talk to the questions, not to the people.
Okay, Chair, I should
You
address
respond to
you.
me, yes.
Okay, Chair. The one of the performance accounting officer will touch on that. Like the Honorable has said, Chair, that there is always a grey spot towards trying to achieve a clean audit, which we are aware of it. Hence, we are now having action plan or programs in each and every thing that we want to achieve at the municipality. That will be advised by AG as well as the APEC, as well as the internal auditor in the municipality. So we are forever working hand in glove with the internal auditor. We don't wait for AG to arrive before we can address the issues that the internal auditor has raised within the institution, and also the APEC chair. In terms of the money to be recovered for personal use, it's just I didn't understand the word personal use, but in terms of the money recovered as far as the cases that we are trying to open, and some have been opened by the municipality, we have not recovered anything as yet, but we are in the process of that. And in terms of cases that have been opened when we dismiss people, or people are being on what do you call, like director technical service, there were no case to open against him, chair. Instead, the municipality was dismissing him in terms of the misconduct that happened, or that he did. Unfortunately, at the present moment, we are still on the process that accounting officer alluded to earlier on, of that after being dismissed by a council, then he went and approached the CCMA, and we went and now get a legal opinion in terms of advising the council how to go with the matter. However, there are those people, chair. For example, I will make a case of one assistant fleet manager that were found guilty with trying. He was using petrol. I think the value came to, if I'm not mistaken, county officer will correct me, to 160. Then that one will be recovered.
He stole petrol.
Yes, he was still in the petrol. That one will be recovered immediately. That we were successfully, the case was successfully finished, but apparently yes, appealed again. So that one will definitely get our money back with no hassle, because there's a proof enough to get that as soon as possible. Honorable Chair, in terms of the one that I'm skipping, accounting officer will, and honorable members here of the municipality will come to them. The issue of the Bloom Street, as far as I know, we are now on the 3rd contract. With this new administration, we are on the 2nd contractor. It was EK that municipal manager alluded to, the one that we are even pursuing to blacklist him. Then now we are now with Rubex, because of what is happening in that road is a very serious situation. It really need people who have an expertise. In terms of rents and cents, unfortunately, in front of me, I don't know if the accounting officer will be able to give now, or will be able to provide Honorable Mokoena with, through Chair, Honorable Chair, with those figures of that money that is being used before the one that we are, or 3 of them jointly, how much is the budget actual, Chair. Chair, the issue of the sewage spillage towards the river, or or anywhere, at the present moment we can't say 100% no, because especially in Colen and Fixbeck, like we have said, due to the unfinished project of the G5, the sewage spillage found itself going all over, as much as we are trying to make ponds outside the township, so that it doesn't go and contaminate the river. And also, hence, we were pushing and pleading with the department for us to be able to start the project of the wastewater treatment plant, especially in Fixbeck. Because the G5 chair, the work of the G5 was to make sure that we have a bulk infrastructure as far as the sewage is concerned, so that the internal maintenance can run smoothly towards all the channels that's supposed to happen of this issue of sewer. Chairperson, the issue of the Marquardt dam wall, yes, it's true. The dam wall collapsed, I think it's between 2018 or 2019. And the then contractor was then dismissed by the municipality. During this administration, we advertised again. When we were supposed to appoint, then we were told that we need to hold the process as the dam is now being categorized as a certain level because of the nature now that is in. That's why, Chair, we had, I think in the last financial year, where some money of, is it Wasik, that went back is because of that collapsing of the dam wall. But we have since got the certificate of the one that was needed by the same department. They have issued the certificate, we have advertised. Will allude to the process, how far are we in terms of the contractor to be on site as far as the dam wall is concerned. The issue of the G5, Chair, I think when was making presentation, she might have made a mistake by saying we are the implementing agency. We are not. Even the province is not. It's a project that was done by National as far as 2007 to date. And they are the one implementing it by themselves. They, unfortunately, when we came in 2021/22, that's where we pursued the matter that we need to sit down around the table with the department, understand what is happening with the project.
Which department?
Department of Water and Sanitation.
Yes.
Thank you, Chair.
I wanted to be clear so that once you say national, we are not clear who are you talking about. I think it also relates to the sewer treatment plant you're referring to earlier on.
Thank you, Chair. And the wastewater treatment plant has been granted, Chair. The contractor is on site. We are doing that one. But this one of the G5, it was very complex, Chair. We make sure that we work together with the department. We're able to push the work until to 80%, in Fixburg 75%, in Clocolan. However, during the better part of this year, that's when the department and the contractor on site, which is G5, started having a disagreement. Then we were able to have a roundtable discussion with the Department of Water and Sanitation in the province, which in the deal where we appealed as the municipality that we now want him to be a coordinator of this project, because we cannot afford this project not to be finished again, because like I said, Honorable Chair, 2007 to date, really doing one thing, it cannot be. So we are hopeful that very soon they will finalize whatever, which it was a thing that they didn't, because with the last meeting, when the NCOP was here, the following day we have a meeting with department, national, department, provincial, as well as us. We were able to reach a certain level that by now I thought the contractor will be on site. But we'll follow up with the Dr. Ntidi so that he can furnish a full report outlining how far is the status and when can they be on site again. Because for the contract to be not on site, it's not only about the project being halted, but also even the infrastructure getting vandalized again, as much as we are trying to guard and talk to community about their own infrastructure. Okay, I trust that what is coming. I think in terms of the organogram, have said it, Chair, that at the present moment, there's an organogram that we have approved that is still have a vacant position of 370 something. Those is unaffordable, because we are deliberate in terms of checking the finance of the institution. Hence, we come up with the model of encouraging our own people again living in the township that it's important to pay for your services, because it's important to have your own income before we can plan. Hence, even this 68 position we are talking about, there was a budget, a deliberate budget for it this financial year that will cover those one that we have now wanting to fill. Hence, the plan is to focus more of those one that will bring about service delivery in the municipality, and also as much as to get clean audits is a matter of compliance, we need to have system in place that are correct, so that even when this administration leave, the people coming in won't struggle in terms of taking the debate forward rather than going backwards. Honorable Chair, I want to talk on the asset. Luckily, the acting CFO is her expertise is the one dealing with the asset in terms of other matter of the asset. But in terms of the question of servicing the trucks and making sure that our fleet are forever serviced and are able to do their work, said earlier on, in Sesotho we have a deliberate, what we call rapid response team per town. And in the rapid response team, you have your supervisor level until the executive mayor level, including councillors. Then in that end, we are able to highlight everything. That the now fleet person is able to service the asset timelessly, because the request will be open in terms of, and it's no more like we don't have bottlenecks or red tapes again as far as the issue of the service delivery is concerned. But in terms of managing the whole asset of the municipality, the acting CFO is the one doing that. I will skip the other one, but I'll talk about in terms of appointing of a staff gender. We are mindful of that, but as much as we struggle in terms of the directors as well as the managers, because those posts that people need to apply and be competed in, and most of the time we may find is being dominated by male, but at least we do now have a director, community services as a woman. So the one for general workers, the Sesotho municipality took a decision, the council actually took a decision that we are giving skills to the EPWP. But when we now advertise for the general workers, we now take new people that we are going to start training again. So you will find that in terms of participation, most people participating in EPWP programs, you will see that female are still dominating. But that's when now when we fill those positions of the general worker through that EPW program, we are able to balance the issue of gender. Honorable Chair, the status of our roads really are not good. We are trying by all means to make sure that we service our roads in the township and we service our roads in town. Hence, even during our participation as the municipality, as far as the DBSA is concerned, we are participating there mainly because of the roads. What we have submitted, besides the other issues, but the one that is priority is the road, because what we have, hence why we are even having the operation Patala, that is deliberate in terms of making sure that our people in the township is paid, is that the town now, they end up being like, the people in town, they pay their services. That one should be noted, and we appreciate it as the institution. But you will find that we now have to service everybody the same. Hence, we are making sure that now we have to start and cleaning our towns, not only in the CBDs, even at the residential level. The accounting officer will outline the issue of the financial health of the municipality. The pit toilet is the one that we call the Scubiza Mandela. We call it pit toilet. I'm not sure of the numbers now. I don't know whether Racy or can be able to talk about those pit toilet, which at the moment I know we have them in Fixbeck. And the vacancy at the electrical department, accounting officer will talk to that. I don't know, Honorable Chair, if ever you allow me to talk to the matter of the speaker's accident, or because the speaker is here, we would like him to talk to that matter. I will get the direction from you.
Let's get the to reply on the outstanding questions. Let's put that issue in abeyance.
Before the
No.
there's a point of order that I want to call
Okay.
from the Mayor. This thing of budget system is serious.
No, let's have the responses.
No, she must withdraw. You can't call that thing Skopu Samantha as if it's playing. It's a serious issue
Oh,
that has to do with dignity of us black people. And reducing it to Skopu Samantha as if it's something nice is a bit problematic. More so from the office number 1 in Stort. In as much as we are doing good, but Mayor has capacity to tarnish whatever you are doing there. She must withdraw. No.
Withdraw that word, unless if it's a name that is being used there. but
No, Chair, even if it's a
it's
name,
arbitrary
it's,
word.
it has to do with black people's dignity there. And it's like, it's something,
Can you withdraw that word, Major?
Thank you, Chair. Chair, I will withdraw. I just felt I wanted to understand there's a bucket and there's also pit toilet. So I was just asking my honorable here, Orna, the pit toilet is the one that we community there refer it as a scoop Samanpel. It's not like I'm calling it like that, but I withdraw, Chair.
you did.
Thanks, MM.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. I think the Executive Mayor has touched base on most of the responses. The question that was posed is on the gray areas that are identified on our
You are
from
making
unqualified
noise in that
from the
corner.
unqualified audit opinion, and part of it is the audit of predetermined objectives, which is performance. We had issues, Chairperson, under performance, where the municipality was utilizing the Statistics South Africa, which AG felt that it was not reliable and accurate. And then we took a decision with the AG who came during planning, and then we took a decision that we are going to use our current valuation role, which is up to date, that will be running from 2023 until 2027. So we have utilized that, and we are hopeful, Chairperson, that there's going to be an improvement in terms of the performance report. And the AG has reported that they are comfortable with the methodology that the municipality has utilized. We will just await for the audit outcome in terms of that while they are still auditing. And then other issues of compliance were the issues of the water losses, which is now within the norm. It was above the norm, so meaning that it's going to be reduced from our audit. The unauthorized expenditure, which has been sitting there, is going to be removed because MPEC has written off the unauthorized. That will be a subsequent event. And for this current financial year, as we submitted, there were no unauthorized expenditure due to the policy directive that we have taken as a municipality. And then another issue was the impairment of leaf, whereby our leaf was not recorded accordingly, and that has since been corrected by adjusting the system. So those were part of the issues that were raised. And the irregular expenditure, which was at 9 million, and the AG has put a quantum in terms of the material irregularity that any amount above 7 million, it will be material and it will appear on the register. So we have recorded only 1 million. We're not sure what AG will pick up from our deviation. So those are part of the issues that we are working on, Chairperson, where we try to strengthen our internal control by having a culture shift in terms of the UIF NW, and we are doing well in terms of that. Another issue, Chairperson, that has been raised under EK, that yes, EK was appointed by the municipality. There are contractual obligations in terms of insurance that was submitted by EK, whereby the municipality is going to recoup it's 2 million from that contractual document, of which the municipality has commenced with a claim. Another issue is that the retention money is still within the coffers of the municipality, and that money will not be paid over to EK. So it's an insurance contractual document that is at our disposal, and the retention. And the value of that amount was at 1.5 million that was paid to EK. The bulk of it was material, which is on site, chairperson, which is still on site, and the current contractor is utilizing the very same material that EK did not utilize. Under the contamination of water, we appreciate the support that we have received from the Department of Water and Sanitation. Our wastewater treatment plant is going to be refurbished, so meaning that the municipality will not be discharging any effluent to the river, because the site has been handed over to the contractor, which will be concluded at the year 2027, 2028. So that is part of the intervention that was done by the Executive Mayor, where the Portfolio Committee of Parliament came to Sitsoto to come and intervene, because there were issues in terms of the effluent that was going direct to the river, and that matter is being addressed through the RBIC, and the municipality has received funding in terms of the RBIC. The dam wall in Makwat, yes, we were delayed by the categorization of the dam. We were at category 1, and now it has gone to category 2 due to number of collapse that has occurred over the years. So it was categorized to category 2, and the service provider has been appointed. The site will be handed over to the service provider next week, Tuesday. I'm not sure on the date. The Executive Mayor has confirmed that they will be there on Tuesday, whereby the public and the community will be informed, and they will be part of an official handover of the Makwat Dam, so that we can ensure that we cap even the water challenges that are there. We are going to mitigate the water challenges after completion of that dam, because the stream just walks over Makwat, and we don't have any catchment for water. But after this project, I'm just hopeful, because even the previous contractor failed dismally on that. But we're hopeful that we are going to get the correct one, and we are going to monitor the project to ensure that it is completed within its limited time period. In terms of the G5, the Executive Mayor has responded on that. On the organogram, the municipality is not owing any third-party payments. We are paying over the third-party payments, so we're not owing any third party, and we do not have a loan as a municipality. We do not have an overdraft. However, we have solicited a loan through a council resolution through the procurement of the fleet, because most of the fleet was impacting on our operations and maintenance, and impacting also on the provision of service delivery. Then we took a decision that we took a 15 million loan, which is serviced. We are paying that loan on monthly basis to ensure that we had a fleet that is that will provide the services to the municipality. But we do not have any overdraft, and in terms of we do not have any ongoing concern, and AG did not raise such issues, because there were no issues that emanated from the going concern. So there are no issues with the municipality. In terms of the creditors list, oh, no, not creditors, under asset, there was a question, how are we managing our assets in terms of the trucks, the compactor trucks. We have procured 4 compactor trucks and allocated 1 compactor truck for each town. So those trucks, they have a motor plan. We have also, as a municipality, as part of corrective plan that we're putting in place, we have appointed F&B fleet cards to manage and service our fleet through the credible service providers. For all our yellow and white fleet, we're using Barloworld, Bell, so that we can sustain the repairs that we have conducted on all the fleet of the municipality. In terms of affirmative action, the Executive Mayor has highlighted that unfortunately females are not applying, but in terms of the director community, we have appointed a female, but where there's an opportunity for affirmative action, and even our position, when they are advertised, they have a caption under affirmative action on all the position. So we respect that. The road conditions, the municipality has serious challenges in terms of road, and we took a stand as a municipality to train our own officials in the reproduction of asphalt. So it's done internally. We buy raw water. Our officials were trained in terms of the reproduction of asphalt. It's done in our unit, and that is done on a daily basis. Hence, we are capacitating that unit in terms of human capacity to ensure that it can be made available if maybe members may feel that what type of standards that we are using, but there is something like that, Honorable Chair. The collection rate, unfortunately, I have indicated that we have problems under the traditional townships that are not paying for services. Hence, we want to install the prepaid water meters, to roll over all prepaid water meters around Sesotho, so that we can instill the culture of payment. So our collection rate is at 53% when we close the end of June, because for now we still have to submit the report in October to council. We're at 58% in terms of collection. And in terms of the creditors list, we closed the year at 30, how much was it? How much? 13 million in terms of the creditors list, and the bulk of it was ESCOM chairperson, and we try to pay as and when. We have the age analysis, we use the age analysis in terms of all our creditors list, and we pay as per the service that has been provided. The debtors, how much that is owed to the municipality, the debtors is at 543, and the bulk of it is household. Hence, we have implemented the debt collection and the Operation Patala that has been initiated by the Executive Mayor to ensure that we maximize our collection, of which the commercial business are at 121. And we are implementing the credit control with the service provider that is utilized by the municipality for electricity, to ensure that we switch off electricity, especially for those residents that are outside the 90-day period. So we are implementing.
Is it millions or hundreds? I mean, thousands?
The 543 million. Yes,
Chair,
Chairperson.
sorry, I just.
And in terms of the vacancy rate, which was raised at the electricity, we have 50%, Honorable Chair, vacancy rate at electricity. However, our electricity losses is within the norm, which is 8%, and we are going to try to cap to reduce it.
Sorry, I'll chase you out so that you will disturb me.
Yes, thank you, Chairperson. The vacancy rate is at 50% at electricity department, of which our electricity losses are within the norm, that they are 8%. And I think those were the questions. In terms of what has been recouped, what will be recouped, Honorable Chair, I will request through you, Chairperson, because there are matters that have been referred to the Financial Misconduct Board, of which the Chairperson of the Financial Misconduct Board is part of the meeting, Chairperson. Maybe through you, Chair, if he can respond to that. Thank you, Chair, because there are matters that have been referred to the Municipal Disciplinary Board, specifically to recoup some of the funds that are deemed to have been irregularly benefited, where employees have irregularly benefited. Thank you, Chair.
I would request that if they can be submitted in writing, so that if cannot disturb the process that you are undertaking. Honorable members, I want to give you 2 questions for the second round. The second round starts with Ndate Foko, Ndate Foko, Ndate Makai, Mekhareku, and Ndate Tute.
Chair. Chair, you did not know me. Yes. Ndate Makai spoke.
Honorable members, I'm driving this car. Look at the driver, Ndate Foko.
There is assistant driver, Chair. Thank you. Chair, thank you very much, honorable members, Sitsoto municipality and the team. Chair, the executive mayor energized me.
You remember it's 2 questions, no?
Yeah, no, many. Oh, thank you, Chair. Now, Chair, mine is about EK construction. Chair, the letter was written to Provincial Treasury requesting that the company must be blacklisted. Now, Chair, it came to my attention that the municipality also didn't follow the same procedure with the previous company. I don't know what is that company's name. The one that built a dam, that site. The presentation says to me that that company was dismissed, not blacklisted. I just want to know what happened with the first procedure. Why you didn't, do the same as that company that was dismissed? Are you saying that company must come back again and bid the tender and go and work there? Because you didn't blacklist the company. You said just company, you must go and come back again. The last one, Chair, is it's Lesotho citizens. That's why I'm saying the executive mayor energizes me to ask questions, because now I see the vacant positions that are there in your presentation. Now, are you saying you are going to hire again people from Lesotho? Because there is a letter that have been written to the Home Affairs. Now, I just want to check what that letter, say about the Lesotho citizens. Are they saying those people, they must be investigated, whether are they coming from Lesotho, or the letter says you want to dismiss those people who are working there but are the Lesotho citizens? Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, under finances, there was a new position created in your municipality for development and town planning. Under your budget that you say yourself is bloated, how is it possible to then afford an extra position that you've got as technical director? How does the 52,000 rand spent on mayoral and visas fit into your recovery plan? Is the electricity ring-fenced as required by the minister? And lastly, under finance, the contractors that you've been employing, you've mentioned EK that has been blacklisted. What about the ISA and partners that defaulted on your water meters? Have they also been blacklisted? And in question number 2, what is the progress of relocating the illegal land invaders of peach projects in Vicksburg and the area in Kokolan. I know there was a court case. When will the court case be implemented? And if I may, Chair, last question. What company has been awarded a tender to work on the Mecheleng Stadium? Mecheleng Stadium. Which department is funding the project?
And thank you so much, Chair. Let me also welcome the presentation. Chair, I think Honorable Mackay covered me on this one of filling of vacancies. I was going to ask that how are they going to manage for these 68 positions if their organogram is already proven. The last one, Chair, is on the CFO. They have the acting CFO by now, and the CFO position is re-advertised because of the concurrence that they didn't get from the MEC. Maybe if we can get what was the reason for MEC for not giving the municipality that concurrence. Thank you so much.
Thank you to the people and the management of this municipality. Let me start to say it's good to hear that the water losses are being limited now. Maybe just as an exercise for us, now that you've limited those water losses, what have you found? What were the main reasons for water losses? Were they infrastructure issues, leakages, or were they illegal connections? What were the reasons for the water losses? I'm just a little bit concerned. If you say 2 smart meters per week per town, so that will give you 104 smart meters per year. Is that enough? You'll know whether that's enough. The last time you were here, there were the issue of the speaker vehicle. I just want to confirm, because I couldn't understand that day, was there a passenger on board that day, and was council informed of the fact that there was a passenger on board? And then lastly, there was the issue of the official selling land or stands and jobs. Now, one was terminated, but another official was suspended, and there is a disciplinary process currently. Where are we with that process? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. I just wanted the referendum. What was that question that was not answered, except for the car?
Yeah, the car is the one, Chair, and then the percentage of budget allocated for maintenance.
Over to you, Majoro. I want you to finish with the one of the car, but the one of the car will be responded to by the MM.
Thank you very much, Chair. Chair, like we said, the EK construction, because we as this administration were able to go through with them, were appointed by us, and we're able to go through all the process with him. It was easy for us to finalize and also to report them for being deregistered, as the reports and everything was accessible. As for others like ISA and partners, and the one of the dam wall, I think it was 2018, 2019, Chief Whip. So we didn't have much, or maybe we didn't even think about it, but as is mentioned here, we'll go and look on that report. But as for ISA and partners, we're still going some other process with ISA and partners. I think county officer will allude on that, so that if ever it come to a level where we are convinced that he also have to be reported, it will happen. Chair, the issue of vetting of the staff and the issue of Lesotho citizen, like MM said, is that we are close to the border. when we were now formalizing the informal settlement, the council took a decision that they cannot award the land to the people that maybe they might be not our citizen, because as we all know that because we are close to the border, immediately there's an illegal land evasion. You will find 80 to 90% people studying there will be the Basotho national. So we started that process by saying each and every person that is acquiring anything with the municipality need to be vetted. For the communities only being vetted for whether you are a Lesotho citizen. It's not a tedious process. The letter that is being sent to Home Affairs, it will be the letter with the names of the people that they supposed just to go to Home Affairs and put they tick their fingers, and the report just come out and say they are South African citizen or not, or something is pending. That's what is happening. Even with the staff that we are currently hiring, we do that so that at the end of the day, we are able to demonstrate to our community that all the people working for the institution are indeed our own people living in South Africa. The new position created, Honorable Chair, is not actually the new position, is the new position that were vacant on the structure as far as the service delivery is concerned. Hence, we said all this new position, we did budget for them for this current financial year. However, Chair, for us to realize what the Constitution says we should do as far as the economic development is concerned and urban planning, we found out that the urban planning, for it to be fully functional, and it has a very tedious work and a hard work in department. It has everything from manager until to a clerk. But what is lacking in that department is the director. Then the director of that department is the director engineering. And most of them, the directors, whether permanent or acting, they focus their work more on on engineering, on the service delivery, but not actual on housing and urban planning. Hence, we want to combine economic development as well as the urban planning together to have ento. So, hence, in this current financial year, Honorable Chair, we have not budgeted for ento, but we are envisaging that in the next 2026, 2027, we are hopeful if we can be able to budget at that position, because it's critical for a direct focal director that will be able to focus on that. The amount on the mayoral imbizo, Chair, in the normal circumstances, Majoro is supposed to go at least to the community 4 times to go an account. And in Sesotho, we don't just write to the community or put, like we are putting everything on the social media, but we are mindful that our community, not everybody understand or have a data to go to media and check what is happening. But instead of going 4 times, we now said because of our financial situation and be mindful that we want to create a financial viable institution, we decided to take an imbizo once a year. And when we go once a year, because we put community together, where we'll be explaining thoroughly for the whole day what is it that we are doing, how much we have spent, and now making them to appreciate their projects, that the project that we are doing is not for the municipality but the community, so that they can be able to take care of them. And also, what is critical that we are busy at the moment is to instill the culture of paying for what you are receiving. So that is always become #1 priority. So we will spend some money because we have taken the whole community of Sesotho in one place. They need to eat and have the water and all those things that we do. So we think, Honorable Chair, that we are, and we budget for the mayoral imbizo. We don't just spend during the mayoral imbizo, but when we do budget every year in May, we do budget every community project or community programs we do in the institution. I think the Eastern partners I coupled when I was talking there. However, municipal manager will make emphasis on those things. Chair, the issue of the pitch project, I think we were now finally ready to implement, because on that case, the only people that were found being part of the National House Needs Register were only 3. And those were the only 3 people that municipality were given an order to make sure that they have a place. However, Honorable Chair, when we were about to implement, we were interdicted again, whereby the people of Biketlong, together with the partners that are supporting them, they now took us to, they call what, a bench, a full bench court. That's where they've taken us now. We are waiting for date for that to see it. But we are hopeful, Chair, because there, Chair, it cannot be a human settlement. As every study that was conducted, it shown that there people, if people live there in while time progress and everything, the soil there, it was made for agriculture, not for not for residential site. And also the spluma of Setsot is now, it doesn't address the issue of women settlement backwards towards the river, but we are advancing towards the eastern side when we are going Bethlehem. That's how we have now a Stratford Hill, whereby we'll be able to provide plus or minus 5,000 sites, a combination of all the sites that need to be there when we are making a human settlement. Chair, we don't have a Mekilling Stadium at the moment. What we are having is a stadium that the sports facilities that is busy in Clocolan is the one that I think I don't even know whether MM is aware of who's the service provider at the moment, but I think they are on the final stage of appointing, or if she has appointed, then she will be able to tell who is the service provider, but it's in Clocolan and not in Senegal. In Mikele. Like I said earlier on, Chair, in terms of the service delivery position, we are not bloated, the structure. The structure actually where we are trimming is at the metal management level going forward. And even there's a duplication when we talk about it again of the service delivery. There will be a team leader and supervisor then, but when you check, it's like they are doing one thing. But unfortunately, you can only address that if one have to get another opportunity or something like that. Those are the ones that we are trying to, when we trim the structure and checking a way of where we can, how can we address. But at the service delivery, every position that we are filling is not because the structure was bloated, but actually it was a necessity. The main reason for water loss, I think, Honorable Chair, you are quite aware what the struggle that we have been having in Senegal, which we believe that Senegal became a major contributor, I think, from the better part of the whole year last year, and until now when we started getting together from June, when we decided to now leave the asbestos pipe and now come to the new pipe that was laid, that it was just 98% to be ready to be commissioned, but we have to commission it as soon as possible because of what we're losing. But most of our losses, we have not really get a water bypass or illegal connection as far as the water is concerned, but is the issue of the asbestos, aging infrastructure, and the recent one that we have discovered that we are busy trying to combat is the issue of car washes, and also the like MMM said, why we want to have the water meters being installed everywhere even at the township, is because people sometimes they just open the tap and leave it like that. But I must say, Chair, the continuous communicating with our community, and even when the councillors are having meeting, there are those issues that they put as the number one priority when talk to our community. Our community is starting to listen to us, and other people now start caving. And also with the visibility of the peace officers that we have now in Sesotho, so we are not just going to cap a water, but even the dumping site, they start coming down now, because people cannot just dump as they wish. The issue of the 2 meter per town, as in town, accounting officer, we will talk to that, because I think it came due to the fact that when we check where we cannot bill correctly in town, we also have to go and check and verify. Then where we found that is our meter that is faulty, then that meter need to be replaced. It's not like there's a crisis of meters per town to be replaced, but it will be when you get issues like the customer might even cry and say they are being billed water highly, but when we go and check, we found that actually the meter is under the mud or is not even reading at all. So those are the factors that came to that issue, Chair. I think I have covered, Chair, we said the one of the speaker, then municipal manager, when he talked to other matters, he now add the one of the speaker, because she is now in the possession of the report from the speaker. Thank you, Chair.
Can I come in, Honorable Chair? Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. Honorable Chair, the question has been posed under the dam wall that occurred in 2019, and why there was no consistency in terms of the application of the blacklisting. Unfortunately, it was in 2019, and some of the acts, some of the implementation is prescribed. So you cannot implement anything that occurred in 2019, because 2 years has lapsed, or 5 years. And but in future, because it was during the previous council when the dam wall collapsed. So, but that will be, we are trying to correct going forward. However, we cannot go back and blacklist that particular person, but will solicit a legal opinion. But the 2019 was long ago in order for us to go back. I'm just worried about the prescription that will be placed in terms of that. Under ISA and Partners, the ISA and Partners was appointed for a project in Marquardt, and he was servicing the wastewater treatment works, of which he was charging even the municipality for some work that believed that he has submitted the business plans. So in terms of blacklisting, there are no issues on the blacklisting, because he's just claiming the money for the business plans that were submitted, that is alleging to have submitted. So we have then terminated the services of the management of wastewater treatment works in Marquardt, and then we appointed the employees to replace ISA and Partners. Under the letter of Home Affairs, yes, indeed, we have received I have received in my capacity as an accounting officer that part of the EPWPs that are identified for appointment is a Lesotho resident, and that process has been taken to immigration, which is taking far too long. We can't appoint because we are awaiting that process that is currently unfolding. We just are waiting for the outcome, but the municipality has not appointed, and it's about one candidate that should be appointed as a cleaner. Under the electricity, our electricity budget is ring-fenced, and we ensure that electricity matters are critical, and the municipality is ensuring that there's always budget provision for that. the executive mayor has responded under illegal invasion and the killings. Okay, under Clocolan Stadium, the adjudication has finalized its report. There is a service provider, just that I can't put it on top of my head, but there's a service provider that has been appointed for that Clocolan sports facility. I have just received a report from the bid adjudication committee that came to my office last week. I have not yet issued the appointment letter, but it was just to grant concurrence on the report that was submitted. Under the organogram bloated, the executive mayor has alluded to that, has responded to that. However, this maybe it is worth noting and mentioning that the 68 positions were budgeted during the IDP and budget process, and the critical vacancies were identified, and they were also funding was allocated to all those positions, and hence we are filling those positions. We are just talking about the 327 vacant position on the structure that amount is way too much for the municipality, and it cannot. So we need to trim the structure to the bone so that we can reduce the structure. In terms of the water losses, the executive mayor has covered, but our main contributor is unmetered household, especially in the traditional township. Hence, we endeavor to replace all the meters to roll out the plan in terms of PPP for installation of smart metering. The accident of the speaker, the official selling of sites, the current process is unfolding. The DC process is unfolding, and we have another culprit that has been placed under precautionary suspension. So meaning that we have two now that are undergoing a disciplinary process, and the process is unfolding. The positions of the CFO that is not filled where concurrence was not granted, it was due to the number of days after the MIE report was received, because they calculate. We had a challenge with the candidate where the candidate was red flagged, and then MIE was still conducting a vetting on that particular candidate. When we requested for a report, then they sent the very same report instead of changing the date. Unfortunately, that matter was beyond our control, so it has overlapped to 11 days. Another issue was that when we shortlisted 3, and 5 applicants applied. 2 did not meet the minimum, 1 applied late, 1 did not meet the minimum requirements. And then we were left with 3. And then all the 3 were subjected to vetting, and all of them agreed to be placed under the vetting. However, during the interviews, one of them just decided not to attend the interviews. So we were left with 2. So we thought that our reasons were substantive enough that we can continue with the process. Unfortunately, in terms of the act or the regulations, they require, it says you must take 3 for competence assessment. So those were the issues. We thought that on the matters that were presented, it was going to be more appealing to the MEC that at least this person was part of the vetting process but collapsed the process during the interviews. Unfortunately, the requirements are very strict in terms of that, so they require 3. And then the council, council took a decision to abide by the decision of the MEC. Hence, we went on an advert, on a re-advert. And then under the accident of the speaker, the accident occurred on the 10th of March. It was a fatal accident where the speaker lost a driver into that vehicle. A report was submitted to council, and the council took a decision that we should not hire as it will be costly for the municipality. The speaker will utilize his vehicle at the moment while we are soliciting or procuring the replacement of that vehicle, and the insurance has paid the replacement value on that, and it has been deposited into our coffers. However, the report has been received by the accounting officer. I just have to provide the full report after the speaker's report that was submitted to the accounting officer, but that report is at my disposal. The accident report has been received from SAPS, and the report from the insurance.
I think we must bring this session to an end. I think we have gone over the time limit that we have put for ourselves. I just wish to thank you, Mia, and the MM. Maybe you need to understand that it's not in many institutions where you find women leading the institution, and the institution is stable and performing better. So you need to model the institution as exemplary to many institutions where women are fighting for leadership. To say it's not only for you to be a woman that you must be regarded into a position, but qualities that are there in women are the ones that assist in making sure that institutions becomes exemplary in our society. I just want to, I know that some members might have given accolades to you in relation to the issue of compilation of financial statements, but you are still using consultants, which is giving you a bad reputation in terms of audit outcomes, because it's a disclaimer with findings, the usage of, I think it's about, according to that audit, the audit that we are dealing with, it's more than 2 million that you use for consultants. But in terms of other areas, especially on leadership, you are really performing very good on unqualified with findings. On terms of governance, unqualified with findings. So you are really showing that you have capacity to do better than you do. Importantly, it's on what has been raised, service delivery. Part of the issues that I believe you have to do goes back to cooperative governance. How does other tiers of government assist local government or your own institution in terms of dealing with issues of service delivery? Especially the main roles that one would regard as the roles that carries trade of municipality, the roles that come from the Lesotho, those main roles that connects areas of the municipality. So it's a question of ensuring that at cooperative governance level, you need to do more, both provincial government, and national government, and municipality, to try to have joint programs so that there are better services that are provided. Majoro MM, I would like to thank you. We'll only see you when we do oversight on issues that we have flagged as services that you provide, so that we assist you, because our oversight role in a way also assists you to perform better. Thank you. Please leave us in peace, not in pieces.
Honorable Chair, we are willing and capable to be here until 12 midnight. So let's not rush that much.
be here after 12. They have other things they have to attend to. But Honourable Mokoena, let's start with you, and then we can just introduce ourselves briefly. Thank you.
No, thanks very much, and good morning, Honorable Chair. My name is Jafta Mokoena. I am the member of the Provincial Legislature.
David van Vieren, a member of the COCTA Committee.
David Mackay, member of the COGT Committee.
Good morning, everyone. Thabisang Kgaregwe, member of the legislature.
Mulifi Foko, member of the committee.
Tabameko, member of the two committees.
Honorable Nanyani, member of COPTA committee.
Honorable Mamigi Mkabela, a member of this committee.
Honorable Sangum Simanga, member of ProPEC committee.
My name is Armand Klutta. I'm the chairperson of the, we call it the Governance Portfolio Committee, which is basically COCTA and the Community Safety, as well as the Premier's Office. Next to me is Honourable Khabane, he's chairperson of the ProPEC Committee. To the Mayor, please introduce your team to us, and then we will give you 15 minutes to reply to, or to just give us a brief introduction on what you're going to deliver to us today. We did receive your answers and replies, so thank you very much for that. But please introduce your team to us. Thank you.
Good morning, honorable members. My name is Victoria De Beer Mtombeni. I'm the executive mayor of Mwate local municipality, and I am sitting next to the speaker, Councillor Neheng Mupedi, who is the speaker of council. I'm sitting with next to her is the MPEC chair, Councillor Machini Toy. And next to him is the Chief Whip, Councillor Mbiselo Chumbu. And then on my left, I'm sitting with the accounting officer, who is Mr. Mtama. And next to him, I'm sitting with the CFO, who is Mr. Petwan. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Ms. Ramoteba, will you continue with the oaths or administration of that? Thank you.
Thank you, Chairperson. Sir, good morning. May you please stand for me? Yes, sir. So will you be taking an oath or an affirmation? Please switch on your mic. Please speak into the mic.
An oath.
And do you consider this oath binding on your conscience?
Binding.
Please state your full names for the record.
My name is Butuli Patrick Mutama.
Do you swear what you're about to tell the committee is the truth and nothing but the truth? If so, please raise your right hand and say, "So help me God."
So help me God.
Thank you, sir. Good morning.
Hello.
Will you be taking an oath or an affirmation?
An oath?
And do you consider this oath binding on your conscience?
Yes.
Please state your full names for the record.
Serame Desmond Petwani.
Do you swear what you're about to tell the committee is the truth and nothing but the truth? If so, please raise your right hand and say, "So help me God."
So help me God.
Thank you, Dad. Chairperson, thank you.
Thank you very much. Mayor, you can continue. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Chairperson, based on the questions that was asked to Mwate, we have submitted our responses to the committee. That the first one that was asked to us was the issue of, let me just check, sorry, was our issue on the legal costs that we are having as a municipality, which is very high. We have a grand total, and we have submitted to the committee all the legal register that we have. There is a total of about 33,320,277. Now, Chair, on this, we've also indicated the audited legal fees that were there. But Chair, I want to indicate why our legal costs are so high is that as the municipality, we are in conflict with the province as well, because the highest amounts that we have on our register is based on the provincial roads. Now, people that are going to the municipality or claiming from the municipality is mainly based on the R59, which is the ones that had potholes, and we also have a challenge on the copies one, which is the R720. The legal costs are high there. We also have one that had a motorcycle accident. Now, this one, Chair, is about 3 million, which was claimed from the municipality. But the challenge there is between the Northwest and the Free State. And once it has to be resolved, it will go back to the provincial road as well. Now, people do not understand the differences between the municipality and the provincial road. So we have those claims which are very high. The second one, Chair, that was an issue to us was the issue on the rental fleets. We were requested to submit from July to June, which is a whole financial year. Chair, that was about close to 32 million. But if you look, we have breakdown from June from July 2024 to June, the amounts. And as you check, Chair, the amounts that we have breakdown, they are going down. But what we have done as a municipality now, Chair, starting from July, we are starting to buy our own fleet as a municipality. And so far, what we have bought a honeysucker, because the amount of the honeysucker was one of the reasons why we had a high amount, and that is due to some of the toilets in Hillbron and in Edenville. We also bought 2 cherry pickers, Chair. We bought compactor trucks for our different towns. We recently, I think it was on the Friday, the last Friday of September, we received the last compactor truck for Freereford, which we have brought in. We have now also a TLB, and we have bought 5 vans for ourselves, and also traffic vehicles. So we are trying to move away from hiring fleet, and we are starting to buy our own fleet as a municipality. Chair, our biggest problem is the issue of ESCOM, which was asked to us. Yes, Swate, we are part of the debt relief scheme. It is also a bit difficult to actually keep up on the debt relief because of the amounts that are requested from us as a municipality. We are currently, we had a debt from ESCOM of about, we are in the billions. We are part of the top 10 of the municipalities. We owing ESCOM about 2.7 billion, and Chair, this is mainly based on the interest that we are getting. When you look at the account of the municipality, those interests come from 2013, and they keep on increasing. But we try to negotiate, because we're also having a problem with our maximum demand. And our maximum demand, we have requested ESCOM for a quotation to handle the issue of the maximum demand, because we have got a lot of people that has households that has actually breached our meters. So that is what is increasing as well. But Chair, in terms of the quotation that comes from ESCOM, for us to increase our maximum demand is about 200 million. And as a municipality, we do not have 200 million that we can give immediate to ESCOM. After that, Chair, we then had a discussion with ESCOM on the DAA. And as part of the DAA, we wanted as a council, because they've made presentation to council as well, how best can we work on the issue of the DAA, so that at least in terms of the debt, we were able to handle the debt, and ESCOM assisting us in reducing this debt up until such a time that we are sustainable as a municipality, and they will hand over again. So we would have went into partnership. Our legal teams have met, the ones of ESCOM and Water, but the delay is that when we were about to finalize and council having to take a decision, then we got a letter, a circular from the Minister of Finance requesting municipalities just to hold this DAA conversations with ESCOM up until they have resolved it at the national level. So that's where we are. The one issue was in terms of the performance management of the municipality. Chair, we are at the advanced stage of finalizing our organizational structure. We're hoping in this council sitting now, we can finalize it because we have had our strategic sessions and inputs on how the structure should look like for us to be able to take the municipality forward. And we have changed our system in terms of performance management. We are now linked to, because I know the performance management was one of the issues that AG would normally have a funding on us, but we managed to fix some of the issues that AG said we must address. And even though it was a material towards us, Chair, I believe that we have addressed that because Council for several times has fixed its policies on performance management to address the issues that has been raised. Chair, there was an issue around the appointment of the municipal manager and the CFO. In terms of all the senior managers with the Mwate has currently filled all those positions. So we do have everyone in that position. Chair, I can also safely say yes, the IT manager position has been vacant for a very long time, but we have filled that position of the manager and that of the assistant manager in Water. We do have them now in the municipality. We then had a question, which was question number 8 on the procurement committees. And there was an issue raised on the councillors participating on the procurement processes. Chair, we can safely say, and I think the MM, because he has taken it under oath, that no councillor is participating on the procurement processes. We also had the MPEC chairs here. He has written to AG trying to clarify this matter because it appeared on the management letter, and AG has written back to the municipality confirming that there is no councillor that has participated on the procurement processes. So our committees are intact and they are all handled by the administrative side. There is no councillor that is participating. In terms of the MPEC is a very functional committee, Chair, we must say, and even now on the last, in July, we have finalized all the UIF, in terms of the investigations from MPEC, and those were the previous years. We've managed to investigate all, and the report came to council, and council had approved and adopted it. And then in terms of the MIG expenditure for the financial year of 2024-2025, in terms of all the grants that we have received as a municipality, we have spent 100% on all of them, Chair. I think those were the 10 questions that were asked to Mwate. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mayor. Members, let's see hands. Let's start on my left-hand side. Honorable Mokoena. I'm going to allow this side to finish. Would you like to speak at the end, Honorable Khobane? Okay, so it's Honorable Mokoena, Honorable van Vieren, and Honorable, sorry. In that order, thank you.
No, thanks very much, Honorable Chair. Let's welcome the presentation. I don't have a lot of questions, Honorable Chair. The first one is, I would love to know the independence of the MPEC. Particularly the qualification of the senior most person in that particular committee. 2, we have seen a long list of rentals here. I just want to check, of those cars there, or of that amount there, how much was spent on hiring cars for politicians, political offices? No, those will be the 2 questions, Chairperson, for now. Thanks.
Thank you, Chair, and let me welcome the presentation. My questions, the first one will be on the financial health of the municipality. Can you perhaps just inform us how many debtors have you got, and what is the current collection rate on this debt? The amount of creditors, I know that Eskom is 2.7 billion, but the rest perhaps. Then also, what is the stance of your bank accounts and overdrafts? And then just to add on impact also, the UIFW investigations, it seems as if it's being investigated and the reports are going to, but how many of these investigations led to other actions? I mean, it can't be that there's wasteful and irregular and unauthorized expenditure and nobody is being held accountable for that. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Chair. The first one, I wanted to just, have you received or got a proper DWS relief plan yet? The councillors that were allegedly accused of being in the tender fraud, are they being investigated by SIU, whether it was for the in the tenders or not? How far is your Vrede Fort landfill site? Has it been resolved? Because the last time we were there, it was in a terrible state and it was actually condemned. So has that been resolved? Has the site got a license back yet? Is it being used? Is it being moved? What's happening to it? Then the CFO, the current CFO, is he the person that hails from Maluti Upper Farm? If so, are you aware of his track record? And I'll hold it for the moment. Thank you, Chair.
Municipality. Councillor.
Thank you very much, Chair. Chair, can I just respond on the impact chair will respond on the actions and the qualifications, but I would like to respond to the issue of the councillors, which was asked, and I would also like to respond because the question was asked if I know that the CFO was from Maluti. Chair, in terms of honourable member, in terms of the councillors that was alleged that they performed, there was no names of councillors that was written in terms of them participating in the tender processes. What AG explained to us, and I think the impact chair will also come in on it, what AG explained to us was that they had taken out a communication just to say that, is there any councillor that is participating in the tender processes? And at that time, the municipality looks like they did not respond to it. That's how it happened. But there is no councillor that participated. And AG confirmed through a letter to say that, no, there is no councillor that we have picked up that has participated on the tender processes. So there is no councillor that did that. On the issue of that, Chair, when you do an appointment of a particular senior manager, there is a verification process that you're undergoing to, and we did go the verification process. And Chair, there is nothing that we have found that would have said there is challenges in terms of the CFO. So we have done our verification thereon. Thank you. And I will allow other members to respond on the CFO, and the MM will come in on the administrative issues. Thank you.
Can I proceed, Chair?
You can continue.
No, thanks. Good morning to you, Chair, and honorable members. Chair, the first question on the independence of MPEG. Indeed, we are independent, and as a chair, I'm currently studying public administration and management. But before that, I studied BCom, but unfortunately, I did not complete it. Then we are a committee of, we were 8. Then 2 of our members recently demised. So the remaining 5, one is a professor who has a background in supply chain. Then other 4 members, they only have metric for them. Then I don't know, in terms of seniority, honorable member was referring to the time members spent in the committee. 6 of us, it's only me who's serving second term. All of them are new. They started 2021. They started after 2021 elections. Then on the issue of consequences, Chair and honorable members, the recent investigations that we did and presented to council, one of the recommendations that we made to council is that we should recoup money from the service provider who did not provide the goods that were supposed to be provided. And I'm glad to report to the committee that indeed council approved and accounting officer has already started that process of recouping the money from the service provider. But in relation to municipal officials, so far our investigations has not resulted in adverse binding against the municipal officials. Thank you, Chair. Then the last one, Chair, the one that Executive Mayor spoke about of councillors sitting in the supply chain bid committees. Indeed, I wrote to AG wanting to find exactly what prompted that finding so that we can start with our investigations. Then on the side of the AG, they wrote a letter to municipality saying that it was a mistake on their part, that there was no council sitting in those committees. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Before we continue, how frequently does impact meet?
Monthly, Chair. Then if we don't sit, there'll be a credible reason given.
I'm sorry, Chairperson. Just a correction. I was not referring to the qualifications of politicians. I was referring to staff in terms of trying to find out the ability to research for the committee, because it's them that should do the thorough researching. That's why I was referring to that. I was not really questioning the qualifications of honorable members of that particular council.
More replies or questions? I think the municipal manager.
Yeah, thank you, Honorable Chairperson. On the issue of the Frederick landfill site, indeed it is not licensed. But however, we are, as I've said earlier, in the first meeting of the national, the landfill site has been fenced to avoid the hazardous, especially in the vicinity of the neighbors there, because there were complaints. But fortunately, the new director of community services is a health inspector by profession. We are at advanced stage with the Department of Environmental Affairs to can get the landfill site licensed. But however, our town planners, Honorable Chairperson, has identified the possible landfill site so that we can rehabilitate this current one that has not been licensed. And then number two, on the issue of overdraft, as a municipality, Honorable Chairperson and non-honorable members, we don't have an overdraft as a municipality. We are still in the condition of in the position of paying our salaries in time, paying third parties in time. And then on the issue of the figures, I think CFO will be able to maybe comment, with your permission, Honorable Chairperson. Thank you.
Thank you, CFO.
Thank you, Chairperson, and good morning to members. Chairperson, our collection rate, it's still around 50% per month. In terms of our debtors book is at around 540 million, and of that it is 54 million for public works, the services part of it. The rates and taxes are up to date. And then our creditors, the biggest is Eskom, but if you exclude Eskom, I don't have the exact figure, but our turnaround time is around 90 days to service our creditors. But obviously, if you include Eskom, it goes into 1,000 number of days due to the bulk of the Eskom debt. Yes, we are participants in the DWS debt relief, and the condition was that we needed to pay the full invoices of 24-25 financial year to qualify for the first 1/3 debt write-off. We have done so by the end of August, September, we had paid all the invoices of 24-25 financial year. We are awaiting further correspondence from the DWS to indicate how and when they would write off the first tranche of the debt write-off. I think those are the only issues that are outstanding. Thanks, Chair.
What's your monthly installment on the ESCOM debt relief program? What are you supposed to pay monthly currently?
Chairperson, the ESCOM invoice in winter, it's around 60 million if you exclude the penalties. But in summer, it's around 30 million. But this question must be responded to within a context. Perhaps if I can make an example with the Dihlabing municipality. Dihlabing and Ngwate were admitted almost in the same kind of financial year to the ESCOM DWS. But Dihlabing was then approved for the National Treasury rollout for smart prepaid meters, and Ngwate was rejected. So it doesn't make sense to me as the CFO to admit Ngwate into the debt relief and deny us the opportunity to participate in the Treasury rollout program for smart meters. The primary reason why we are unable to pay ESCOM account is because of the illegal connections. And that intervention, had it been approved, we would have been in a position to pay ESCOM, but at the moment we are unable to service the current account primarily due to illegal connections. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you. Members on my right hand.
Honorable Chair, before you proceed, how much is paid? It's not cancelled. I'm sorry if I give you a problem.
You are not going to.
Yeah, let's keep those questions. We'll give another round. So let's keep members on my right the opportunity, and then we can let's just see hands quickly. Am I right, members?
Thanks, Chair. I see you made a list, me and the collective of Yellow Fleet. I don't see a water tanker there, and we have a serious crisis of water in Copies. I know you are working on something to correct the situation, but I think municipality must have its own water tanker, because this thing of outsourcing water tankers is a bit problematic. I don't see fire engine. We've had incidents of people dying helplessly, so without getting help in Copies, where one grandmother was burnt to death by fire there, and there was no intervention because a fire engine had to move from as far as Paris to Copies. By the time it arrives there, a person was gone. The other issue I want to check with you, it's your maintenance. How much are you budgeting on your maintenance of infrastructure there? The other issue that I will want to raise here with you, your debt is at 2.6, 2.7, somewhere there, which is owed by residents, of course. And Treasury, in their comments, they are saying this debt is realistically uncollectible. We want to check with you. How far will you go in collecting this debt which is realistically uncollectible? I'm quoting them. And what is your plan in ensuring that at some point you deal successfully with the debt? The other issue, Chair, it's issue of stadium. In Ngwate, you have a stadium which was built on a land registered under a private individual. Can you clarify us as far as that issue is concerned. The other issue that I will want to hear, are you using consultants to prepare your AFS reports? If so, when are you building internal capacity such that we reduce cost as municipality? So if I can, and then the other thing is this thing of 33 million, which we are told is as a result of legal fees, which is as a result of provincial roads. Are you paying 33 million to refer these people to provincial department who say this does not belong us, it belongs to that department, being the provincial department? Can we get clarity? I'm trying to make sense of it, but I'm failing to make sense. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you very much. Oh, can I? Oh, thank you very much, Chair. Chair, service delivery in Nwate collapsed long time ago. We were there in Nwate. There is no service delivery. There is no trucks picking waste. There is no water. People there are struggling with water. Now we want to know from you, how efficient is the municipality resolving the residents' problems? And are they documented time frame or for response? Thank you.
Honorable Focal, question? None. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Chair.
Did I miss a member there?
Yeah.
Please continue. I'm so sorry. I didn't see the hand earlier. Please continue.
No, it's fine, Honorable Chair. I think I'm short, that's why. Honorable Chair, this is actually a clarity-seeking question. We all know that in Nwate, for the longest of time, there've been an issue of water shortage and power cuts, and now the Free State High Court at some stage has ruled that Nwate municipality has failed to meet the obligation, the constitutional obligations of the residents. Now, my question is, and before I come to my question, the court also ordered the provincial government to dissolve the council and to appoint the administrator. Now, the question is, how far is the process, and what is it that the municipality is doing to make sure that they rectify all those mistakes? Thank you.
Thank you so much, Chair, and good morning to the municipality, and let me welcome their presentation. Chair, I have only 2 questions on MIG. The municipality spent 100% on MIG, which is good. But I just want to check, they spend it according to its mandate or otherwise. The second one, Chair, is on fleet rental. Yes, we saw in the report that they bought other fleets from July this year, but those that are rented, where they are renting these fleets? Thank you so much.
Yes, municipality, I think to Kokta, you're also going to have to refer to the matter of the court case. So just keep in mind that might come to you as well. Yes, Mayor, you can continue.
Thank you very much, Chair. On the issue of the court process, I think it's sub judice, because there's still legal processes that are continuing on the matter. So I would not want to speak on the case because it's sub judice. On the issue of let me clarify the 33 million. What we have given you is a register, Chair, that of all the legal cases that we have as a municipality and the claims that each person or each entity is claiming from the municipality, and when we add all of them up, it adds to the 33 million, which includes some of the cost from the difference between the municipality and provincial government in terms of the roads. So that is how the 33 million is, not necessarily that we have paid that. If you look on the register itself, we have indicated where the process is, because with some of them, we are not paying them. We are still investigating and we are requesting for evidence before we can resolve this. So most of them are issues that is the register that we have taken to council, which we thought we must also bring forward. Chair, on the issue of service delivery, it is said that we are not picking up refuse removal in Wate. Chair, that's one department where we are picking up our refuse removal. Where there would have not been a pickup of refuse removal was in Heilbronn, and that was because the competitor truck was broken. And now we have started picking up. So that's one department that I know for a fact we do not have a challenge with. The issue of people shortage of water, Chair, yes, we admit as a municipality that we have been challenges of people not having water. About a month ago, we were in Frederick, Chair, and we've got evidence of that, where the community is saying, for instance, in my Bedland, Frederick, where a woman is saying to us, it has been 30 years without receiving water. Today I have water, they have water. Just 2 weeks ago, we were in Kopis, an area where 20 years people have not been receiving water. Due to the project that we have been doing, there is water in Kopis. Chair, this morning we are waking up with news, and for the past week, we are waking up with news that in Tumahole, Paris, they're starting to have water. What's 6 in Mandela, there was no water. People are stating to us that we've got water, and everything, we do have evidence, because we wanted the community to be the ones responding and saying, thank you very much. Finally, we are starting to see water. So we are addressing the issues of service delivery in Wate, and all those things, once you have a stable municipality, Chair, we will be able to address those issues. So in terms of that, we are attending to that. And then, Chair, there is a input that was made to say that, how about we consider having a water tanker? I believe that councillors are here, that it's something that we can discuss, and in the next tranche of the MIG, where we are allowed to buy fleet, we'll make it as a proposal. We do have fire engines that were donated to us as a municipality by Sasol, but Chair, and it's correctly so, because it's a bit smaller fleet. We should invest in that for us to have fire engines. And it is unfortunate, because when we were going to, there was also where there was a fire in Frederick, and on our way, our team got accident. So we were discussing the issue of saying, how about we have in each and every town, having those fire engines there, once our financial state is where we want it to be. So I think on the other issues, in terms of the maintenance, the issues of the other issues that were asked by the members, we will attend to it. And I would like the CFO also to attend to the issue of rent water, because it's one of the creditors that we have as a municipality. So if you can also just clarify that, because we don't want to be seen that we are not paying rent water. Thank you very much.
CFO, Municipal Manager, who's going to be? MM.
I can start. Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. On the issue of the rainwater, we had challenges initially in terms of paying rainwater, but we have the agreement after being appointed as a municipal manager of rainwater, and I met with the CEO of rainwater. We are paying rainwater. We don't have a challenge with regard to paying off rainwater because they are servicing Heilbronn, so we don't have a challenge. And on the issue of the stadium, Honorable Chairperson and the members, indeed there's a stadium in Tumahole, and that stadium was constructed by the district municipality. So I think last year we started negotiating that they are going to donate it to the municipality, but because of the challenges and the controversies around the stadium, We then made our own investigation as a municipality that the stadium cannot be on our asset until we finalize the issue of the this office registration. Indeed, the stadium is registered under the name of a certain woman. But apparently, after our investigation with our own registered town planners, it looks like, Honorable Chairperson, there was a mistake in terms of numbers. So we are fixing that as a municipality before we can take that asset to our own asset register. That's what we are doing. And on the issue of the, maybe on adding to the executive mayor what she has said in terms of water challenges in what, indeed we experienced water challenges in previously, but there's a tremendous improvement with regard to the water reticulation in general. Even though we are still having problems, we have also engaged Department of Water and Sanitation on the boreholes. But before we can connect those boreholes to the reservoirs, the department normally came to do the testing of the water. So there's a serious there's a tremendous improvement on the water reticulation in Wate. And I'm sure on the issue of the MIG, have we spent the grants for what it is intended to? The answer is big yes, we have, and there's an evidence. Thank you, Honorable Chairperson.
CFO.
In terms of maintenance of infrastructure, we are still experiencing a challenge with regards to our roads because of internal roads that is within municipality boundaries because of limited financial resources. But we have embarked on a process to maintain the street lights. Our towns are now lit. The street lights are working after many, many years of darkness in the evenings, and the Apollo lights were recently serviced. With regards to the water treatment works and sanitation, we do refurbish our pumps, and in other instances we buy new pumps. In terms of the recoverability of the domestic debt, in our previous council sitting chair, the council approved a write-off of the inherent indigent debt that was supposed to be written off upon acceptance of an indigent application. So that accumulated debt was written off, and the second write-off was for all the domestic debts that were above the 3-year prescription period. So we have brought down the likelihood of irrecoverability. We have brought it down by those two write-offs, and we are now embarking on a very strict debt collection program where we are implementing handover of long outstanding accounts and conducting electricity cutoffs. And then in terms of the preparations, plans to do the AFS in-house, yes, currently the financial statements that are being audited were prepared by consultants due to the capacity gaps that were in the finance department before. But myself and the MM, we are working on a plan to fill all critical vacant positions in the finance department so that we can start building internal capacity. And then in terms of the fleet, where do we rent our fleet from? We had appointed a panel of service providers from which we can source various types of fleet from, and that's where we source our suppliers from. Thank you, Chair.
But, Honorable, I'll come to you now. Yes.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. I just want to support CFO on the issue of the capacity of compiling the annual financial statement. We have advertised the position and the requirements are very straightforward. We want somebody who's going to help us to compile the annual financial statement. So the post will be filled soon. Thank you.
Thank you. Members, we're going to deal with it like this way, because I do know there are follow-up questions. So I'm going to allow one question per member each for a follow-up. Is he going to take two? Old question, just.
Yeah, no. I'll follow up. I'll take that advantage, Chair, of the follow-up question.
Okay.
But I'm still standing with the first question that is not answered. The question is, how much is spent
on rentals, on cars for politicians? Okay. That's the first question. The second question, Chair, on this one is, how many councillors are owing this municipality? They go around as councillors, I'm a politician, we say people must pay. How many of us are paying in this municipality? 540 million. How many of that is from councillors? Thanks.
Honourable van Vieren, do you follow up? Honourable Kay?
Thank you, Chair. Yes, I've got one on the MIG. It says the MIG you've spent 100%. You've got new projects in Guate, namely the Skokkenville shopping mall, homes in Tumaholo and Mokwalo. What plans have you done to improve the bulk infrastructure? Because your current electricity and water and sanitation lines infrastructure will not be able to hold it. So what plans have you got in place to put in proper bulk infrastructure to be able to handle that? Because your current MIG grant will not handle it either, not be able to pay for it. Thank you.
Honourable Simanga?
Chair, I asked how much is being budgeted for maintenance.
Okay.
And CFO went in detail, but he went to the wrong direction with details. I just want to know, CFO, how much is spent on, what do you call, maintenance.
Maintenance.
The other issue, Chair, I hear that you are dealing with compliance, you are addressing issues of UIF. I will want to check with you, MM and the mayor. In how many instances did you manage to recoup money just in this term from those whom their actions are such that the municipality found itself in irregular, fruitless, and wasteful expenditure? Thanks.
Honourable Kabela, we will get to the question of the court case. I think Cocteau will also assist us in that. Do you have a follow-up or another question? Okay, thank you.
Can I have a
Yes,
follow-up?
Honourable Nanyane, please continue.
Thank you again, Chair. Chair, I just want to make clear to the team of Mwate, more especially the mayor. Mayor, Hillbron is still in Mwate. And if the people say Mwate is having a problem of service delivery, it includes all the sub-regions of Mwate. You can't stand here and say the people of Mwate must thank you. The people of Hillbron, there is no way they can thank you because they are still struggling about service delivery. They are still struggling. We were there, people are crying, totally, literally crying about service delivery. And then now you are sitting there and saying there is only place in calling Hillbron which are still struggling with collecting the waste. But that place is still in Mwate, where you are responsible for. Thank you very much.
Any more questions inside? Not. Okay, before we get answers, Mayor, we should be very careful that we hide behind the issue of something is sub judice. We, as chairpersons, we will decide whether it's sub judice. But I understand your reluctancy because there was a court order, and then you basically decided to request for leave to appeal, which was not granted. And then I think you are going to or already have petition to appeal. Have you started that process already? So that process has been started. Okay. So that's where we are currently. Okay. Cocteau, would you like to add something there?
Chair, I thought maybe the response would be exactly like what Mayor is saying. I think based on, Section 18(1) of the Superior Court Act, where the appeal and their request was that the decision of the lower court not be implemented pending the outcome to a superior court.
Okay. Thank you. Could the last round of questions, please continue.
Thank you very much, Chair. Chair, I want to just clarify something on the issue where I responded on the Hillbron issue. I think, Chair, in my response, I did not say Hillbron is no longer part of Mate. What I said is that we had a challenge in Hillbron of a compactor tract, which the honorable member said refuse were not collected. And I said the area where the challenge was in Hillbron, and we are fixing the compactor tract. So I have not said Hillbron is not part of Mwate, and every town in Mwate deserves service delivery. That's why in every town in Mwate, there is a project running to address the challenges in those areas. So thank you very much, Chair. The others will be answered.
Yeah, thanks, Honorable Chair. On the issue of the extending the infrastructure because of the anticipated the development within the municipality, we have engaged, Honorable Chair, the Department of Water and Sanitation and MIG with regard to the extension of our bulk infrastructure. Because definitely it's true that it's going to have an impact on our existing infrastructure. So we are busy with the RBIC and the WISIC. We're not only relying on MIG. So we have started the negotiations with the national department and the provincial department. Thank you. And on the issue of the, I think Honorable Chair asked that what we have done, I think on the issue of irregular expenditure and so forth. What I've done as an accounting officer, especially after the investigation by the MPEC, we have, through our lawyers, we have written letters to those guys that are owing the municipality who were paid in advance. So I think Monday or Tuesday I've signed a letter where they have agreed to pay 1.something million. And then there's another one of 60 million of Hillbron Bridge, where we have also, I've written the letter to the attorneys, where we are requesting, where we are recouping the money. That is status quo, Honorable Chairperson. Thank you.
CFO.
Thanks, Chairperson. With regards to the portion of the rental of fleet for political office bearers, the proportion of that will be very minimal, because around March, April this year, we bought 2 separate cars for the executive mayor and the speaker. And those cars were purchased under the transversal contract by the National Treasury. And then in terms of the number of councillors who owe the municipality, excuse me, Chair, I'm aware of only 3 councillors that owe the municipality. That matter was brought to my attention by the revenue manager, and we have prepared the letter that is to be signed by the MM so that the speaker can take those councillors to task. It's an ongoing process, but the revenue manager only started with Mwate in August, and he brought this to my attention, and that's why it was escalated to the MM. But as to the quantum, I'm not sure about that, Chairperson.
For how long did you not have a revenue manager?
I think it's about six months, Chair, if I'm not, yeah, it's around 6 months. And then in terms of the exact percentage budgeted for maintenance, Chair, I don't want to lie to the committee. I'm not sure about that one. But I'm happy to receive a written question for which I shall respond in writing. I'm open to that.
We'll send you, make a note, because you need to reply to that.
Yes, Chair.
So, and we'll ask for that within, let's say, 5 days.
I think I can also add the issue of councillors also there, Chair.
Please do, yes.
All right,
Thank you. MIG? Issue of the MIG. Okay, let's take Honourable van Vieren as the last one, and then we will.
Chair, it's not an extra question. Can we just get the values of those cars that you bought? Because you owe ESCOM 2.7 billion. If we can maybe just ask why you haven't paid that.
Can we make that a written? They should know. Okay, let's continue with that.
Chair,
And the MIG question, yes. Please continue.
Thank you. Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. On the issue of another matter on the infrastructure development, we received the grant from the INEP for the electrification, both Fredefort, Mukwalo, and Dumahole. Unfortunately, because of the performance of the grant, the National Department of Energy, they allocated us more funds. We are on the second intake of the INEP because of the performance. We did very well, 100% in the last financial year. And again, Honorable Chairperson and the members, honorable members, we are at advanced stage. We have submitted business plan to the Department of Energy because of the performance, to the I think it's substation in copies because of the performance. So department have they have confidence in us. I mean, in us as the municipality, with the recent appointments and the development and the performance. Thanks, Chairperson.
So I think we'll add those questions as written questions, but we'll send those questions to you. I do pick up there are some other questions on the issue of the grant spending. Before I hand over to Honorable Khwabane, I did a quick search and I found the municipality over 8 years basically underspent or surrendered 247 million rand. For the reported year, 2023-2024, how much did you surrender to National Treasury? Yeah, how much did you in the reported year? And then I'll hand over to Honorable Khwabane. If you can't give the exact figures now and you don't feel comfortable with that, you can also add that to the responses.
If I may quickly ask, for which financial year?
The 2023, the reported year, 2023-2024, which we are busy now.
Thanks, Chairperson. 22-23.
No, 23-24.
23-24.
Yes, we are busy with the 23-24 audited financial statement. So for this reported year, but I think let's
I think we don't have, but
let's make it part of the responses.
Yeah.
Okay.
We don't have.
Honorable Khwabane, last word from you.
Thanks, Chairperson. I think maybe we should have received the input of the Treasury in relation to the performance of the municipality in terms of the audit action plan, in terms of the feedback that they're getting. Maybe that will also give us direction, because the municipality for the past 5 years there's no change for the audit outcome. And then you look at issues like usage of consultants, which according to this audit outcome that we are dealing with is sitting at more than 7 million. And for that item, it's disclaimed with findings. Maybe if we can just get the opinion of Treasury.
Thank you, Honorable Chair and Honorable Members. According to the information that we have by the end of June, 77% of the 77% of the action plan was in progress, and the municipality had not started around 23%. Nothing had been completed by then. So 77% of those issues that were on the audit action plan were in progress, and then about 23% had not been started. That's the information that we have. Thanks.
Now that we have started with the new the cycle of audits, we start with a rollover of unattended audit outcomes, audit action plan issues.
Unfortunately, Honorable Chair, we still expect municipalities to complete those because they've got a rolling effect. Once you don't attend to something, it is going to catch up with you in going forward. So the expectation is that municipalities should complete all those actions on the action plan things.
Maybe we need to check, Chairperson, whether Treasury, according to you, what do you think municipality should attend to in order to improve the audit outcome? Like we said earlier on, it's unfortunate that we engage with municipalities now when the audits of this previous financial year has started, before we could assist or make inputs in relation to this audit that we are dealing with now, the audit outcome that we are dealing with now. What do you think should be attended to? Because looking into the issues that the AG had flagged in relation to leadership, it was a red flag claimed with findings. Financial and performance, the same, disclaimed with findings. Governance, disclaimed with findings. Effective leadership, disclaimed with findings. Human resource management, also I think it's unquantified. No, it's disclaimed with findings. So what do you think that the municipality must do? Looking into the question that municipality has had challenges previously, but now of late the municipality has been trying to up its games, to up its game in terms of improving service delivery and many other issues. So we just have to ensure that we assist municipality to improve on their audits. What do you think you can say to municipality?
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Maybe the advice would be with regards to the audit action plan for the year that is under audit. We think that the municipality does not have to wait for the audit report to start with the audit action plan, because every now and then there's a meeting with the Office of the Auditor General. Municipalities know what issues would be raised or what issues are giving them problems, so they can start early to deal with those, because having to wait for the audit report, you then have another 6 months gone in the year. So once Office of the Auditor General raise issues, they need to attend to those and go back from the beginning of the financial year and make sure that these things are done properly. And then maybe also the Honorable Mayor or Honorable MMC for Finance should perhaps once a quarter, once a month, have those, maybe we can call them political audit action plan meetings, where she sits with administration to find out progress that has been made. I think in that way we might see progress. Thank you, Chair.
So you are happy with the issue of the sections 71 reports?
Honorable Chair, I'm not sure about that one. Maybe Ntatemo. According to the information that we have, they do submit, but as to the details of the section 71, what is in there, we can find out and come back to the committee about that.
Chair, with your permission, if I can just add also, as far as the credibility of information from municipalities across the province, not just Mwate, a lot of times there are challenges in terms of matching the M-score data strings information to reflect truly the picture of the municipality. But credibility of information submitted by municipality is a challenge for all municipalities. Thank you.
Just to check, I have an interest. Earlier this year, Treasury promised municipalities that we're going to supply them with chartered accountants before this committee. How far are you with that? Because I thought the initiative was good, was going to help us to break through as far as better audit outcomes are concerned. How far are you?
Thank you, Chairperson. The process is still ongoing. Unfortunately, we got only find four people. We're waiting for our corporate services to finalize that process. Then we'll get the people to assist our municipalities. The process took longer than we have expected, but it's still in the pipeline. Just thank you.
Thanks. I think that brings us to almost to the end of our interaction with the municipality. I know that the AG's office has arrived. I wouldn't want us to engage them on the issues. Yeah. Thank you, Majoro. Thank you. Maybe just to say that you like to play draw. Keep the score like that. You know, no change in audit outcomes. Just look at those issues. Work more on those issues that really need attention. I'm sure now that you have submitted to your AFS for auditing that. I know that there are municipalities that have not submitted, but I haven't checked whether you are one of those that have not submitted. You have submitted, okay. So that you then work on that and especially to work on improving on the service delivery. We know that this problem of water has been a problem for your municipality for quite some time. And when we did oversight there, we went to look at those treatment plants and the progress report that you were giving us on the reparations and whatever of those plants. Majoro MM, thank you. We'll see you again when we do oversight, especially on issues that you have responded to here, so that we can check whether there's really progress moving forward. Thank you. Yeah, honorable members, we are running a bit late in terms of the schedule that we have given to municipalities. We were supposed to take Mangaung at 12, but we have just received information that at 1 o'clock lunch will be ready. So we have just requested Mangaung that we'll take lunch before we engage them, because Mangaung is a metro. It needs our attention more than anything else. and more so that at least all the institutions that we had expected here are here except for DWS. I don't know why DWS is not here. And when we know that almost all the municipalities or all the towns in the province have problems of water and sewer. And you know my personal view about DWS. I don't know why Dr. Boshoff has not chased after DWS. Start there. Because I don't understand why we have problems of water and sewer. And whenever they give responses, they'll be telling you about millions of projects that they are running in all these towns. But year in and year out, the problems are not solved in all these towns. I'm not talking about municipalities, specifically towns. Each and every town has a problem of sewer and water, including Mangaung. So my suggestion is that we take a lunch, maybe for 30 minutes, depending on the service that we're going to get there at the kitchen. And then we rush back and be able to take Mangaung. I know that Salga is here, and Salga had a session with MPEX for 2 days or so, but they did not invite us. And that order, we were not there. We were not there because Salga did not invite us. It's not that we ignored them. We're even surprised to see that there is such an event and public accounts is not invited. But with our session, we remind them. We always remember them. We invited them. That's why they're here. And that conference.
No, Chair, no, I would just like to ask, I know we allow the municipalities to answer in writing, but I think we should keep away from that. They must answer it here. We shouldn't allow, unless it's a long thing that it's very complicated. But otherwise, they here, they must answer it. They know the answers. We shouldn't allow them to get into that, because the moment we say, okay, you can answer that in writing, they start with the next thing and the next thing, okay, we'll provide this. And I think we should stay away from that. Thank you, Chair. That's just a proposal.
Honorable members, is according to, I think the correct time is mine. I know that it Lute's one is different from mine. Mine is saying it's 12:41. If I say to you, you see, Mangaung is red, is here. The mayor is here now, sneaking in. If we say we should be here by by 13:30 or 13:50, they said it's going to be ready by 1. Maybe let's say it's 13:30, but if lunch is ready now, then 13:15 we are back. 13:30, but if lunch is ready now, we are back 13:15. Thank you, honorable members. Everyone else. Can we start? Um, thanks, Majoro and your team. We have different teams that have joined the public accounts today. We have Office of Auditor General, Human Rights, Salga, COCTA, Treasury. We had expected DWS also to be part of the team. I don't know why they did not turn up. Without wasting time, on my left I have Ndate Mukwena, Ndate Van Vieren, Ndate Makai. Ndate Klute is just out attending to something. He'll be back in no time. Mekharekwi, Ndate Foko, Ndate Meko, Menanyani, Mem Kavela, and Ndate Msimang. And then that side we have the team from the legislature. Without wasting time, let me give over to you, Majoro, to introduce your team. Majoro, there is something like this in front of you. And yes.
Well, let me thank the chairperson and honorable members. With my team on my extreme left, I've got a member of the audit committee, chairperson Mema Simpi. Next to Mema Simpi, I've got the chief whip of council, Ndate Nikelwa, and then next to Ndate Nikelwa is Ndate More, our city manager.
Ndate Nikelo.
Ndate Nikelo, and then Ndate Selo More. If you like, you can call him More. And then next to myself is the CFO, Metekiso. And then next to Metekiso is our Deputy Mayor, Mayor Lula Matiti Odile. And then the next to Mayor Lula, you'd find Ndate Matai, our Speaker of Council, Dr. Matai, for that matter. And then at the back, I do have Centlec members in the form of the CEO, Ndate Malefani, and then with Mezoi, who is the CFO of Centlex. That's the team I'm with, chairperson. Then I've got the chairperson of MPEC, that also known chairperson. We are a team.
You were supposed to join you here.
Yeah, I think Melulama, if you could shift a bit this way, and then the speaker come, and then that also known join on the table. That's my team, chairperson. Thank you.
From audit committee, no one.
Can I leave Mema Simpi and Kadligai? Yeah.
Mempuse, over to you.
Thank you, Chair. I'll start with the city manager, Ndate More. May you please stand for me? Good afternoon, sir. Please switch on your mic.
Good afternoon, ma'am.
Good afternoon. Will you be taking an oath or an affirmation?
An oath, please.
And do you consider this oath binding on your conscience?
Yes, I do.
Please state your full names for the record.
My name is Silomore.
Do you swear what you're about to tell the committee is the truth and nothing but the truth? If so, please raise your right hand and say, "So help me God."
So help me God.
Thank you, Ndate More. Hi, ma'am. May I take you, sir? Good afternoon, ma'am.
Good afternoon.
Ma'am, will you be taking an oath or an affirmation?
I will be taking an oath.
And do you consider this oath binding on your
Take you, sure.
Do you swear what you're about to tell the committee is the truth and nothing but the truth? If so, please raise your right hand and say, "So help me God."
So help me God.
Do it afterwards.
Oh, no, we'll take them afterwards.
All right then. Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Chairperson.
Over to you, Majoro. You have a 15 minutes presentation.
Chairperson, once again, honorable members, I indeed got questions from the portfolio committee, and I've since worked with my officials to ensure that we come and account before the committee, and I would therefore then ask the city manager to go through questions and answers that were prepared. They are written, and I think the copy was sent to the Honorable House. If you allow me, Chairperson, let me allow the city manager to do the actual work. Thank you.
Thanks, Executive Mayor, the Deputy Mayor, the Chief Whip, the Speaker, and may I say all protocol observed. I think we'll talk to the questions rather than answer them comprehensively. 15 minutes is quite a short time. I will handle some of the questions, and the CFO will also be handling some of the questions. The first question was dealing with the staffing appointments in the offices of the city manager, as well as the office of the executive mayor. We can say that the issues as raised that jobs for bodies is baseless. We hired through, we are in line with strict compliance with the approved municipal employment policy and the municipal staff regulations issued under the Municipal Systems Act 2000. All recruitment and selection processes were followed legally, ensuring transparency, fairness, and merit-based appointment. The staff members of both the executive mayor and the city manager were appointed in accordance with approved organogram of the municipality, which guides the structure and staffing levels of the institution. So I may also say that we don't have any bloated staff in the offices. In fact, I would say there are still 2 or 3 vacancies in line with the organogram of the city in the office of the city manager. And I would say it's possible that also there are still some vacancies in the office of the executive mayor. The second question related to the ombudsman. We have created the office of the ombudsman. We have not yet filled it with full-time appointees, but we have seconded Advocate Charlie Naidu to go and establish the basis for the position in the office. We have already signed what needed to be signed, so the process will start. Of course, we'll make official appointments because the council decision said we must appoint, not second people. So we'll be making appointments. I'm hopeful that within the next 3 months or so, we'll be making appointments, but the office has actually started functioning. She's seconded there. She's busy with the operational related issues. Staffing, shortages and overtime management, we must say that there are many attempts that we have taken in terms of filling positions. I think you have seen that we have advertised lots of positions in the city. Also in relation to overtime, I got a report from the CFO yesterday that our first approach at implementing the shift system has already in the last 2-3 months saved us $1 million in overtime in comparison to the previous months. Of course, there are still challenges when it comes to the implementation of the same shift system, but it's starting to show that it's a system that can work for the municipality. Of course, we still have high vacancy rate, but we are filling our structure from the bottom up. I think we have already filled the top positions. So we are going also for the bottom positions, like the 120 hours that was paid to the protectors. There as well, we have already done a policy shift. We are giving our protectors a standing allowance monthly, which means that they won't be claiming overtime, but they will be getting a standing allowance of about 8,000 per month. So that also protects the city from overtime. Of course, we understand that in political offices, the work is unpredictable, but we are giving them a monthly allowance now that covers a whole lot. CFO, you may start with the one on revenue debt collection and indigent verification.
Thank you so much, CM. Indeed, on the question relating to indigent, I'll start with that one. The question is about the number of indigents registered in our register compared to the anticipated number of households to be registered in accordance with Status A reports. That is indicating that Mangaung should have about 150 to 165,000 registered indigents. In regards to that, we do accept the fact that our indigent register is currently sitting at that 67,000. You would note that the city at this point in time is intending to use a system for the process of application and verification due to the tediousness of the process that is involving human to seek applications and do the verification. So our response to that effect is that as much as we have 65,000, but when looking at the people that are benefiting from equitable share in terms of subsidization, we are not only looking at those that are registered, but as well, we're looking at the households that had been installed with the services such as water, refuse removal, and electricity that are not registered, but because of the value of their properties do qualify. Therefore, we have that two-pronged strategy of identifying indigents. But we are correcting the error to ensure that as soon as possible, we are working with the ward councillors to identify those indigent households and ensure that they register and benefit. So we are dealing with the matter internally. And this morning, we actually had a meeting that was paving the way forward on the strategy that has been adopted. The second question that deals with the debt collection and appointed contractors. The city went out on tender, appointed 7 debt collectors that are assisting us with our debt collection. We have provided in our responses with the detail of those 7 appointed contractors, their performance to date, as well as the commission that they are earning. But when looking at our future plan as a city, it is to capacitate our revenue management department and ensure that these functions are performed internally with the requisite systems that will assist the process of ensuring that we comply with the Credit Control Act of the country, as well as the policy of the city in terms of notifications, as well as the notice to disconnect services. So indeed, we are implementing the credit control policy and debt collection, and we are getting that external support from the 7 companies that had been appointed. I think those are the 2 questions relating to indigent and debt collection. We have given the performance report as I indicated. Thank you.
Okay, then I'll come back, I think, on the issue of service delivery and infrastructure projects. One of the questions relates to the 50% of non-revenue water losses that we're experiencing as the city. I must just indicate that, yes, it's a big issue for us, but just giving it context, these are not water losses due to water just running throughout the city. It's water losses mainly due to illegal connections. People are connecting themselves to the system, various categories of people, but yeah, we are putting systems in place as the city to deal with that. We have also engaged the services of National Treasury that is going to, in fact, they've already allocated in terms of these water losses, but the water running throughout the city. In terms of some of the mitigation strategies that we have implemented, we have dealt with issues in relation to pressure and network zone management. You know that if you don't manage that aspect, that's where you'll experience a lot of burst pipes. So we have already implemented a project in relation to network zone management, proactive leak detection and repair. We are not yet fully implementing that, but there is a project in related to that. The muscle sport upgrade, there is a view that we have only moved about 11%. Actually, it's around 76% completion, the muscle sport refurbishment, which will increase the city's capacity to provide water, mainly in the northern side of the city. Project in relation to pipe replacement, partially implemented. Routine or domestic leak program, repair program. You note also that we've got Masupatsela who are dealing with the issue of leaks, repairs of leaks as they emerge, and that has drastically also reduced the losses. Valve replacement program also partially implemented. Those are the programs we are running with. Sutupan pipeline, it is fully implemented. Standpipe audit and disconnection of standpipes in areas with formal reticulation fully implemented. Replacement of water meters partially implemented. I think you know that there was a massive campaign where we were implementing the water meters. I must also indicate that there are areas where people would bypass these meters, so we needed to replace with modern type of meters that has assisted the city. Build meter consumption or digitization and automation, not yet implemented. SCADA and telemetry, including installation of bulk check meters, we did advertise that, it returned. Then we had to re-advertise it because it was non-responsive from those that had submitted tenders. Muscle sport treatment, upgrades and refurbishment is implemented. Water reuse, not yet implemented. Consumer awareness and education program, not yet implemented. Metering of unmetered sites, not implemented. Prepaid program, installation of automated meter readers, partially implemented. Indigent consumption policy assessment and implementation, are not implemented, but we are working on that. Even this morning we had discussions around that. Reticulation backlogs and metering of sites, not implemented. We are behind on muscle sport with about 6 months, but the project has picked up speed as well. The Tabancho wastewater project, given that the revised project completion date of 9 June 2023 was missed, and the project is still only at 10%. I think the question was, what is the new determined completion date for Tabancho wastewater treatment? The city is not implementing that wastewater treatment works as a capital project that is specific to an upgrade of the plant. Such projects was there, but the contract was terminated with problems being cited amongst designs, low rates and delays around payments. As this project was terminated, this was realized amidst the period where the city was experiencing cuts in capital allocations. Sometimes when cuts to capital allocations happen, they disturb our capital projects. Affordability did become an issue, and the city could only afford refurbishment, not upgrading. Thus, the city has refurbished the Tabancho wastewater treatment works to a point of being partially functional. In terms of oversight, accountability, and financial irregularities, MPEC and UIFW, we were asked to provide reports, and we did submit reports for 2023, 2022, 23, 23, 24. The new IFW expenditure investigation. The task terms of reference were approved in March by MPEC and by Council in June. We have not yet investigated, but there is a task team that is assisting MPEC to deal with that. There are schedules that we have agreed upon in terms of those investigation. With regard to interim progress, I think there was what interim progress report can the MPEC Technical Committee provide regarding the investigation of accumulated 1.4? So like I have reflected, there is a technical committee that is supporting MPEC, so we can say the MPEC is actually investigating. But we are doing that over a stretch period. This many years, I think since 2018, that the city has not been able to investigate, but we have put measures in place now to thoroughly investigate the UIFW. The schedule is attached. CFO, maybe on now. Financial recovery plan there.
Thank you so much, CM. With regards to the financial recovery plan of the city, what we can say to the committee is that the FRP is in implementation. We are sitting on a quarterly basis with National Treasury and Cooperative to review the progress that the city has made and substantiated with portfolio of evidence. Our last meeting took place in July, and our next meeting will be sitting in November the 5th to look at the progress made for Q1 of 2025-2026 financial year. The FRP is meant to be implemented over a 3-year period, and the first year was 1st December 2023, with the second year being 1st December 2024, and now we are entering the 3rd year of the implementation of the FRP, with the expectation that by 30 November of 2026, we would have implemented all the recommendations that had been made by National Treasury. We can also report to this committee that looking at the comments made by Treasury, they've identified certain matters that are slow moving on the side of financial management as they looked at the ratios that have made commitments that the challenge we're sitting with is on the collection rate side of the city. Because if that improves, then all the ratios will definitely pick up. We are doing everything we can from the side of revenue management as well as the councillors to improve on the collection rate. If looking at our Section 71 reports that are posted on the website, you will see that our average collection rate for the year was about 82%, but certain months we achieve 72%, and certain months we achieve about 90% collection rate, that averaging out to that 78 to 82%, which is still a concern for Treasury because we're supposed to be at around 95% collection rate. We also looked at certain issues that are slow moving, such as on governance side, as well as institutional arrangements, looking at the contracts that were identified as evergreen that the city is dealing with. I can report that overall, looking at the progress made and the comments made by Treasury, we are still on the safe side and moving towards completion of this exercise so that we can see the city out of the intervention that is currently prevailing. Thank you, CM, and over to you.
Your mic is not on.
Okay. But I think Sekile Holenyana, yeah, deal with the audit committee. I'll come in at them.
Thank you so much. I think the chair of the audit committee is here, but what we're trying to address through
If
this
you can
portfolio
just
committee-
wrap up faster because
Okay.
I had given you.
On my side, on the audit committee, we have the chairperson of the audit committee, but safe to say, when looking at the audit report for 2023-2024 from the Auditor General, the audit committee was rated as functional. Therefore, we have no challenges in that space, but the chair is here to expand on that. I think CM, we are left only with the 2 items and of the IPTN as well as the IPTN. Thank you. I think the city manager was basically explaining that all what was required to be done with regards to the report on the investigations around the IPTN had been presented to council, and all processes that needed to be followed were followed. We have resolutions of council to that effect, that what was expected to be done by the executive mayor, they were all executed. The last question that came was the matter of the murder of Ndateluzu Kontlabezo, which our response as a city is that we really have no space or response to give to this committee. Safe to say that based on our understanding, the SAPS is still busy investigating the cause of the murder and the murderer involved on this matter. Thank you so much, Sia.
Thank you. Honorable members, maybe let me start with the Treasury for them to give us reflection on the attendance to the audit action plan by the Metro in relation to this audit.
Thank you, Chair. Mangaung is a non-delegated municipality, but in the recent presentation that was made, National Treasury reflected that Mangaung, among all the non-delegated municipalities, Mangaung was among the 3 that had the highest number of action plans, which were still underdeveloped. So that was the assessment by National Treasury. Thank you, Chair.
In simple terms, saying that the the metro has not attended to most of the issues.
Yeah, that is our understanding, Chair. Thanks.
Thanks. Honorable members, Ndate Mkwena, Ndate Msimang, Ndate Van Vieren, Ndate Foko, and then Ndate Mackay.
Chairperson, no, thanks very much, and greetings to the leadership of the municipality. I have got an interest in the Tabanchu water treatment, wastewater treatment project that we are told it was supposed to have been finished in June 2023. That at this stage, it is only at 10%. The question becomes, is the importance of that plant not big enough for it to be given in necessary attention? Two, we are told that there are there were some delays in terms of payments. The interesting part is, or rather, the question becomes, who was supposed to be paying who? Who did not execute the work that was expected? And then when we are told that the plant is partially functional, what does that mean? Where is the raw sewer there? The last question from me, Chair, on this matter is, generally in Mangaung, what is the situation in terms of sewer spillages and sewer flows throughout the municipality, not only in Mangaung, but Mangaung as a town or Bloemfontein as a town, but throughout, including the smaller town, the small towns that are part of this municipality. How severe is sewer spillages? Because the report from the what's that body again? Represented here indicates that the municipalities in this province are not dealing well with Human Rights Commission, from the Human Rights Commission, indicate that sewer in this municipality is a serious problem. Can we get a reflection in terms of that from the municipality? Thanks, Chair.
Chair. Thanks once more. I think on this one, Chair, in Mangaung, we should have the whole day such that we are able to resolve issues of Mangaung. We want to be part of the problems of Mangaung such that we are able to resolve them. One, I'm interested in knowing how much, just in this financial year and the previous financial year, if it's possible, how much amount is spent on litigations? Because it's a bit worrying that one person, municipality is prepared to fork out about 5 million, the other one will fork about 3 million. And you start to ask yourself as to whether what's happening in this municipality. So if we can be taken into confidence as far as litigations are concerned, how much the municipality is spending. The other issue, Chair, that I will want to check is that Section 56 managers and Section 57 manager of Mangaung, being the MM and managers reporting directly to the city manager. I want to check because there was an issue that MEC did not give a concurrence. What might be the cause such that
MEC refused to give a concurrence to Section 56 managers and Section 57 manager of Mangaung, who are told the city decided to pay Section 56 managers and Section 57 manager the last notch. We want to know, did you meet the necessary requirements? You'd know that if you are to get the last notch, what's happening? There's a sound. Yeah, there's an echo. If you are to get a last notch, surely you should be having more than 10 years of experience. And we know each other here in Free State. Some of these Section 56 managers, they do not have that experience. You must have a particular certain expertise, and then you must have certain level of qualification. You must have achieved a number of things. Yeah, in short, you should have excellent credentials. Did you get a waiver from the minister as you continue to implement this? But one other thing that I will want to check, there's an issue here. I think it has to do with job for Pulse, and then I heard city manager, but there's a character here, even though I will not mention his name, but I will just go through what he's doing. In Sotho ke poya monna e beo ya ipe. So that's what he does there in Mangaung, and we must be told what is happening. I'll just read some of the from anonymous whistleblower who decided to tell us what is happening there. He's saying the person that I'm talking about was appointed on the 26th of March 2024, was acting as HR manager after the other one was put aside, and then supported this promotional, the person that I'm talking about, he supported this promotional authorization report that will see him resuming duties as general manager stakeholder management in the office of the city manager in April the 1st. And then after the April the 1st, he resumed that position of general manager stakeholder in the office of the city manager. However, he doesn't relinquish the acting general manager's position of HR human resource. And then at some point, Anton said he's then appointed again as acting HOD corporate service, Kadi 8, official Kadi 9. However, it must be noted, appointed him in his previous position, manager labor relations, although he approved and dated his promotion to general manager stakeholder management in his office as per approval of the HOD. This person is able to support himself for promotion. And then afihla ka mole afihle eba player and the referee. How does this thing happen? And then in some of your private social platform, city manager, you are praising this person, is your friend, and then you're speaking highly of this person, and your actions are affirming him within the municipality. That's why there's a perception, whether that perception is right or wrong, but there's that perception that this person, there's job for Pulse there in that municipality. And then there's another position where there's a transference from Kopanong to Mangaung. And then we'll want to know, what does the policy of municipality say about transference? Are you doing it inter or intra? Because I read some of the policies of your municipalities talking about the intra transference. How do you transfer someone who from a municipality of a lower grade, and then you transfer him this side, and then he's earning at a higher grade in a bigger, in a huge municipality? Why would you not give others a chance to compete on equal footing? What do you call that? Is it not job for Pulse? because others could not be allowed a space to compete. It's not like we do not have people with such a skill. So these are some of the things that agitate our people to an extent of saying this thing. Municipality is talking up, it's about job for pulse. But another issue, Chair, you have a person who's having a postgraduate diploma in labor in the very same municipality, but is overseeing people who are far qualified more than him. What do you call that? And then that person is in charge of legal services in the municipalities. Maybe it's a problem, that's why this municipality is found wanting as far as legal issues are concerned. We must be told, how did the leadership of the municipality come to such a decision that is compromising its nature, but also discouraging those who want to serve South Africa better, who went to school such that they become qualified and work on the best interest of the country, when they are undermined with people with lesser qualification than them to lead them? What is that? What kind of the message are you sending out to the outside world? The other thing, Chair, that I will want to talk about, it's the issue of cricket stadium. We must be told, city manager, what's happening with Mangaung cricket stadium? Because we are told there was a contract of 1993 around that stadium, and then after 32 years, we decided to enforce it this year, unprovoked, while there are legal opinions which are saying you can definitely decide to undermine that thing and will continue to win it. I'm told you are advised as such, and then you continued to sell cricket stadium. The municipality decided to sell the cricket stadium with, through its officials, with 3.5 million. If I'm informed correctly, you'll correct me if I'm wrong. But we're told it's a resolution of 1993, before transitional local councils. And then you decide to uphold that. You do not even want to challenge it. But it's not only that cricket stadium. There are other stadiums which had same contract, but you decided to sell this one for 3.5 through some of your officials. But we're told municipality, and that amount that you decided to sell the stadium with, cricket stadium with, we're told is far lesser than the market value of that stadium. What informs that? We need to be told. We want to know that people who sold this stadium, have they been suspended? Where are they? Are they continuing to work as if it's business as usual? And we're told that contract was only talking about 3.5 hectare. It excluded 1.5 hectare, but you decided to include even this 1 hectare, which was not bound by this contract. Alone, that 1.5 hectare, we are told, is far in terms of market value that you sold that stadium with. Have you instituted disciplinary hearing? Have you instituted investigations, major, such that Tokai Bonale? But other issues that I would want to ask, we were in Sasol Firm, myself and my colleagues here. Sasol Firm is an old firm, but there's something that we noticed. There's a maintenance plan and they are sticking to their maintenance program. How much you as a municipality are you spending on your maintenance? How much are you budgeting on your maintenance as a municipality? Can we be taken into confidence as to whether how much municipality is spending on its maintenance? Auditor General gave an opinion. In his opinion, she went further to say, you have a problem of submitting performance plan. and your compliance is be disturbing, you are not complying. And then we heard you as you made a nice presentation with a nice English city manager. And we've heard this coining of English to say, hey, we have assembled a tax team to attend to issues of UIF for the past 3 years. And guess what? The Auditor General is saying now, for the past 3 years, you have not been investigating UIF. We'll want to know, for the past 3 years, how many people, how many instances where you were able to recover municipal money in line with Section 32 of MFMA? Because is there in the audit report that 122 million only for this year, if I'm not mistaken, financial year, the last financial year, was on fruitless and wasteful expenditure. Clearly, we must account, we must be told how much was spent in that regard as far as those things are concerned. Can we be taken into confidence as far as this bus, what do you call it? The best and IPT. Can we be taken into confidence that monies, there's a proper accountability as far as monies from IP to the account of the municipality? Because there are allegations, there are rumors that that money doesn't go to the account and it cannot be properly accounted to. Your headhunting policy, what told you appointed specialist. What does those specialists, your service delivery specialist, your what specialist, all of them, what qualifications do they have? And the word specialist is so big. What skills do they possess to call them specialists in the field that they are providing services in? Lastly, city manager, when you are here, I told you whatever you are saying them under oath. You said under your leadership, you never approved overtimes. And maybe after this, maybe I will supply you and the city executive mayor with a proof that such is happened under your leadership when you were still a HOD there. There were instances where you provided, you are approving, what do you call these things? Overtimes there. And on its own, it constitutes perjury, lying under oath. But we'll talk about it in a different platform. Can we be answered on number of issues that we have raised, but also on issue of what do you call this thing? Delegation of duties. When last time did you deal with delegation of responsibilities? Because we understand the council has to delegate you powers. Delegation of powers, sorry, not duties. Delegation of powers. When did you review delegation of powers? When was last you reviewed delegation of powers? We want to know as to whether are you still operating under section 139 subsection 7 or not? Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, Chair, and let me welcome the presentation. My first, I think we all know that the money makes the world go round. But what I don't understand is the collection, these 9 attorneys that the municipality appointed. I mean, they handed over 7.7 billion rand to them, and they only collect 1%. Now, if you go to any law firm that wants to make money, 8.2% of that, they will collect it. So why can't you collect it? So you've already, if I understood this correctly, taken out the indigents, taken all those soft collections out. But nobody is being sued. There's no summons being issued, I think. Because the moment you summon 7.7 billion rand, you'll get in at least 50% of that. So what is happening in that regard? Chair, then on that also, do you pay over, for argument's sake, if you issue a clearance certificate, attorney pay the clearance certificate, does that attorney then collect, if the money is getting paid by the attorney to the municipality, does that attorney collect his 8.2% of that money? If we can get clarity on that, Chair. And then, Chair, can we also get clarity on the municipal stadium? I think it was mentioned by the honourable member. Not just the cricket stadium, but the rugby stadium, the MOU on that, and the contract. Where are we in that regard? And also, if there are any councillors on the indigent register, have you cleared that register to ensure that there's no, and if so, who are they that's on that register? If you will just bear with, and Chair, then on the collection again, what is the stance with the State Department owing the municipality? That's 2 billion rand outstanding there. And if I understand the rules correctly, is you're not allowed to sue or issue a summons to a municipal or a State Department. So why are we struggling to get that money? And don't just throw it to the department. I know in some municipalities they went and cut the electricity and the water supply to these departments. Why don't you take drastic steps to get 2 billion rand in? Chair, I've been covered with the wastewater treatment plants. Then we sit in Mangaung. It was clearly made by the Auditor General when it was issued I think and I mean the Free State sit, the only metro we've got is the worst run metro in South Africa. Can't be. We sit with the egg in our faces. And these honourable members and officials sit here and make as if it's fine. It's not fine. That's how I see it. The attitude that's being portrayed here today. We sit with potholes, a landfill sites that's burning, wastewater treatment plants that's not working, and the list continues. Water supply that we can't get. It can't be that we sit on 11 or 10 billion rand and we can't supply the service that we should. This is unacceptable. It's negligent and it's a disgrace. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Chair. Mr. City Manager, you sat here in July, and quite frankly, you said that the Ombudsman would be appointed by the end of August. You've now come back with a different story. Then as far as the jobs go, jobs for buddies, it seems it's a systemic thing, because we've received allegations that in your corporate service directorate, the HR officials are allegedly being pressured to make appointments without following legal or policy procedures. Now, we've got a list of those positions. We're not going to make them available. I'm not going to mention them now, but I want answers on that, because you know exactly what I'm talking about. The debt collection, Madam CFO, thank you very much for actually finally agreeing that you can do it on an internal capacity. The question is, by saying in the future, that could be in 2030, it could be in 2050. I'd like a time frame, say within the next year, and hopefully within the period that is sustainable within your contract, so we can hold you accountable for it. Then as far as the water treatment works, I'm not quite covered with it. We've only covered Tabanchu. We've had major problem with the water treatment works, and that's mainly because of our bulk infrastructure. The bulk infrastructure for all the ongoing projects throughout Mangaung is a major problem. The bulk infrastructure cannot, and our wastewater treatment works cannot handle the capacity of effluent running into them. They all need to be enlarged, they need to be excavated further, they need to be refurbished. It's been on the IDP, all of them have been on the IDP since 2016. It cannot be that they keep getting rolled over, I want to know, we need a time frame specific on different water treatment works. The Brandbach flats, Mr. Mayor, I stood with you at an oversight, we stood next to you and you said it would be resolved by July. You would be there and you would sort out and all the rental agreements would be resolved. How far are we with the Brandbach saga? To my knowledge, nothing has changed. The Lurie Park relocation, we keep getting told end of the year, but we're not seeing any movement on it. We're not seeing any services being rendered in any other part of town where they must be relocated to, according to the SPLUMA, which says that you can only relocate somebody to where services are aligned with. So you can't put down. And that brings me to the change that you're proposing within your bylaws, that you would like to be able to propagate a township establishment with promise that there will be services put in. That is not in aligned with the SPLUMA Act. That is not a legal binding proposal. You are going to create paper towns. Please retract that. And I'll leave that at that so far. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Chair. Let me welcome the presentation before us. Chair, before I go direct to my questions that I have, Chair, we are not answered. Most of the questions that we asked, they are not answered. And you are the witness, Chair, that most of the questions are not answered. Chair, if the municipality is serious about the safety of our community in this country, in particular in Mangaung, they could not act the way they acted by firing 18 officers, and we don't have officers in Mangaung. So I don't know what is the reason to fire more than 18 traffic officers. Chair, the other question here, Chair, is about the consultants that are paid more than 15 million. What is for? Chair, we are having tons and tons of people who are working at Mangaung who are educated. They don't have the capacity. Why are we opting to go and hire the consultant until we are having people who are having that capacity? So, Chair, I'll be coming again, Chair, because you unleashed us today so that to can, ventilate and ask Mangaung, because it's the one metro municipality that we have in Free State. Thank you very much, Chair.
Majoro, over to you. You and when I say you, I mean yes, you're not team, yes.
No, thank you very much. No. Speaker, you'd like to come in? Perhaps before you do so, Speaker. Chairperson, I must make this observation. We are here to account, but we are not here to be subjected to rumors, hearsay, people or no faces, events that are not related it becomes difficult. We don't even know where to start when we are to answer some of the things that are said. It is so and so, either or, it is alleged. We are a state-driven institution. To get things right, tell it as it is. Don't give us rumors, please. That's my humble request.
Chair. Yeah, I think if the executive mayor is referring to me because I'm the one who did not want to mention them. I do not have a problem of mentioning names.
No. Can we have order? I'm looking at the person who must speak.
I really agree with Honorable Msimang that we do not only need a day, we need a week or so to talk about issues of Mangaung, but more importantly, to dispel whatever misconceptions that are there in the public. I agree that a lot of falsehood has been peddled, and at times when you are given a platform to explain yourself, you can only do that to the best of your knowledge. So we don't need only a day, Chair, we need more than that. I want to deal with the first question because I would have thought, Honorable Chairperson, that we will first conclude the questions which were posed to us without really digressing and focusing on other issues which were not initially canvassed with us. Because some of the questions which Honorable Msimang posed are really not in the initial questions. And it may really be difficult for the management to reply off the cuff on issues which were not first canvassed with us. But let me first deal with an important element. I think Honorable Msimang asked a pertinent question, that did the municipality obtain...
Speaker, respond to me.
Did the municipality...
Respond to the questions responding to me.
There was a question as to whether did the municipality obtain a concurrence on the appointment of Section 56 employees. I want to be very categorical. There's no law in this country which compels municipalities to obtain a concurrence. No law really. What is only required by the regulations is that after appointment, the municipality must within 14 days provide a report to the MEC detailing steps which were undertaken in the process of recruitment. I'm particularly interested in this question because I'm not hearing it for the first time. The MEC, immediately in the aftermath of us having appointed Section 56 employees, he wrote to the municipality, in fact, insinuating that we were supposed to have furnished him, or we were supposed to have obtained a concurrence. There is just no law in the country which requires a municipality or a sphere of government to provide, not even in Systems Act, not in Municipal Finance Management Act, not in whatever regulations. We did that, but more importantly, we had to furnish a report to national because we are now no longer under provincial intervention. The province has failed to do their part, hence national has taken over. We are reporting directly to national in the implementation of the financial recovery plan. But more importantly, we did report on the circumstances which surrounds the recruitment of the 5 or so Section 56 employees which were appointed. In terms of remuneration, we met all the criteria, and National Treasury was indeed very happy with regard to that. They even issued us with a letter of acknowledgement of the processes that we have undertaken, because even at that time, there was a team of about 10 or 20 or so, both from COGTA nationally, as well as Treasury nationally, which was deployed here to oversee or assist the municipality, first to fill vacancies which existed. So that team was satisfied that everything was done to the latter. And I'm just want to emphasize, because this very question, it was at one point directed to Ngwate. I'm sorry to be referring to Ngwate because I'm also the provincial chairperson of SALGA. Ngwate at one point had to face a similar question from the MEC. In fact, the MEC had written to Ngwate to state that you will not appoint if I did not give you concurrence. But Ngwate, true to their character, they did what is stipulated in the regulations, provide a report on the recruitment process, and that was acceptable. But in terms of the salary of Mangaung, which is the second part of the question, I think the Honorable asked why Section 56 permanent. The amended Municipal Systems Act requires that, in fact, subsection 7 of Section 57 requires that managers directly accountable to the city manager or municipal manager must be appointed on a permanent basis. And it goes without saying, therefore, that their remuneration shall no longer be negotiated. They shall have to receive total cost to employer within what is prescribed by the employer. So insofar as we did recruit, there was nothing wrong. Everything was done to the book. And we are proud that National Treasury as well as COGTA were happy with all the reports that we provided. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Executive Mayor and City Manager. I'm going to be taking questions that I can respond to. The first one is on the action plan. I would like to report to this committee that the city, as reported by Provincial Treasury, is not using the web-based tool that National Treasury issued in terms of Circular 110. And we engaged National Treasury with regards to that, and they permitted the city for the 2024-2025 action plan to continue using the template that is outside the system. But the action plan that will be developed after the audit of 2025 will have to be through the web-based tool that is giving access to all the relevant stakeholders that need to review and comment on the action plan that is proposed. Therefore, in a nutshell, the city does have an audit action plan. We are reporting to MPEC and to Council on the progress we're making in that plan. Safe to say it is not what is expected in terms of the circulars of National Treasury. And there was a meeting held in April with National Treasury to explain our position and our future plans in that regard. There were discussions around the issue of the Tabanshu wastewater treatment works, and I think it was elaborated on from various angles. But I think just to substantiate on what the city manager has already presented here, in our response, we're indicating that in the IDP of the one that ended in 2019, prior to the local government elections of 2022, that plant was identified for upgrade. And work was done on that plant. But when the IDP was prepared for 2022 to 2027 period, the project was dropped on the grounds that there were insufficient funds projected to complete the works that were anticipated to do the upgrade required on that plant. And hence, seeing that there won't be adequate funding to do the required upgrade, we opted for the refurbishment. And we are indicating that when looking at the budget of the city, you will see that the city is spending substantially on the refurbishment of Tabanshu and Butsabelo wastewater treatment works. But I think I will just put it at point to say we have moved away from the upgrade of that facility, but we are consistently doing refurbishments to ensure that the treatment of sewer does take place in Tabanshu. And indeed, to date, we are processing sewer through that plant. And there are reasons that were indicated there which went along the delays in payment to a point where the contractor appointed got terminated. And the question came to ask, what could have been the reasons for the delays in payments. I can just say, based on the review I've done, looking at the payment culture in Mangaung, indeed there were serious challenges between that, in that period of cash flow in the city. That led not only to the contractor appointed in Tabanshu, but various other contractors that were appointed that decided from their end to terminate contracts with the city. One of them is a contractor that was dealing with the Hamilton pump station that also opted to terminate the contract on the basis that they were not paid in accordance with the GBCC. But if you're looking at the track record of Mangaung from January 2024 to date, the city is paying. And I always say to the team, for as long as the city has cash in the bank and the grants are transferred timeously for us to make these payments, let's try our level best to make payments. We did an assessment with the year-end processes to check the payment culture, and we found that our average payment days has actually reduced on the creditor side from over 180 days to about 34 days. And if you're looking at our monthly reports, that can be vouched by that performance. We are having a steering committee and we are reporting to the relevant stakeholders in terms of any challenges that we are experiencing. And last week was one of the weeks when we were on the verge of facing similar instances of contractors trying to move away from sites due to some technical difficulties they're experiencing in project implementation, but those matters are being resolved. So I'm here to tell this committee that in as far as grant spending in the city, it has improved. Looking at the cash position of the city, it has improved. Last year, we closed the financial year with about 486 million in the bank. And for 2025, we closed the financial year with over R1 billion in the bank account of the city. That shows that we are monitoring our cash and we plan our the commitments that the city must enter into and ensure that the payments are followed through within the timelines and in accordance with the agreements entered into with the relevant suppliers and creditors and contractors of the municipality. I won't deal much with the issues of spillages, but we do have reports. Ntatema Subeng, who's the HOD, presents at the level of the EMT the status of the plants as well as the challenges on spillages and any matter that is raised by DWS in as far as blue drop and green drop status. I would probably reserve that, as the speaker has said, if the question was put forward to us, we would have prepared a response. But I was looking at the latest report of Ntatema Subeng on all 15 wastewater treatment works of the city, where they stand, the work that is being implemented on those treatment works, and the challenges and how they're dealing with them. So we're basically saying we understand the challenges of the sewer spillages and the severity of those spillages, as well as the blockages that we encounter within our collecting network of sewer and the projects that we're implementing to ensure that we reduce at least the contamination of land due to that. Like I said, I won't go into the details with regards to this. I'm going to move on now to the litigation. There was a question that was asking, how much does the city spend on litigation? The litigation budget or the legal fees budget of the city is split into two. We've got one that deals with defending the city against any form of litigation or even representation when necessary, because as much as we get litigated, we also litigate as a municipality where there is transgression or we are aggrieved by any other party. So on the labor side, we've got a budget of 5 million. And on the legal fees that are looking at defense, we are sitting with a budget of 10 million. In total, we've got 15 million budget available for legal fees. I've got the year-to-date expenditure on both the labor fees and as well as on the legal fees year-to-date, which on the legal fees, when I'm looking at the year-to-date actuals against the budget, we are currently sitting at 4 million expenditure against 10 million, which is quite high looking at the year-to-date projections in that regard. But on the labor side, we are still within our targets in as far as that is concerned. Then there was a question, I think the CM will take the issue of the stadiums, but I'm going to move on to the maintenance budget against the operating revenue of the city. Yes, indeed, when you're looking at the Circular 72 of National Treasury that is looking at the ratios, we are expected as municipalities to set aside between 8 to 10% of our operating revenue towards maintaining the revenue generating assets of the municipality. The city is currently sitting at 3.5% budget allocated towards that, due to the fact that our employee costs as municipality is still quite high. The provision for bad debts is also quite high. We should be making a provision of about 5% against the collection rate of 95%. Currently, the city is providing 25% of the projected revenues towards the provision for bad debts, due to the fact that our collection rate is hovering between 75 and 82%, as I indicated. These ratios, they balance each other. If you improve on your collection rate, you're gonna be opening up some finances and make them available to the provision for your maintenance. Therefore, and hence I said, when looking at the financial situation of the city, if the collection rate can improve, all other ratios are going to improve, and we are working towards ensuring that that improvement is there. But it doesn't mean that we will let our assets to dilapidate to a point where service delivery is affected. We do prioritization of what needs to be done, so that with the available budget, the assets that are critical for service delivery are attended to first, and then we can deal with your routine maintenance and other types of maintenances that are required. The next question I'm going to respond to is the UIFW investigation as well as consequence management. And I think it is quite true from what the CM has presented to say, the last time the city did investigation on UIFW was in 2018 through the use of consultants. And we have accumulated UIFW from that period up to 30 June of 2024 to the tune of 13 billion. And hence our efforts were, we cannot accumulate. We need to start dealing with this UIFW. Number one, prevent occurrence in future of the UFW. Number two, to investigate and make recommendations to council. Therefore, we have already alluded to the fact that the MPEC assessed its own capacity. They recommended to council to be augmented with a technical committee made of the city's officials that are assisting that committee with the investigation. The CM and our reports indicate that the technical committee has assumed duties of the investigation. We are providing documentation to that committee for them to investigate. To date, they have not made any recommendations to council with regards to the work done, but we are anticipating that in future, such reports will be presented, so that if there's any consequences that must be undertaken, they must flow from the recommendations of made by the MPEC to council, as well as those that will be escalated to the disciplinary board that has already been established. The next question then goes to the Howeng revenues. From where we are seated as a city, there are no challenges in that regard. Those monies are paid promptly to the bank account of the municipality. We are having a ticketing system, and we are having regular meetings with the team that is managing the Howeng. I haven't received any concerns either from the Howeng bus or from the revenue management department in as far as failure to deposit the city's finances promptly by those that are responsible with the task of collecting the fares from those that are utilizing our buses. So we're quite confident that whatever we've reported in the financial statements and on a monthly basis as revenue collected from that service, it is indeed what should be collected. We've heard rumors around saying that there are challenges with the ticketing but again, if they're not substantiated or proven, it is difficult to even start investigating on such matters. Then I will go to the third-party collections. I think I'm just gonna deal with all the questions around the appointed debt collectors. Yes, indeed. When you're looking at the performance against the debtors book handed over to the appointed law firms, we are sitting at 1% success rate to date. And when looking at the period of appointment, those contractors or law firms are already sitting on 7th month of appointment. I was saying when we're discussing the reports that are going to the finance committee, that the difficulty experienced by the law firms in collecting are the indications of the state of the economy of the country and of the city. Because if the law firms are unable to make way and success in collecting from the debtors book, it clearly indicates that people, their disposable income to households is a challenge. It makes them not to be able to afford. And therefore, we need to deal now with the issues of affordability and how do we categorize. I always say in a debtors master file, you've got two categories in residential property. I've got indigent and non-indigent household. And we are expecting non-indigent household to stick to the payment terms as per the statement. But the moment they start defaulting, then it is telling you where we stand as a country. You can go and look at the national credit regulators reports. They will indicate to you the profile of the consumers in the country and their exposure to debt and the disposable income that they are sitting with. And of course, municipalities will always be at the back end of the queue when it comes to priority for households to pay. But we are saying it is a concern for us. We hope for a different or an improved success rate from them, but these are indicators that the households are really struggling. Now, when you're looking at what has been handed over, we have handed over residential and business debt and not government, because from the government side, we are observing the protocol of engaging cooperative governance. The executive mayor last week attended a meeting in Pretoria where the Minister Cooperative and Minister of Finance were showing sympathy to municipalities on the non-payment of the debt by government, and they are putting some measures to ensure that at least from the equitable share that is allocated to these government departments, we get something out of it, as they do when we are not paying ESCOM. So we are hoping that from that process of the ministers, we will be able to see some improvement in as far as the payment is concerned. But it's not that the city has not taken any action against government departments. We suspended electricity through Sentlek. And that weekend alone, when we suspended electricity to provincial government departments, from the side of the city, we collected 35 million, and I think Sentlek collected about 25 million, which means that when we do that, there is cooperation that is coming, but we have engaged through the McLogger of this province on how we should deal with these matters. And we said we're going to be looking at more improved strategies that will assist the government departments in dealing with their arrear debt. I must also correct it here. The government department of Free State pays their current account without fail. The biggest problem that they're sitting with is the arrear debt that they have inherited, and the fact that the allocation they're getting as a province is only dealing with what they present in terms of what the current rates are going to be and the consumption, and they are stuck with this arrear debt and then finding ways on how they will deal with it. Councillors in the indigent register, I would say that I have taken oath in this meeting. I wouldn't bind myself to say there are no councillors, but so far we are trying our level best. We know the councillors that are serving in the city, and when we do the process of verification, we will definitely identify officials of the municipality as well as councillors. If those have not been identified through our process of verification and the additional process of assurance audit through AGSA, we can all assume that from what we are looking at and what is being audited, so far we haven't picked up any councillor that is indigent. But I must state it in this meeting that there is ongoing discussions with the councillors, especially with the responsibility that they should take with regards to the debt owed by the addresses where they come from. Councillors, when they stand for elections, they have an address. But then when they come in the municipality and we do the linking of the person to the address, then the issues of ownership come, where a councillor would say, but I'm not the owner of that property. Yes, it is in arrears, but I can't enter into an arrangement to pay off debt that doesn't belong to me. It belongs to a parent or to a family. Those discussions are happening, and very soon we'll have to get a way forward as to how do we deal with it as we enter the process of the MTREF 2026-2027, which includes the policy review, to be quite clear on how we should be dealing with these issues. I think then the last one on debt collection was capacity building. We were here, and that will also tie up with the 15 million expenditure on consultants. I think the point of departure here would then be, when you're looking at the organogram of the city and you're looking at the vacancy rate, it compels the city to find alternatives in augmenting the capacity through appointing these consultants. But we are acknowledging that you cannot have consultants on day-to-day job. The accounting and reporting department need to do its duties on a daily basis. They're not employed to do the financial statements. They are employed to ensure that the environment, the internal controls within the financial management environment of the city is well set out and it is adhered to. Now, in the absence of that team, that unit being fully capacitated, it gives that constraint. But we already presented to EMT, and we are having an item that is in the Finance Committee that is presenting our exit strategy from the consultants. We already made commitments to the Cooperative Committee that was here, I think it was in July, that we are having a 3-year plan to exit. And I know that they emphasize that CFO, we don't have the 3 years that you think you have to exit from the use of consultants. But that strategy is going to cancel now on the 29th of October, where we are showing council, this is an organogram. These are the positions established. These are the positions filled. This is how we're planning to do the filling of the vacancies. And this is how we're going to do the transfer of skills from the consultant to the newly appointed, so that at least by 1 July 2027, we are able to work on our own without that those consultants. That is also happening on the side of debt collection. Debt collection is a core function of the municipality. It doesn't end only with the credit control or with the billing. Our cycle, revenue management cycle, starts with meter reading and it ends with the issuing of the summonses to those that are not paying that account. And we are building that capacity to ensure that we are able to fulfill the obligations and expectations in ensuring that the city bills and recovers what has been provided for in terms of the services. Therefore, we are working on these plans to ensure that we are fully fleshed and well capacitated as a municipality. This also goes hand in hand with the M-score. If you're looking at the whole regulations themselves, they were intended to ensure that cities have systems internally without depending to external service providers to provide this capacity. And we are working on all those issues. In terms of the timelines, our M-score roadmap that is including the debt collection has outlined 2 major dates that we had. We had 1st July 2025 and 1st July 2026. And we are working towards ensuring that those 2 target dates are met, and where there is a shift, that we deal with recovering the time that has been lost and ensure that we move with speed in gaining momentum and see what we want to realize. My last one now is going to be on the RCC and the debt collectors, the raised clearance certificate. In terms of the handover of the accounts, it doesn't include properties that are going to be transferred. The process of transferring property that leads to the issue of the raised clearance certificate remains the function of the municipality. So there's no law firm that will be receiving commission on property clearances. That one is a straightforward thing. And so far, there are no challenges in that space. We are issuing the clearances to those who apply, and we've got a system that is used by all metros in issuing of the clearances. Thank you so much, CM. I'll hand over to you.
Thanks, Chairperson. Maybe I should deal first with the one that was directed to me personally. I think if you could go through the records. In fact, let me just give it the context. We are approving overtime even now. But what I've said in that meeting, I've said there was no finding on overtime during my term when I was serving there, because we were doing it within the context of policy and the law. And that's what we are seeking even now. We still approve overtime, but we are enhancing our policy environment in terms of how we approve overtime. Sufficient motivation, sufficient policy environment. So there's no way that Mangaung, any official, particularly in the service delivery departments, that's why we introduced the shift system. We read the running overtime of the city. It was not sustainable, it was growing. But when I was the HOD there, we had the structure in terms of, that is why overtime was approved. And that is why I said there was no finding on overtime, because we were able to answer questions in line with the different environmental laws. Our justification was based on that. And there's no way Mangaung could not have had overtime. by that time. So that's the context that I gave on that question. I also just want to clarify, I think what the executive mayor has said. There are matters also in relation to Poppy Act. I don't want to answer matters in relation to Poppy Act, particularly on documents that were obtained illegally from the city. I don't want to talk about names of people in public platform like this on issues, on documents that were stolen, that were obtained illegally from the city. So I kindly request not to answer questions in relation to names. Safe to say, as I have reflected in the presentation, Mangaung follows his own recruitment policy and Mangaung follows municipal staff regulations when recruiting. I must also say that the same questions that have been raised here were subjected to the public protector, to some extent, I think the Human Rights Commission, in relation on whether processes were followed. Even the police, we have been able to respond to those issues, Chair. So I will not want to respond to documents that were stolen. We can support, we can submit information in relation to that, those appointments. We have packaged documents, huge piles of documents, substantiating that the appointments were actually regular. I would not want to talk too much on that, Chair. The intra-municipal transfers are also in line with the municipal staff regulations. We can provide evidence in that regard. There is no way where we would place someone who has been placed in a junior official, in a junior position into a senior position. We adhere to the municipal staffing regulations when we are dealing with intra-municipal transfers. The cricket stadium, I don't want to talk too much because we have challenged. I would regard that as an element of self-correction from the side of the city. Procedures and processes were not followed in the transfer process, but there as well, because we have appealed.
No, I'm calling a point of order. No, Chair. Point of order. It's procedural to say point of order.
I know it's procedural.
No, but no. City
know why-
manager
you
will
know-
think that is correct when
No.
he's saying will not divulge much.
No,
He's
no,
here
no.
to account.
No.
He's
no,
not doing us a favor to come here and account.
No. Can you listen to the chairperson? He is responding, he has not finished. You can then
But
raise.
as he
listen, listen, you can then raise a point. That point that you are raising, it doesn't, that point, if you say it before he finishes, you are then disorganizing him from his line of responding.
Chair.
Because it doesn't mean that your point is going to go away. It's not going to go away. You'll raise it. I just want him to finish what is, unless if something that you are raising was something that is untoward that he said.
It's
So
it's definitely untoward, Chair. When you are here,
No.
you are here to account.
No. Can you
Chair.
listen? No. Can you listen to me? I'm the chairperson. Let him finish. We'll then come to the point you are raising. Can you finish, the city manager?
No, thanks very much. Perhaps to give context, like I've said, we have appealed the matter of the stadium. There are points that we have raised, points that we are going to argue with. So when I say I cannot divulge, I regard the matter as being sub judice somehow from our side, because we are still arguing that matter. Safe to say that our review process, yes, of course, does include consequence management. The scope includes not only the appealing of the matter, but it also includes the processes that were followed that led to us or the city agreeing to the issue of the sale of the stadium. I fully agree with the points that he has raised that a whole lot went wrong there in terms of selling that stadium. It can actually open the city up for many various litigations if we don't contest that process.
I hope when you say sub judice, you are saying it's in front of the courts.
Yes. Yeah. The MOU on the stadium, there are very sensitive discussions that we are undertaking with the cheaters. I have got the draft MOU on the stadium, which for me as the city manager, some of the demands that are being made or some of the requests that are being made are unreasonable. We are struggling to finalize the issue of the stadium because of very unreasonable requests. Some are financial, some are non-financial. In short, which can cost the city up to 80 million per annum. We are a city that is under financial recovery plan. And if I think National Treasury also would come very hard on us if we are to put 80 million aside as some sort of a sponsorship. It's not what we have, but the negotiations are sensitive. There are demands. I think at the right time we'll make pronouncements on the issue of the MOU of the stadium. We are meeting frequently with the cheaters. We understand the challenges that they are faced with, but we must, as we respond, also respond in a reasonable way, particularly for a municipality that is still under national intervention. On the issue of the ombudsman, like I've said, there was an expectation that we should be having a permanent appointee, but we have an appointee there as the city, albeit on interim basis. So the office does exist. Today, I also seconded 2 more officials, just secondments at this moment. But we'll make sure that the office does function. The HR officials pressured, I think that's neither here nor there, Chair. If someone feels pressured, there are avenues. And I don't think we'll need to entertain where someone says we have been pressured without having raised it to any relevant platform. Our processes of recruitment, the 2 unions represented in the municipality form part. Samu and Imatu, they sit in the panels. We are not forced really to have them in the panels, but we are putting them there to ensure that there is transparency as well as accountability. I'm just looking at the questions now, what I could have left here. Yeah. The issue of delegations, I think the one of the specialists have said that we are following the municipal staff regulations in terms of specialists. The recruitment and the placement is in line with municipal staff regulations. So if there is any complaint or if there is anyone that would want to challenge that, is one also issue that I would say I do not want to mix the wires there, but all that I know is that all our recruitments are based on municipal staff regulations and municipal recruitment policy. In terms of delegations, we are currently reviewing our own delegations policy. The current delegations, I think were reviewed in 2017, but we are in the process now to review the delegations. But it means that we are still operating on the old system of regulations, so delegations. So officials still do have delegations. I think the executive mayor would want to respond to some of the questions.
No, Chairperson, can I? Thank you. There is a notion that was given before this meeting that Mangaung Metro is the worst run metro in the midst of all. And that question is supported by what Treasury said, to say in the midst of all those municipalities that were to be seen to be doing what they are supposed to, we are one of the 4 or 5, I can't remember. Let me start by responding this way, Chairperson. Treasury should be alive to the fact that they themselves moved us from adverse to low risk. And if Treasury would not be alive to the fact that we are under Section 139, subsection 7A and C, which is greatly their responsibility. In a meeting we had with the minister, to a point of making them alive to the fact that a critic to Mangaung, comparatively speaking, comparing us to the existing metros that never were under Section 139, subsection A and C, subsection 7A and C, then they are not alive to what they've given themselves as the intervention, which they are not even within reach. So what I'm saying to you, Chairperson, is that in our interaction with the minister, we made Treasury alive to the fact that they cannot have an outlook to Mangaung in the same way as other established metros that were assisted in the past. They have a fiduciary duty to come with an intervention of Section 154. And on the basis of what they'll be doing in that intervention, albeit they don't even have a personnel in the metro, they can't group us into the midst of other metros. Their attitude towards us they must look at progression in terms of the movement, where we were to where we are. If they can take us from adverse to low risk, I don't think they should be holding the view they are holding. But I'm talking to Treasury. We discussed with them. I hope they'll change their outlook and interpret us otherwise. That speaks to what is worse run municipality, when we move from adverse to low risk, not even risk to low risk. Now, we need to read and understand what does those connotations of adverse risk to low risk means, and what progress would be there in terms of achievement of a metro that is moving from a situation where it was where it is still under Section 139 to a point where even that Section 139 is not even supported by those that should be supported, but the metro is battling up its own way. We're all living in the metro, we should understand. It speaks also to the issue of spillages. Unless if we are confined in our cities in town and we don't go where spillages are happening to witness if there are spillages, then we'll talk a different language. We have had our own interaction with the Human Rights Commission. They come to us. We respond to the issue that they raise. I yet to ask the Human Rights Commission if their observation of spillages as well as water losses are in the same way as they would have said at the time when we started, or perhaps at the beginning of everything. I think the scenario is different. So I am not defending the metro. I'm inviting people to go to where spillages are taking place. You know, I've been around the country, Chairperson. There are certain spillages in other cities where they are claimed, worse than we can even eat, to a point that we should talk about spillages in our own localities, which are not there. I wouldn't even want to talk about water losses because the answer was given. We don't lose our water through oozing. We lose our water through informal settlement that are 62. We also lose our water because of non-payment, and that which is influenced by indigent. And when we cut water, we get our trouble with human rights. Water is life. We must also take into consideration other section, Chapter 9 is institutions, such as the human right and other related. They come to us. So we must always tap dance and check how do we balance from adverse to where we are, given all those circumstances. Now, I want to answer specific questions, Chairperson, that were put before us. One of the questions that the city manager answered quite diligently is the rugby stadium. My interest with my team is that gone are the days where that rugby stadium will be used not in line with other responsibilities and sporting codes that are there in the city. Amongst other things, we must balance that memorandum of incorporation or understanding to accommodate what the city has. Politically, we have to guide that process. That's one of the things. We have interacted with the rugby union. That the issue is raised at this level. I wonder whether when they perhaps might have interacted with the committee, did they go into the deep depth of our discussion with them? But transformation must impact on that stadium, amongst other things, in terms of the utilization of that stadium. Now, the other question that was asked is around the treatments work. It is not about whether they are used partially or they are not properly utilized or not utilized. It's about the money. The treatments work in terms of its capacity must work to produce and recycle water to a point of utilization. It must be up to scratch. They were not attended to years in memorial. It's not an yesterday thing. They require money. The same way as the pipeline from Harib to Bloemfontein, that now costs billions of rand. In the same way as we must convert the 79,000 pet latrine toilets into waterborne, the two cannot do without the art, but the two cannot do without the treatment plant. All of them requires money. And my rough estimate, because I know what the pipe will cost, I also know how much the conversion of the 79,000 pet latrine will cost. I also know the figures around each treatment plant combined, just that I don't have them with me. Combined, we shall provide you with the figure, Chairperson, if you want. Combined with them, they will run to billions of rands. The Metro cannot carry that. Hence, our trip to National Department, always ensuring that we get assisted, because the tree cannot operate without the art. So when you talk about treatment work, you must also know about waterborne toilets, but also understand that the two demands provision of water on a constant basis, and we are a waterlogged city. Now, there was another question about Brandbach. There's a time frame that Mr. McKay gave. I think he was thumbsuck in that time frame, but unfortunately, I have to answer about what is happening about Brandbach. Brandbach is a borrowed money, not by even the Metro, by SHRA, to develop those units there. They are on the municipal land and they were developed for and in the interest of the Metro. But until they are paid, they remain a property that is still in suspense to come to the Metro on completion of their payment. What is happening there is that people are not paying to refurbish the loan that was acquired to build those flats. That's where our intervention came in. Our intervention was at a point to enforce payment to those dwellings by those that are living in it. There's a history behind Brandbach. The people that entered into an agreement with Fresco left the place. Bogus rental people, you call them bogus landlords, came in, took over, rented those units to people that are living there, not paying to where they're supposed to pay to municipality, either through to SHA or SHRA directly, but they're paying to these bogus landlords. That's where our intervention came in, to say, we are going to stop that. We will enforce these people to pay into the municipality or to SHRA so that we must pay the loan. At that point, it was 0.2% pay. I think we're at 0.4. That's not much. We need that money. Then SHRA came in, Chairperson, to say they are no longer going to negotiate with the people of Brandbach. They are evicting them. Now, with us as the municipality, we have a responsibility over SHRA, but we equally have a responsibility with the people that are living in those dwellings. Despite the fact that they are illegally doing things, we need to apply 3 methods. The first one is persuasion, the second is example, the third will be force. We don't have the capacity to enforce them. SHRA does. So SHRA is with them in court, enforcing that they must evict them. When SHRA has done so, we are now going to put our system to make sure that we get our payment of water and other system by putting meter systems. But we are awaiting SHRA to do what they are supposed to do. We have not abandoned the project. We cannot just take the law into our hands. We must follow the procedure. That's what is happening with Brandbach. With Lorry Park. Lorry Park, account to Mangaung has got 79,000 people seeking residential homes or dwellings. 79,000. Of the 79,000, Bloemfontein speaks to 35,000. Usabelo 18,000, Tabanchu 12,000, and other number is shared amongst the other remaining towns. by their sizes and weight. We must accommodate 79,000. We are looking at all housing typology to address that challenge. And in our process of doing so, we're negotiating with Spoornet or Transnet, if you like. We're negotiating with Postnet. We're negotiating with all those companies that have got empty buildings in towns to hand them over to us so that we must convert them into residential unit, either as rental stock, as rental stock, social housing, or CRU. If we get those buildings, as we are getting some, we are trying to reduce the 79,000 to a particular number. We are also looking at our own buildings, converting them, but also talking to the province to give us buildings that they have, that they are not of full use, so that we must create a lively city where people would pay rent and we are able to sustain the municipality, but also create homes for our people. That's what we are doing. That's what we are faced with as a challenge. But Lorry Park and other portion of pieces of land that we are also buying, that we are getting the help of the province, national, and also rural development, and buying on our own those pieces of land. We are not going to address the 2,500 units that are in Lorry Park and we stop. We want to address a substantial number of people that would have PTO and have where they can start their homes and not be moving from one spot to the other. And what we are addressing, Chairperson, are a number and a myriad of challenges. One, people have put shacks on top of where we must build schools, or where we must build clinics, or parks and other entertainment centers for localities. We need to move those people and take them to where is habitable. People are on waterlogged, people are on dongas, people are located on mountainous range where life can't take place. We must remove those people and take them. This is the people that make the 79,000 that I'm talking about. Now, we need to move those people. In our process of doing so, we must not create a situation where when we touch this particular informal settlement, it raises row on other informal settlements. We must substantially and in a systematic way begin to provide people with homes to curtail land mafias, political opportunism, and other related nonsensical behavioral patterns that forces people to occupy land where life is not habitable for purposes of gaining either popularity or credence. We want to stop that. And in fact, we have taken a moratorium on that. Anyone that would occupy land moving forward illegally, we move. We shall have to act and make sure that the movement of people to go to these areas are systematic. So Lorry Park is not packed. Lorry Park is part of a discipline system. And Chairperson, you know, interesting enough, I understand what SPRUMA stands for. And in the spirit of the SPRUMA, we'll move people. But let me put it this way. The limited resources we command, Chairperson, are not equal some of the requirements that may fulfill a settlement. But a declaration of a township establishment, which some of this land and others are not, are literally where we're going to take people to. One. Two, we do not have money to provide fully fledged services, but rudimentary services are allowed inside the discipline of the SPRUMA and the Housing Act. We're going to do that. We're also, and SPRUMA, amongst other things, requires that communities must learn to live with one another. The business of Lorry Park, where white folks stood in front of us, chased people away, and made themselves difficult. And interesting enough, some of the members that we have here, Chairperson, were councillors that time, and playing a leading role in setting communities against each other. We are not going to allow that. We are looking at all the nuts and bolts of the law to ensure that nobody stands before us when we take people into those localities. We are not taking them now, not because we are unable to do so, it's because we are on a systematic process to do so with discipline and in such a way that when we act, no one will stand before us. On top of that, we are also going to stop people who are applicants, that when people need homes, chairperson, people who have got money, tend to be the one that run to go and occupy. Now, those sites are packed, they've got numbers. People are going to go to those sites on the basis of a number given to, not on the strength that people will do as they wish moving forward. So I just wanted to answer those critically and say, we are on top of events, we are moving, and we are going to accommodate our people. And any opportunism on our way, chairperson, will deal with it fiercely and terribly. Thank you.
Thank you. I want to move to St. Leg, but before then, I want to check Honorable Msimanga whether in relation to what you are raising, was it covered without raising a new question, but the issue that we are raising? I wanted us to deal with that.
I think, Chair, no, Chair, I insist. There are two, I think city manager has dealt with two issues. One was saying it's in before the courts, and the other issue of specialist and that of inter and intra transfer is not before the courts of laws. And he can't be diplomatic when he answers us. We're not journalists here. He came here to account as part of his work. And we're expecting that he must account truthfully, he must never be diplomatic with us. That's why we said even before he can account, he must take an oath, such that when he talks here, he understands this platform. It's a serious platform. We're not going to accept to be taken as if we're journalists here, we're managed. Otherwise, we'll not be here. So, Chair, there's an issue that I asked city manager, and I want to repeat it.
New question.
It's not a new question. I'm asking around the issue of specialists. What qualifications do they have? You are not doing me a favor to answer me here. What qualifications do they have? Two, specialists, the serious weight. What are they specializing in? What kind of skills do they have to be called specialist? And don't be diplomatic, answer me. Because partly is my work, I'm doing my work and we are also doing your work to answer me here before this platform, such that we improve situation in Mangaung. We want to see this city having clean audit too. But with these diplomatic questions, that's why we're here. So can I be answered?
Thanks. I don't know whether it's not a new question. Otherwise, we're not going to leave with follow-up questions.
Chair, and the other thing, I did not say intra. I was talking about inter-transfer. Do you have a policy on inter-transfer? I'm aware you have a policy on intra-transfer. Do you have a policy on intra and inter-transfer? Because you took a person from where Kopanong to where? To Mangaung. That's why I'm asking inter, not intra.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, just on the follow up on some of the issues. The CFO said it's difficult for the attorneys to collect the money because of pressures, economic pressures, and I understand that. But some of these accounts are big accounts, and it comes from years back, which wasn't stopped by the municipality. So they didn't cut their water and electricity. So we can't say that it's an economic issue, and it's still not cut. I know of accounts that's 100, 200,000, 300,000 residential accounts, but it's not cut. So we can't say that we do everything in our power to get the money. I promise you, the moment you cut that electricity or water, they can make an arrangement. Pay 50% and we'll put it on, and then you can pay the rest of whatever the reason can be. But there must be something, and it's not done because the municipality is not doing what they should do there. Chair, and then the CFO also said that they had R1 billion in the bank account. If they had R1 billion in the bank account, why do we have private companies filling potholes, cleaning our parks. It can't be with R1 billion there. Maybe you can explain to us what you did with that. Chair, and then lastly, or second lastly, on the stadiums, I understand. Look, I believe 100% in this. This is going to be our lifeline in the future. The Bloemfontein, Mangaung, wherever, we are an event city. If we don't get a World Cup or a rugby stadium or a soccer game or a cricket game or a test here, we don't get financial, or Makufe or any of those. We need financial injection into this, but we can't do it if we haven't got a stadium. I mean, we've been downgraded. I saw in a presentation from Cheetahs to Department of Economic Development, where they said the contract expired in 2021, and they've been downgraded to C if they are a B. Just by signing that contract, if I can just reach an agreement, we get a test next year. That test will bring in 170 million rand over that weekend. I cannot see that we, in 4 years, can't get to the position where you sit around the table. I do not know, Maya, what it means to have a transformation in a stadium. I reckon it's sporting codes, different sporting codes. I was under the impression there are a lot of sporting codes there. But then they must also contribute in maintaining that stadium. But we cannot allow this to happen. This is our responsibility, not collectively. We are neglecting the people and this metro by not signing a contract or reaching an agreement. There must be some way, unless there's egos in the way, which I don't know, from their side or their side. I don't know where the problem lies. But it cannot be that we do this. There's an athletic stadium. They cannot hold the international. We had the best turf in South Africa by that stage. We can't hold the international competition there. Then lastly, Chair, the wastewater treatment plant, or the mayor said, they can't do it, it's about the money. There's 7 billion rand that you just handed over. Don't tell me you cannot collect it. Ask any law firm, give that money to other law firms. I tell you now, they will collect in the first month 30% of that money. 30%. I'll resign if they don't get it. No, I won't do that. But because they're not going to do it. But they will get it right. I worked at a law firm. I know how it works. It's possible, but you need to drive it. And lastly, Chair, those debt are going to prescribe. If we don't summon the people, the person, if we don't issue a summon, it's going to prescribe, and we're going to have to write off that debt. And that's also part of our responsibility. It will be negligent on the side of the municipality if we don't do everything that we should do. And we shouldn't be scared to issue a summon. There's a process regarding that. There can be negotiations after that. But it's not being done. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Chair. Just to follow up again on Lurie Park. First of all, it was not a racial incident. 87% of that ward is black. 90% of the people that were complaining were black from Lurie Park. Secondly, in this same room, in July, in the committee, it was said by your panel that those unfortunate people that are still stuck there would be relocated to farm X2727 by the end of the year. That was done under oath. So that means your panel lied. Because if you just said now, Mr. Mayor, if I could correct, that you are not going to move them. So either you are misunderstanding what you said now, or your panel lied then. So I want to know which one it is. And then I commend you for the 79,000 places that you're looking after. And thank you for making sure that they'll all get good services. But let's sort this one out first, because it was promised, and there's a court order that you have to comply to as well. Thank you.
Chair. No, thanks, Chair. I think that we undertake our work of oversight as parliament, as legislatures, and that majority should be developmental, because oversight is not equivalent to witch hunt. It is to seek and to insist on development and the ability of the entirety of governance to service our people. My question is on the repairs and maintenance. And I hope Mayor Taifa CFO, I just like her when she speaks and responds to this question. We, committee of the legislature, met with Mangaung as well as the rugby union. So it's a follow-up chair on the stadium issue. Majoro. But what we could not deduce, and maybe it's because that work is not completed, and Honorable Musangu, unfortunately, is not part of that committee, because all of these matters of the stadiums were exhausted there, except that the weakness came with the process, that we don't have this high-level leadership delegation in those types of meetings. And that's why it is our strong belief that oversight will be effective when leadership indeed deploys very high senior level. At a particular point, the MM was there. Follow-up meetings he could not attend. Is the issue of the downgrade a matter of the maintenance of the stadium or the broad economic issues of Mangaung? Because it was as if it's not the maintenance of the stadium, but the ability of Bloemfontein to host certain events of a particular magnitude. And we contrasted that issue with Makupe may be undertaken by the province, but it is done in Mangaung. And then as far as we're concerned, to that extent, the oversight has even considered a report about the economic impact of Makupe, which talks to detail in terms of how many beds were booked. What is the understanding between these two things? Is it maintenance, or is it the fact that, for instance, there's not enough hotels in Bloemfontein, the issue of the grade of the airport in terms of the movement of people and the connection roads were not stable, Majoro, I know, with regard to Devon. It has been ups and downs between Bloemfontein and Cape Town. Of course, we're not connected to Cape Town, to Kimberley, including Lesotho. But I know that we're strong with regard to Johannesburg. What are the real issues with regard to that matter? So that we take advantage that you are here. And I know that the process of that committee, together the rugby union and Mangaung, is unfolding. One of the indications, CFO, is that the rugby union owes municipality, I think, about 7 million. And one of their requests was that municipality must write it off. And unfortunately, as committee, we said, look, we have no authority, neither liberty, Majoro, to instruct Mangaung in terms of how to handle issues of their, debt collection and all of that. But we remain that we think that it will be very strategic and key that issues pertaining to the upgrading of the stadium needs to be attended to in a manner that it is speedily, and indeed there will be an agreement between Mangaung and the rugby union, so that as other members are saying about it, we go back to that area where we are able to host these international games, especially as far as rugby is concerned. I think that the legislature has got a huge interest, but we thank you, the mayor, that indeed Mangaung has been coming to that tripartite engagement, and they are still unfolding up to now. But let's take an advantage that you are here, and let's understand your vision
in terms of those issues. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairperson. Can we respond? Or the other questions? Okay.
No, thanks very much. Mine is very brief indeed. It's about the action plan that the municipality is using that is different from any other metro. And that is not compatible to what the, I think, Treasury is using. My question is, now that it is different, how is the metro informing Treasury in terms of what they are doing in terms of improving, in terms of those financial implications? Number two, Chair, on the very same matter, what is the long-term plan? Maybe from the executive mayor, Chair, if you agree. What is the long-term? When are we going to get out of this being under administration? When? What is the long-term plan? And what are the criteria that are set to say, once we have achieved the following, we will then uplift this intervention? Because like the executive mayor indicated, we are aware that some of the people assigned to assist them, they're not even in this province, and they're not even assisting. So what is it that we must achieve in order to get out of this quagmire? Thanks.
You see why I said this thing will never end. And you did not become happy with me when I said that.
Can I ask a question? Thanks, Chair. Last time I wanted to ask a question and then you confined me to issues of clarity between me and the city manager. Mangaung Chair has a 12 billion debt to collect. 12 billion debt to collect. And I think it's for the second time a year CFO talking around this issue, and I'm becoming a bit uncomfortable because we'll want to treat government differently from ordinary residents. They both owe. A worst scenario is that with government, they have budget to pay through public works. And CFO, the way is preaching this thing, is more like an animal farm where other animals are more equal than others. But I was saying it on another angle, but the issue that I wanted to raise around this issue of 12 billion is that Treasury said this debt is realistically unrecoverable. CFO, executive mayor, and the city manager collective, do you think you are in a position to collect that 12 billion? And what is going to happen moving forward? Because at some point, it was far lesser, but now today, you are seated with 12 billion. To such an extent that you can face provincial government and national government in their eyes and say, pay us, and then you want to be diplomatic. Can we be assured that you're going to, it's possible to collect this debt as it is? And if it's not collectible, like the Treasury is saying that is realistically irrecoverable, what are you going to do in that instance?
Over to you, Major.
Okay, no, fine. Let me start with the last question. And perhaps demonstrate the ability to show the committee spirit of it, which is close to 9 to 10 billion rand, is informed by communities, your mother, my sister, the indigent. That's the amount of money That makes the 12 billion rand. So for us to have 12 billion rand in our books, it's literally unrecoverable, especially on those people that I'm referring to, close to 9 billion rand, Chairperson. It's unrecoverable easily. It cannot be easily recoverable. It's in it indigent, it's in it people who are normal, it's in it a history of a non-collection that was done over years. It's not a reflection of money. That speaks to yesterday or in the financial year or in the administration that I'm in. It ranges to administrations. That's the amount of money. The balance of it, 1.4, I think it's 1.8 now. Government is about 1.4 now. It's about 2 billion rand. Yeah, 2 billion rand is government now. Now I'm going to demonstrate how far we've fought to recover the 2 billion rand. And the balance, therefore, is business. I think this is what the one that we are referring to. That is the recoverable money that we'll have. Now, what we have done, we went to Treasury, and I hope Treasury should have reported this. And in our interaction with Treasury, Treasury met with Cooperative. So the two ministers discussed. In our last Cooperative Lehotla, in Daba, that we came about 2 weeks back, a resolution was taken by the two ministers, it was disclosed, that has been taken by the two ministers, that all government department that owns municipalities, their monies are going to be deducted from their budgetary system, their grants and everything. By December, as we move into January, we'll be having that money that they owe us into our coffers. I'm sure that satisfies the question that I was asked with regard to government. That is why we did not assign any lawyer to collect money from government. But I must remind our Honorable Mr. McKay, as we're councillors together, what I reported one day before the council, that when we came in, the collection spell and discipline of the municipality was given to a single company. At that time, the government was owing the municipality 1.8 billion rand. The resident was around 8 billion rand. Business was about 2.5 billion. So what we then did, what had happened then? It was given to one person. Chairperson, I just want to give you a very quick figure. If the government would pay, which they did, pay 600 million rand to the municipality at 10% collection rate, 10%, how much that company that was collecting everything do? Just on 600 million rand. Is that not 60 million rand? Would you expect that company to go to the residents and business and still demand to collect or go to Dubai? So when we were together with Mr. McKay as councillors, we unbundled the collection. It's not a long time ago. It's just old as when the new provincial government was installed, that they came here. We had just passed to unbundle the tender that speaks to the collection. And unbundle would mean a number of companies must be given a number of discipline, not one company collecting a particular all discipline. Those that would collect from residents must do residents. Those that will collect from business must do business. Those that collect from any other entity, maybe it's our residential or rental unit, they must do so. Not cluster them into one because they will go for the soft target and make money and disappear into thin air and come only when they don't have money. So we have unbundled it. So the number of lawyers, the law firms that were mentioned, are a product of the unbundled program. They've just jumped into their job. I don't think they are more than 6 months or even 4 months. Yeah? Yeah, that's when they came in. They had to put their own infrastructure because we demanded a particular system where the discipline of the money must actually be exercised. So we're at that point where we are now saying they must be hard at work. I do not even want to bore the committee on what they get confronted with. But one of the simplest example, Chairperson, is that you are an indigent. They've got your record. You have not registered. They come to you only to find that literally you are an indigent. They've spent their money to collect the money from you. Not only is that system plain sailing and smooth running, we must refine it. We are doing that. So I'm answering to say we are doing something on this. It is not as all system goes. So yes, sitting from here, you would see yourself as a law firm that you can come in, bulldoze and get the money. It doesn't work that way, unfortunately. You get litigated along the way. And there was a question as to how much money are we using on litigation. We must also do these things, also taking into consideration that any processes that we enter into and is not perfect enough is subject to litigation. So then there is a R1 billion that is said we have, and therefore, why have private companies? I think the answer was given. We had no systems. We're working with a staff component less than 40%. We are building on it. We are making sure that the Metro does have all the nuts and bolts in terms of all the discipline that it must. But we had to budget first, Chairperson. We could not just take people and then put them in there and we don't have money to pay them, especially professionals. We had to budget. So our current budget accommodate the opportunity to begin to look at critical posts in order to make sure that the Metro does perform at least to a maximum level where we must begin to get rid of a private sector and in-source some of the expertise. But it is not just going that way. You in-source what is informed. So part of what we have coupled our tenders with, especially those that were outsourcing, that could be an in-source discipline, is that we ensure that those that come in and they are doing a service that would require sharing the skills and the knowledge must be built in and around our staff so that when their terms come to an end, our staff is informed enough to carry on with the process. It is not just overnight. You have to work on it and build capacity. There was no capacity in that Metro. We have to build that capacity. We are dealing with a situation where the chicken was eaten. We must find eggs because people are waking up to look for eggs. So I don't have those eggs for now. I must work to realize them. Now the issue of the stadium, Chairperson, is a pity that they have high. I honestly don't understand what did the rugby union do in front of the portfolio committee as well as my officials, because the two have assigned them responsibilities to crack their skull, work their head, bring a product to me. Instead of bringing a product to me, they run elsewhere. I instructed them to do so, and I still am awaiting my answers. So I can't go deep into that, except to say what Ntate Thabo is asking. Some of it is real, others are not factual. Look, Mangaung has got the capacity to accommodate all sporting codes that would come to this city and utilize the resources we have, including utilizing the stadium by its capacity and the many beds that we have in our city. And in fact, the healthier the stadium is, the more the beds are going to grow. And the more investment that will happen in the city. And that's what we want. That's what we want. So the mobility to the city, we have got 7 national roads leading into the city. 7 critical roads, M6, N8, N1, double ways, they come into the city. And all those roads contribute to make the city to be what it should be. We have got an international standard airport and other related small airport that you can think of where people can land in the city. We have the capacity to sustain any challenge that comes our way. So we don't have any problem when it comes to that. The problem we have is that we need to ensure that we stimulate the economy to be able to sustain itself in order to be attractive enough to attract investors. But in terms of what we should do and accommodate in terms of sporting codes, we don't have any problem as a city. We have got the capacity. The transformation agenda that was asked. Indeed, I do not want an understanding when it comes to the utilization of our resources, where people will actually come to me and start quarreling. We wanted to use the stadium and then there is a rugby match. First, the understanding between soccer and stadium, and I want to talk about the two, let alone cricket, but just the two. We cannot have a match of rugby in town and soccer in the township the same day like it has happened in the recent past. I'm sure most of you would understand what I'm talking about. Because the transformation agenda speaks to, you would want to watch, is it Marumo today? But tomorrow when the Cheetahs are playing, you'd also want to go to the Cheetahs. When they play parallel, same time, same day,
it still speaks to the old modalities. We must stop that. They must sit around the table, plan their fixtures according, and make sure that each fixture brings, because they both bring numbers in the metro. So they can't bring the numbers the same day. We would want to staccato so that the metro must survive, our local business must survive, but also entertainment must be galore to everybody. That's one. Two, sharing of resources is critical, and we want to do, and then with us. So that if soccer, it comes to the stadium, Braopa, it says our portion of utilization of the stadium is 30%. They must also learn to work towards contributing towards the sustenance and the maintenance of the stadium, or enter into an agreement with us. So the two parties, I said, they interact with my officials, and then they conclude. Now, that is what I mean when I talk about transformation, and it must be jotted down, because in most material time, if these things are not drafted down, they tend to take a different form, and we must be there always to mediate on things that we could have contractually arrive at. Now, I don't know whether I am missing or let's we understand about the downgrading. Please, we do. It is on the basis of the downgrading that I instructed that they must talk. In fact, if the rugby union and the officials had entered into a proper meeting of minds timelessly, I promise you, the downgrading was still in progress. It was not yet endorsed. Chairperson, believe me when I say I did not discuss with the Free State Rugby Union. I discussed with a national one. And I made commitment. In the same way as Mr. McKay will say, I made commitment. Now, I appreciate, Chairperson, the issue of Mr. McKay with Lorry Park. It has been our battle. It's not fashionable, I'm afraid. And me and him come far with Lorry Park. But I want to tell this committee, I'm not going to remove those people that are there, because the law says when you remove them, take them somewhere. I don't have somewhere. I don't. That's one. Two, instead of taking those people away from there, I literally am taking more people there, because I cannot allow a situation, Chairperson, where our people must not be allowed to come to closer cities in localities where they must come closer to their work, and allow communities who these people that I'm going to be taking there are working for, but they hardly know where those people come from, how much time they spend on the road, what difficulties they face when they leave their homes. But these people come there, they wash them, they wash their children, they cook for them, they do everything. But they are not worried as to when those people leave their doorstep, where those people are going to. Now, let me tell you, Chairperson, my mother, your sister, my uncle from Botshabelo in M section used 3 to 4 transport to arrive at either Lorry Park or Figas Park. 4. What time did they wake up? In the morning. What time? Let's say 4 o'clock. But by 8 o'clock, he should have started work. What time did they reach back home? That is why we have got so many Nyaopes and so many children that are not taken care of, because their parents are never close to them. They are working elsewhere and far from their places of living. The metro is taking a posture to say, we are bringing people closer to where they work and closer to cities. And the scramble that me and Mr. McKay understand and have had is that they do not want people closer home. And that, Chairperson, I'll die for. We are bringing them closer home, closer to where they work. We are going to find a way that the law must support us. Where the law has to be challenged, we'll challenge it. But I am no longer going to allow a situation in this metro where someone will be taken kilometers and kilometers away from where life is not. We must bring people closer to life. And that is the struggle that we are going to pursue. If they say that is part of the struggle is my life, let it be, Chairperson. Thank you.
Can I come through as well, Chair? Perhaps I must just start by declaring that I have the utmost respect for this August House, Honorable Busanku. I'm not looking down at this house.
No, speak to me. Don't
Okay,
speak
Chair.
to. Yes.
My apologies. I humbly request on the issue of specialists to do a written response on that one. On the transfer of staff, we have done it in line with Section 25 of Municipal Staff Regulations, which provides for both inter and intra transfers. So the elements of that is that the person must match the post if it was to be advertised. Secondly, that the person should not get a higher salary than the one he or she was getting in the municipality where they are transferred from. So those are the controls as provided by municipal staff regulations. I wanted to touch also on the issue of the rugby. We are meeting with them also on Friday. I've got the draft memo. Like I said, it has some questions, some big questions. I'm hoping that before we meet with rugby on Friday, would have rejected or accepted some of the proposals. I thought I should, I don't know if there is anything that I may have left out, but I would encourage, is my request that because we were not ready for some of the questions, I don't know, and I think I've been mentioned that we are speaking under oath. Pardon my diplomacy here and there. It's not diplomacy. I'm being cautious that I don't lie to this committee, Chair. So where we have not been able to answer, I would appreciate the questions in writing so that we can give proper details. Thanks, Chair.
Thanks. I would want us to move now. I think critical to issues that have been raised still talks to what was raised in the audit the outcome. Maybe because, or maybe the treasury, the manner in which it looked when it looks at Metro Mangaung, is also informed by that outcome. That maybe for the past 3 years you have not changed the audit outcome. Maybe in the first 5 years, the first 2 years you got a certain outcome and you then dropped and maintain that for the past 3 years. And then the looking at the overall the assessment, the overall assessment that the audit outcome was given in terms of key controls, that it disclaimed with findings, non-finance and performance disclaimed with findings, on effective leadership disclaimed with findings. So you see that reflections of poor performance in such key areas then gives a reflection to institutions that clearly there's also poor leadership, especially at the level of key controls. How do we improve on that? What has been the role of internal audit in assisting to raise these issues internally? And also, what has been the recommendations from the audit committee in relation to those issues? Maybe, hopefully, the audit action plan has attended to these issues. With the current audit, we'll see some improvement, because clearly, in terms of, if you look at those past 5 years, what from the naked eye you would see in the area has changed. I mean, those running waters every day in the streets have subsided. Those running sewer spillages have subsided, and many other issues of service delivery. But on the side of financial management, especially the role of SCM, there has not been improvement. So those are the issues that I think, in terms of financial management, we really have to critically look at and ensure that we begin to arrest, so that we can have a better performance in terms of finances. In the same way as we are fighting to ensure that there's better service delivery. But also, lastly, both political leadership and administrative leadership of the institution. Part of the issues of cooperative governance that we always raise, a lot of issues that assets that you find in government assets that you find here in Mangaung, Bloemfontein in particular, are of historical significance. I mean, you would never find President Brand Street in many of the big cities. If you'd ever find it, maybe in Pretoria or in Cape Town. In fact, in Cape Town, I've stayed there, you'll never find President Brand Street. When I talk about President Brand Street, I'm talking about assets of historical significance that you find in one street. And in terms of working with provincial government, in relation to using that as tourism attraction sites, working with public works and arts and culture, in terms of maintenance and improvement of those assets, coming up also with the business plans to ensure that some of those assets are turned into, with business models that must bring in revenue, a lot of revenue. I mean, that presidency, that House presidency, I'm not satisfied with the manner in which how it's being operated. I still have strong belief that asset can bring a lot of money if a better business model is produced out of that. And that can be between the provincial government working with municipalities, so that we then are able to market those assets to the world and bring more tourists to Bloemfontein. The competitive advantage of Bloemfontein is on the political history of the area and the assets that you find. And that's how you would be able to produce or develop a tourism product out of that political history. And it is when there's that cooperative governance, provincial government, national government, and municipality, to bring the heads together, ensure that what is it that we do to ensure that the assets that we have here produce results in terms of revenue for the city and its population. With that, I want to close that. Before closing that, give over to the chairperson of cooperative governance. I want, as I give over to chairperson of of governance, to also invite Centlec to bring their seats. No one of you is leaving. They must come now and join you, because now we'll have to deal with the audit outcome of Centlec. And then I then give over to
Chairperson, with due respect, there's a question that needs just a second to answer, that we did not answer, the one that deals with when do we envisage coming out of Section 139?
Oh, yeah. Yes.
And perhaps the answer that I would give is that it is on the strength of the Treasury and Cabinet to decide whether or not are we now in a position as Metro. That assessment would be done by them. Our business is to be on an action plan that we made reference to. Equally so, to deal with the issue of financial recovery plan and make sure that at a time when that assessment is done, we are able to can demonstrate the ability to stand on our own as a municipality. We can't decide. Unfortunately, it's a process way and above us. Ours is to perform. I really would not attach time frame to it. Perhaps the treasury would be the best positioned structure to answer, but I don't even think they do have such, because our interaction is at high level, and it is more of a cabinet decision when, as and when they would have provided a convincing report. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you. I'm now giving over to Ndate Tlute, and as I give over to Ndate Tlute, Centlec team must then step forward to the front table. No one is leaving. They are joining you because they are part of you. They must just step forward. No, they don't step. You don't step back. You can maybe only give them space.
Chairperson, this is actually disruptive. So the thinking was to look at the financials of the municipality, as well as, let's call it the value for money, the service delivery aspects as well. So if that was communicated wrongly to you, we apologize, but we also we need to look into the service delivery aspects as well. And there are so much, like the speaker said, we should have a week. I think a month will be more prudent, because there are so many issues we need to look into. The whole issue of the technical committee, if you look into the reports we received, the technical committee actually says that they're not getting the information, and city manager, you know this, they're not getting the information they need from you in the technical committee to assist impact. But be that as it may, I think it's also necessary that we need to look at the human aspect of this, the service delivery aspect of this. And we did invite the Section 9 institution, the Human Rights Commissioner, who's also here, Dr. Henk Boshoff. And maybe just from your side, you did report on all the municipalities quite recently. And I saw you having discussions in your own head regarding Mangaung. So from your side, your inputs maybe on what was said today. Thank you very much.
Chairperson, thank you very much. Good afternoon, honourable members and the delegation from Mangaung. Chair, I actually should have addressed you when the meeting started. So much has been said, and the intention is not to take the meeting back. I can perhaps just augment on what was said. Firstly, Chair, I think it's very important for the committee to note that, and it's no secret that the Commission has received a lot of praise and admiration and positive comments with regards to the service delivery inquiry that we had last year in March. A report was released in November last year, and municipalities were given the opportunity to provide the Commission with council-approved plans on how they're going to implement the recommendations of the Human Rights Commission. Now, Chair, that report is not gathering dust. In fact, the report found its way into a court judgment in the Nwate matter, paragraph 4 of that judgment. And the reason for it finding its way into a court judgment is because of the quality and accuracy of the report. The two committees of Parliament, a committee of the National Assembly, also a select committee of the National Council of Provinces, also visited the province. In fact, I was requested to present when the NCOP Select Committee visited Mafube, Machabeng, and Kopanong. More recently, the Deputy President had to respond to questions in the National Council of Provinces, and he made certain commitments. I know that the Select Committee made specific recommendations to the full House of the NCOP. I speak under correction. I've not seen the resolution, but it is my assumption that that recommendation to implement the recommendations of the Human Rights Commission became a resolution of the NCOP. I cannot confirm that, but I know that a recommendation was made. The Deputy President then also committed to the implementation of the recommendation, and the Department of Water and Sanitation and the National Department of Cooperative Governance were tasked to assist with the implementation of the recommendations. Now, Chair, it also needs to be I also need to indicate this, that Mangaung was also invited to the inquiry. Unfortunately, we had to subpoena the municipal manager, the city manager, for not attending the inquiry. Now, on the 29th of March, at 7 o'clock in the morning, it was just after Easter weekend, I think, Majoro, we met with the mayor and with the executive mayor and the city manager in the mayor's office. And we explained to the municipality that we require a council-approved plan from the municipality on how they're going to implement the recommendations. The mayor committed to the tabling of the report in council and to adhere to the specific recommendation that a council-approved plan should be submitted to the Human Rights Commission. A council item did serve before council. Chair, I can get the date here. I think it was around the 24th of July this year. Now, what for me is a bit concerning, Honourable Chair, was that the decision that was taken by council, and remember this is a public document, your council agenda, your minutes and so on, was that the decision was that the council take note of the SA, South African Human Rights Commission's report and recommendations made to address the complaints in the report. It goes further. It says, however, the submitted plans to the SAHRC will be made available and shared with the committee services to send to all councillors to ensure oversight monitoring by councillors. Now, Chair, we have not received this plan. The plan that will, and I quote, will be made available to the Human Rights Commission has never been sent to the Human Rights Commission. We still don't know how the municipality intends to implement the recommendations of the Human Rights Commission. I'm also not sure whether this commitment that was made, that committee services would send the plan to all councillors, did indeed transpire, did in fact materialize, and that all councillors did get a copy of this plan, which still is not a council-approved plan because a plan a plan developed by the administration in terms of this resolution would have been sent through committee services, if I interpret this resolution correctly, to the councillors. So we have not seen the plan at all, which is a concern. Chair, then on service delivery, your direct question. I don't want to criticize the testimony of Mangaung. They did a very good job, I think. But I would have loved to also get some acknowledgement that service delivery is not yet at the level that we all expect service delivery to be. There are definite, and the honourable members are correct, there are challenges with regards to water provision in the city. Just yesterday, I accompanied my wife to the Lingau Centre to renew a driver's license. We could not be helped because there was no water, and that the centre closed at 10 o'clock yesterday morning. So water challenges there are, but the municipality is busy. They are really working hard to address it. But I and the Commission would like to understand how are they doing this, because I also account to the National Assembly, and tomorrow I will be appearing before the Justice Portfolio Committee, and they will ask me, what are you doing to address water and sanitation issues in all the municipalities in the country? They ask me that every time I appear before them. So I would have loved Mangaung to address how are they addressing water provision in the city, for example. There are still sewage spillages in the city. It's no secret. It's happening in the greater Bloemfontein area of Mangaung. There are definite sewage spillages in Botshabelo. In fact, the provincial manager just told me that there's a complaint on his desk that a honeysucker or honeysuckers of the municipality are discharging the sewage into a veld near Botshabelo. Now, we've not investigated it. It's a complaint. It's an allegation. But those are the challenges or the complaints we receive on a daily basis, and especially with regards to Botshabelo. And the honourable member was referring to Dabanshu. He would be in a better position to also address Dabanshu. But definitely with regards to Botshabelo, there are serious sewage spillages, and we have photos, etc. On the landfill sites, serious human rights violation. Serious. We will put the municipality on terms, especially with regards to the sewage spillages and the landfill sites. And hopefully we will be able to resolve issues. We are not, we cannot litigate on each and every matter that we find on our desk, and we will, even before we consider a subpoena hearing early in the new year, also engage with the municipality to address these issues. Lastly, Chair, I was saying to the provincial manager when the whole issue around Laurie Park was mentioned, I actually, and Mr. Modise, the two of us, actually went to that community last year, and we walked among them. We visited those shacks, and we wanted to understand, with regards to your constitutional rights, do you have access to water? And with regards to sanitation, where do you relieve yourselves? Now, the mayor is correct, and we don't want to express an opinion on positions of the municipality where they want to locate people. That's the position of the municipality. My business and the business of Mr. Modise is human rights. But when we were there last year, we were informed by those ordinary residents, and we did write letters to the municipality, and Mr. Modi said that I'm not sure if we ever received feedback from the municipality. But many of those community members did not have regular access to water. And with regards to sanitation, those people were relieving themselves in those bushes towards that hill, creating serious health challenges. And I'm not sure, I've not been to that area this calendar year again, but those were the issues last year. So we will monitor, when people are located and relocated, we will monitor that carefully to ensure that people have access to water, to proper sanitation. Toilets should be provided. Cannot relieve themselves in bushes. Those very same sisters and daughters cannot relieve themselves in bushes. That we cannot allow as the Commission. And my request, Chair, seeing that it appears that our recommendations in the inquiry report has become a resolution of Parliament, my request to the municipality is please provide us now with that council-approved plan on how to implement the recommendations. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Mayor, you heard now. When can we expect that plan? Can you commit to a time?
I do not want to suggest I worked on it. Let's commit to say, Chairperson, we will. What's today? Let me have until next week Friday to work on improve on what I think is a plan, because I know I took the matter to the council. Of course, the chairperson has alluded to the fact that there is a plan that should be tabled before them. Can I commit to make sure that by Friday next week it's before his office?
So there's no plan being circulated to councillors as well?
You see, honestly speaking, dealing with so many things, I know that I dealt with Human Rights Commission's document, but my memory cannot tell me which one.
But you understand that there was a council resolution stating that
yeah,
there would
maybe
be
if I
a
could
basic
consult,
plan and it would be...
Maybe if I could consult quickly with my
the
colleagues,
speaker.
I can't remember. Deputy Mayor? Because I remember,
Okay.
yeah.
Okay.
But to ensure that I don't give myself a tedious time frame that will embarrass me, can I go and work on it?
Next Friday.
And make sure that it is before the Human Rights Commission. But Chairperson, can I take advantage of you calling me to the podium to say to the committee, to the Chapter 9 institution, when I spoke about water, I said we are a waterlogged metro. And I spoke about Harib Dam pipeline. We have got 4 dams in the metro that supply us. 2 of them are collection point, the other 2 are distribution point. Musselsport and this dam that we're talking about, at face value, they can no longer carry the growing community of Mangaung. Not only because they are small, but also with the turbidity and the sediment that took place in them. When you look at them during rainy season, they look like they are full, but they are half mast because we still have to take out the residue to create a volume that would at least sustain the metro. That's what should happen, Chairperson. But in the midst of all, when summer comes in, all of us fill our swimming pool. And it also affects even the amount of water that we have at the catchment point. But over and above that, now we have a problem in terms of pipelining to the lying area, such as the one that the chairperson was making reference to. So our problem is not a deliberate challenge of lack of capacity. It's a natural one. And we have to find modalities to address it. So as and when the Human Rights Commission deals with the issue of water, I think care must be taken that there are serious challenges here. They are not just challenges of irresponsibility or lack of attending to challenges that are facing us. They are natural, they are challenging, they need more money, they need advanced technology, but we are also even digging down to look at what underground water we can get to mitigate. So we are really doing what we can, but I understand.
Thank you, Mayor. I think that's the end of the session then. Sorry, members, but I just wanted to get the information from the Human Rights Commission as well, because I did invite him, because it's always nice to hear his side from this. I think it's time for a break. It's 25 now. Let's make a 10-minute break. Let's get coffee and something else, and then we'll continue with Centlec. Thank you very much. team from Centec. Can I just find out who's the head of the delegation, the chief of chiefs? Sir, can you just maybe give me your name? Sorry.
Can I go and call them
Yes,
quickly?
please let him come in. Oh, Mayor, you're still here. Thank you. So you're going to be part of this team as well. Maybe then we can start with you. If you can just introduce the team, and then we can continue with them.
Chairperson, thank you very much. Once again, let me also thank the Portfolio Committee, honorable members of the legislature, and all the invitees that are here. Let me say, Chairperson, just to introduce Centlec. Centlec is a product of an initiator by the municipality and a 100% shareholder by the municipality. Their greatest role, not limited to, is the provision of energy, electricity in particular. They are in that space to ensure that our city and our localities are lit. Now, they were given 3 critical questions by the committee, and I'm therefore going to ask them to prevail on those questions. Thank you very much, Chairperson.
Thank you. Can you just get the indication who's going to start? Sir, your name and your title.
Perhaps, Chairperson, let me introduce them officially.
Yes, thank you.
On my right, I've got the CEO, Tate Malefani. And on my left, I've got our CEO, Mezoni. And then they are accompanied by Advocate Super. I think it's that side on risk, audit and risk. And then Ms. Ntako Siahatsi on the, is a manager, general manager on audit, and Tate Justice Mujaje, executive manager on engineering, and the team is with us as is. And then I think I did introduce the one that come from the side of the municipality. So I think the person who will lead the pack will be the CEO, and then they will share the platform with the CFO of Centlec. Thank you so much, Sir President.
No, that's fine. I just want to find out who's going to do all the, what do you call it? The, pardon? Okay, please will you continue with the processes that we need to follow?
Most certainly, Chair. Good afternoon, Dr. Malafan. May you please stand for me? Thank you. And switch on your mic. Thank you.
I'm audible.
Yes, you are audible.
Thank you.
Thank you. Will you be taking an oath or an affirmation?
Oath.
And do you consider this oath binding on your conscience?
Yes.
Please state your full names for the record.
My name is Malefanis Fowoto.
Do you swear what you're about to tell the committee is the truth and nothing but the truth? If so, please raise your right hand and say, "So help me God."
So help me.
Thank you, Ndate. May you, and then I'll just move over to this. Is it just going to be the two of you that will do the ritual? All right then. Good afternoon, ma'am. Ma'am, will you be taking an oath or an affirmation?
An oath?
And do you consider this oath binding on your conscience?
Yes.
Please state your full names for the record.
I am Zoe Shalom Natasha Williams.
Do you swear what you're about to tell the committee is the truth and nothing but the truth? If so, please raise your right hand and say, "So help me God."
So help me God.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Is that all, sir? Anyone else? Sure. Chairperson, thank you.
I'll be finished. Thank
Yes,
you very much.
you are.
Good.
Thank you.
So I think let's allow 15 minutes. I think you all did receive the questions, and let's go through the replies quickly, and then we can allow members to engage. So the floor is yours. 15 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Chair and members of the committee and Executive Mayor, the Speaker, Chief Whip. Let me say all protocol observed. And the CM next to me here. Chair, we have received 3 questions from the committee. I'm not sure whether it's all 3 or there is an extension of the 3. But for now, safely say there was 3 that we received.
You can make yourself ready for an extension of the 3. So don't be fooled by 3 questions.
Chair, maybe before I can start with these 3 questions, let me wish Bafana good luck for tonight's game. They need it, and we need it as South Africans. The reason why I'm saying this as well, Chair, as a soccer lover or someone who likes sports, you have seen last night what the women Proteas did. They did wonderful from the World Cup. So we also wish them well. But on the same breath, Chairperson and members, as an entity, we are also running a marketing campaign around cable theft must fall. And that campaign, precisely because vandalism and cable theft is a national crisis. So we are not immune around these issues. So that campaign as well, there was a video that is making rounds here from the entity. And you will see one of those items is soccer, where you see Bafana through the advert. So we like the members to play that in their own space, because it's part of those that we say, let's join the hands to fight this crisis of cable theft must fall. So, Chair, let me get to the business of the day. We received 3 questions, and one of the questions, Chair, was basically around qualification verification program that we have been selected from the province to participate. And within this program, there are 2 questions to say what specific measures or preparation as Central we are undertaking in order to make sure that we participate fully in terms of the program. Secondly, on that question, we were asked to say which categories or level of employees they will participate in terms of their qualification verification. Chair and members, I would like to state that Centrec already started with the qualification verification. There is a 2-pronged approach that we did. One of the things that we did now, we've got around 33 employees with the category of 9 general managers and 24 managers that already started their verification in terms of this program, right? But parallel to that, since last year, we have a program with the SSA, State Security Agency, because as you know, that Central is a national key point, right? Amongst other things, vetting it's one of those processes that needs to be embarked an assessment annually from the National Security Agency point of view. So I can confirm to say, since from last year to date, we've got 85 employees that went through that program, because vetting also includes, amongst others, the qualification verification. So we've got almost 85 employees already went through that process and completed already. But there is still others that the SSA is still doing in terms of it. So we are running two parallel processes, already started last year, but which we are going to incorporate into this program that we've been asked to participate. So this is where we are, but the part B of the question was which categories moving forward that we envisage to participate in terms of this. And it's senior managers, which includes our level of executives and general managers and junior managers and semi-skilled employees, because you'll find in a level of electrician, we need to verify this qualification of trade test and so forth. So those are the levels that will be forming part of this program. And we'll be waiting to see how the province will guide us in terms, because we haven't received the guideline as yet from the province. However, we are already doing this process. So we'll be happy to find out the guideline or the template that will be suitable from the province point of view in terms of this at a later stage. The second question is related to INEP grant, which was administered by Qarib district municipality. The matter here, there was a 8.5 million, which Mohokare got it during the 21-22 financial year in terms of the electrification program. And during the process, Centlec was implementing agent to finalize the electrification project in Ruvel, Smithfield, and Zastron, which was 300 stands in Zastron, 186 stands in Smithfield, and 281 in Smithfield. The Ruvel was 186, sorry. So the question here that the committee wanted to know, what have we done with that? The scope of work in terms of this 8.5 was, amongst others, to do the design, excavation, to do the earthing and installation of the medium voltage network, including the low voltage network, installing the meters inside the house for the connections, do service connections through the houses, and ultimately commission the stands. These stands of 3 areas, I think it was, if you total it, it's around 767 stands in total within the Mohokare area. But Chair, the question was why the district was paying Centlec directly in terms of that. There was a challenge from the Mohokare municipality before the 2021-22 financial year, where the money from the grants was not, the DMR at that time, which was program administered through the DMR. So the challenge was the department from nationally, they will transfer the money of the grants to the Mohokare municipality, and they're supposed to transfer that money to Centlec for the implementation, but we never got that money, even previously. That was the challenge. Then in 2021-22, during that discussions, the DMR had a discussion with the district to say, we are not going to deposit the money directly to the municipality because they are not going to use it for the right purpose of electrification. Hence, you find DMR transfer the money to the district, and the district, after we have implemented the project, they paid Centlink that money. That's how that matter happens. Safe to say, there was a 15 million as well that they received, including from the grant perspective. We didn't participate in terms of that because already we're out of Mohokare municipality in terms of the service delivery, so they appointed their own service provider, so we don't know what happened with the 15 million in terms of that. So Centlink had no role in terms of that 15 million as to what to date, what was spent for, or what was the program maintained. So the third question as well, Chair, it's in relation to the substation construction of the same municipality. We can confirm that yes, they did receive the money, but we're out of Mohokare at that time. So we can't tell exactly what happened even now. How did they use the 8 million in terms? But what we can tell the members to say, while we were there, around 2017-18 financial year and 18-19, we did receive, I think there was a portion of around 3 million around the substation, the first substation that we erected there. So that was our part in that financial year. But in this current financial year, or post the 21-22, we didn't play any part in terms of the 8 million funding. So unfortunately, Chair and members, the district and the municipality concerned, they can give answers around what happened with the 8 million and the 15 million. Chair, that was the 3 questions that were posed to us. Sweet and short. Unless there is extension. I don't know, Chair. Thank you so much.
Now, I'll give you full marks for staying in time. Members, extensions, as we state. Honourable van Vieren, this side. It's quickly Honourable Volko. Any other? Honourable Garekwe as well. So it's those 3 for now. Thank you. Honourable van Vieren.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you for the presentation. I reckon I wasn't part of this when the questions was posed to you, but perhaps we need to ask this 8 and 15 million into the district. Chair, my first question would be on the financial health. I reckon these municipalities collect revenue on behalf of Centlink. What is the relationship currently with the municipalities? And what is the outstanding debt owed to you? Because I reckon that's part of a crucial part of balancing your budget also. If we can maybe just get clarity on that then. And also on infrastructure projects. What are they? And I'm now thinking of looking into the future. What is the plans for the or for Centlink in providing cheaper and affordable electricity? I remember years back when in winter time they started this coal, these pipes here in Bloemfontein, just to mitigate the electricity costs. What is the plan? Maybe alternative electricity in the future also to ensure that we provide to the public something that will help them. Thank you, Chair.
Honourable Volko.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, let me acknowledge the questions that we sent to Centlink and they respond. And the response was very quick, Chair. Chair, I just want to check. It's just the simple question, Chair. It's about the general workers that have been hired there. Because I heard when you answer one of the questions, you said you want to verify the electricians. So how many electricians that you have in your department? so that next time you must hire more than the general workers, because the general workers, they are doing general work. I saw that in my eyes yesterday at my place when I put on the complaint. There were 15 people when I count them when they arrived there. And amongst them, there was only one electrician who's doing the work. And I asked them, why are you coming with into the whole battalion? Can't you are coming here to stand and watch when the electrician is working. So that is advice to you. Next time when you hire people, don't take the general workers. Just concentrate to those ones who are having a skill. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Chairperson. Let me also welcome the presentation from St. Lake. I really agreed with Honorable Van Vieren about the issue of money. Both municipality, district, and local supposed to come and answer for that, because St. Lake said they are responsible only for 8 million. Now, I just want to ask St. Lake these two questions. What was the reason for them to leave the municipality? They were done. And the other one that when they leave that municipality, the scope of work was done. They did hand over to the municipality. Or what happened? If we can get the reason, Chair. Thank you so much.
Let me also just add my two questions. I think the issue of the assets, in other words, there should have been asset transfers to those municipalities. So what was transferred to them, and what was the MOU regarding those transfers? And then, you know, in politics, there's this issue of divide and conquer. So you're sitting next to the mayor right now. I'm going to ask you whether you feel you are funded enough, because you are basically funded by the municipality. So where are if there are any, and I think anyone will say there are funding problems, but yes, in terms of your budget and your budgetary constraints, are you being funded properly by the municipality? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chair. I think the CFO will deal with first Mokari debt and Kopanong, and the assets transfer, and I will take others. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairperson. In terms of financial health, the debt owed to date that has been confirmed by Kopanong municipality is 61 million. And that has also been disclosed in the annual financial statements, and Mokari is 89 million. With the transition process with Mokari and Kopanong, we had several engagements whereby both parties has sat down, and we had a checklist on what information and what assets belongs to who. And that transition has happened successfully. There was no issues. Both parties were happy, and we divorced our relationship. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. The debt owed to us, that's what necessitated the termination of these two municipalities primarily, because the debt was accruing annually in terms of that. So that was the primary reason, more than anything. The issue of the assets, therefore, yes, we did a formal handover each municipality. Their asset register were residing from individual municipalities, Kopanong and Mokari. So all the asset is within their asset register. So everything was transferred, handover, their bulk customers, residential customers. In terms of vending, we have done it with them. So that's why there was a seamless transition in terms of that. In terms of the plan, yes, we do have the plan as a metro in terms of renewable projects, if I can say, alternative method to make sure that we provide safe and cheap electricity. One of the things that we have done currently, we have reduced our notified maximum demand from ESCOM, which originally was 323 megawatts, which we have reduced it to 260 megawatt, primarily because most of the customers, the demand were very low through the years, through the migration and alternative. But another impact was the load shedding, because if you recall, members, during the load shedding, most of the people went and seek alternative source of energy. And amongst others, they were using gas, rooftop solars, and so they migrated from there. So what we are doing now, we are going to go out soon in terms of the RFP. The short, medium term is to make sure that we provide the microgrids as part of alternative solution for cheaper electricity, right? The second part is for us to apply for Section 34 so that we do have a power station, if you recall. And that power station has got 50 megawatts generation capacity, but from the coal. So we want to amend that in terms of applying for Section 34 and to the ministers of energy. That's what they did at eThekwini for them to generate their own, whether it's in solar or solar farm or whatever, gas power. So that's another part that we are doing. But the short-term, medium project that we are envisaging very soon is microgrids. That's one part. Rooftop solar in a form of a SMME kind of incubation program. Because when we go beyond the 3-year period through the MFMA, we need to be exempted from the provincial and the national treasury in terms of the 10-year or 20 years IPPs. So that process, the team is working on currently to seek exemption for long-term projects between the 5 years and the 10 years. So that we are running parallel. But for now, we are going to focus on the short term that we can do within to provide exactly, because the reality is the electricity is very expensive, extremely. It's unaffordable. So we need to make sure that we find alternative way of providing this cheaper electricity to the municipality. And this is where we are, Honorable Councillor. So very soon we will see those adverts. Oh, Honorable Member. We are used to honorable councillors. I beg. So this is where we are in terms of that program. In terms of the funding, from the CAPEX point of view, around 70 to 80% is for our own revenue that we are funding the CAPEX. And then from electrification, we are having, I think it's 1% of the grants that we are receiving to the city. But we have these bilaterals with the city and city manager to find a way of getting more grants in terms of infrastructure. But amongst other things that we are embarking on, we are busy with the program of the budget facility for infrastructure, where we took this matter to the council to get a council resolution so that we participate in terms of getting grants, either from the DMRE in terms of Adams program or the BFI from National Treasury. So we've got a team already where we've got this reform strategy, but there is this BFI that you have to make a business case. So we are there in terms of trying to get the money for the infrastructure to upgrade the infrastructure. So these are the plans that are on the table that we are embarking on. Thank you.
Thank you. Members, any other questions? No.
Sorry, that's not to belabor the point. Maya, you just said that we need to get economic or set the table for investment into the province. But I mean, if we're not going to make it cheaper for businesses, especially electric, to supply them sustainable energy, they will never invest in Mangaung or Bloemfontein or wherever. And we've had the privilege to go to Sasolburg also the other day, to Sasol, where they, I mean, it's old. I mean, it was built in 1950, but it was maintained, and it's still operating at 100%. So we need to get that also. When we've got something, we need to maintain it. Doesn't mean to kickstart that coal station again, or alternatively, or other. I don't know if that was what you meant. It's going to cost billions, perhaps. But I don't know if that. But we need to maybe have a change. I know other metros does it, where they incentivize people that's got solar energy and make it attractive for them to put into the grid also, and buy that and sell it to somebody else. Thank you, Chief.
Thank you. Honourable Ngani, you just wanted to put something on record?
Thank you, Chair. Just to ask for handover report of those 2 municipalities so that you can be in the position of it. When you need.
Now, of course, we're going to sit with those municipalities as well, so most probably we would like to use that as basis. Yes, Honourable Meku.
Chair, the response about the 2 municipalities that begged the question, and I think it's now known that a municipality like Kopano is in a dire state of financial position. And I know that province, is doing its best, including, major payment of salaries. And I know it looks like a joke, but there was one municipality which paid people by, what are those things? What, vouchers for cruiser. Kopanong is at that level of the financial challenges. Now, the ability for them to pay that debt, it's like zero. Are you looking, Centlec, into the possibility of writing it off? Are there discussions? Do they involve the province? What is the understanding in terms of dealing with that debt of Kopanong? And I'm not arguing in defense of Kopanong, but I'm just saying this is a reality which ultimately you'll be confronted with, and you'll be compelled to have to take a decision in terms of how you deal broadly with issues of debt. And we know, nobody can contradict me here, that one of Kopanong is coming. Thanks, Chair.
Let's get a response on that.
Quick response.
No, wait. Let's go through all the questions.
Okay.
Honourable Msimanga, and then it's final. Last question.
Yeah, Chair. One wanted to understand the politics behind Centlec. Are you able to operate where ESCOM is operating? How do you navigate under such situation? Do we have such arrangement here in Mangaung? If we can be taken into confidence, but also I would want to check, at some point over the news here, we heard there was something around the board. Can we be taken into confidence as to whether what's happening? Do we have a board? If not, why? What happened? Thanks, Chair.
Okay, let's get the responses.
Well, let me start with the issue that relates to the monies owed by the two municipalities. The question is appealing that we act a big brother. But honorable member, we are under serious financial stress and subjected to financial recovery. An answer that would speak to what are those mitigating circumstances that will take us out of section 139, subsection 7A and C. So any cent to us count. But we have got a big brother together with Kopanong and Mokar, which is the province. So the intervention of the province will be critical, coming to rescue the tainted relationship where there are financial implication. With the province and all government institutions, albeit the arrangement made by COCTA and finance, if that doesn't come to fruition, we're going to switch off. With those that owe the municipality, we're going to attach accounts. They are subjected to equally resources that come from higher bodies. So the intervention, we do anticipate that it will come from that level. And I think we are at a point where we must go that route unless the province indeed just come and intervene. That's the long and short of how I think we need to answer that. The question of the board. We had a board. We've got an interim board now. The board we had that was appointed had limitations in terms of doing what they were appointed for. There was a serious conflict between the board and the administration that I'm sitting with. The intervention of the municipality was to balance the working relationship, and we went insofar as seeking intervention. Included in the process of intervention, apart from the many meetings that we had with them, was to get a mediation and induction, noting that either one of the two parties or both parties do not understand how to relate with one another. So in the process of mediation and also in the process of induction, we entered into the services of a service provider to intervene. But to my dismay was that there was a contradiction amongst board members first, before they could have a conflict with the administration. And that warranted a series of meetings in a way to try and balance the equation and make sure that we help the board to now understand how they should relate with the administration. Their infringement into administrative matters was quite alarming. And at the tail end, I had no option because 3 members of the board resigned. In fact, 4, if I may be, up to a point, and there are 7. But the other member that resigned was the chairperson of the board through a WhatsApp message, and when we were to process the WhatsApp message, he deleted the message. So they then was a problem that there are 3. I can't trace the 4th one, but I've realized the slain policeman who's giving an account to the commissions is able to say such message can be retrieved. I'll find a way of retrieving that message. So if the message come to the table, it will then demonstrate that there are 4. The 3 that the formal letters before us, and the 4th one is a problem. Now there is a issue of monies that are involved between the board and the administration. Those are the issues that they will resolve legally, they will resolve through court of law, or they will resolve through labor relations or whatever processes that is entailed. My business is that I took the matter to the council. I got the support of the council to disband the board, We went through that process, we did, and the memorandum of incorporation of the board suggests that or instruct that when the board is not in place, you therefore then you are bound to establish an interim board, which as I am reporting to the committee, there is an interim board in place, inducted, and they are doing their work. Its existence is inside a period of 3 months. The council instructed that inside the period of 3 months, we should have appointed a new board. If you look at the newspapers, you realize that, excuse me, the adverts are running, and we're in that process of getting applications and will be appointing a board in line with what board should do. The lesson learned is that before we could allow the new board to do its work, I think we need to ensure that a process of induction and not assumption that it's a body to understand what it's doing, it must be entered into. One leg that we realized also that was lacking from the board was that there was no community representative that would actually bring to the board the knowledge economy that deals with some of the problems that we're experiencing. So we have since also taken that issue to the council. And on the strength of the induction that we'll do, we hope that we'll have a board that will work. The other noted aspect is that the board and its competencies emphasizes the discipline in and around energy and engineering discipline, which most of the people that were there were appointed along that line. But the lesson learned is that the board should not be treated as an employment entity where people will earn the same way as you are going to your work. People must learn to know that they come to a meeting of the board, regularize meetings, not call many meetings in order to make sure that month end, they end like an executive or like an MP or like a minister. They come as and when the board is needed. And the board need to understand that it's more on policy matters and oversight, not direct interference into the operations on a daily basis. So those are some of the things that impacted on the board. So I needed to answer that question, Chairperson. Now, there was another question that escaped me. Are you properly funded? Okay, the CEO answered that question. And that question of there was a question asked and it has escaped my mind. What is it? Oh, our operation vis-a-vis ESCOM. Chairperson, let me put it this way. The honorable member said 20 people or 40 people came to his house. It's a little bit alarming and shocking. I'm not going to be answerable to that. But I might suspect it could have been on the definition of the problem you are facing with by those that registered the claim, because we work on the basis of what is on records. If it might have come out to be quite humongous, obviously they will send people adequate to make sure that they attend. We certainly need to have laborers, because the work of Centlec is not only limited to qualified or specialized people or even artisans, even laborers in terms of tatala begale is needed, because that's work anyway. But I think the Centlec has noted your concern. I want to talk about the turnaround time vis-a-vis ESCO. Centlec, despite the limitations of resources here and there, ailing and old infrastructure that would need attention, it remains an entity in the metro that redeem us in terms of its turnaround time as compared to ESCO. We have got three towns, 4 actually, that share the two. Southban, one portion of the community is ESCOM, the other portion of the community is Centlec, Tabanchu. One portion is ESCOM, the other section of Tabanchu, even up to the town, is Centlec. Weapon are the same. Half, Eskom, another, and then you go to Diversdorp and Van Stansfeld. Those cities are affected. I must report to the committee that we are a coins and cents notch higher than Eskom in terms of money. But notch higher, money, payment. We are a notch higher because we also do source our energy from, yes. But despite the fact that we are a notch higher, the communities of these areas that I'm mentioning, they are fighting to migrate to St. Lake on a number of factors. And one of those factors that enforces the migration to St. Lake is the turnaround time. When the pump station or the treatment plant has died and is on the site of Eskom, we suffer spillages. Because Eskom may take turnaround time of 3 weeks, a month, or even 6 months to come and fix what might have been broken from their side. If the cable is stolen or there is some technicalities on their side that needs electricity or power, the turnaround time, including servicing residential unit, the turnaround time doesn't beat the turnaround time of Eskom. And I mean, of St. Lake. St. Lake, the turnaround time on light challenge is 24 hours. On a something that would need quite a technical indulgence is 48 hours. So our turnaround time is keeping the communities to be always celebrating St. Lake as opposed to Eskom. So hence we then had to write to the minister on the strength of the instruction that was coming from those communities to please allow the migration, because we can't just do it ourselves. There must be a memorandum of understanding and a deliberate regulation that allows those communities now to become part of St. Lake in terms of service. So I don't know whether I've answered that question quite satisfactorily, but I wanted to demonstrate that the pride of the metro, amongst others, is St. Lake for now, in terms of the services. Perhaps, Chairperson, I must qualify. Part of why St. Lake is celebrated is that as and when people are holding PTO, meaning the right to live on a particular event, we may struggle to provide water, we may struggle to provide sanitation. But once people have got PTO, permission to occupy, not even a title deed, St. Lake is on top to provide services to those communities in those localities, whether they be informal settlement. Once formalized, St. Lake is there. And we cannot just provide any informal settlement, but we provide those that in them we know in this particular event, the person that lives there is accountable to the electricity that we provide. Then we jump into it. That's part of what makes St. Lake distinguished from other service providers. I hope I have answered you. I really hope.
No, thank you, Mayor. And that's why I asked the question about the funding, because if you look at what's going on in other municipalities, you heard earlier from Ngwati, I don't know whether you were here, the huge amount of debt there, but also to increase the national minimum demand. It's going to cost him 200 million rand just to do that. So this is an asset. St. Lake is an asset of Mangaung that we should really protect. Because we might say, I will never go to Eskom, but never is a very long time. And I sometimes think we forget how fortunate we are. I remember during load shedding, can you guys remember load shedding? There was a time when other, let's call it level 3, level 4 municipalities were sometimes switched off 3 times a day, and this municipality was once a day. And I know why that is. They've got their systems to do that, so we need to protect this asset of Mangaung. Thank you, Mayor. Members, I think that's the end of this meeting. Yes, thank you very much. Thank you.
We are free to go.
You are free to go. Thank you very much, Mayor Mangaung. Thank you very much, St. Lake.
Thank you so much.
Members, I don't know. We will see each other tomorrow. We're not going to have discussions now. We will see each other tomorrow at 9 o'clock. Thank you very much. Thank you.